its position. The Speaker, however, to June 15, 2026, the Chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, Francis Wefe, disclosed this during a press briefing in Abuja on the performance of the Green Chamber in the last 3 years. He said the current House performed well in its legislative business during the period and impacted positively on Nigerians through legislation.
The number of bills introduced is 484. Of these 484, the executive passed on to us 31 bills, 31, and honorable members' private member bills were 391. We had for concurrence from the Senate 62 bills. And of all these, the number passed is 126 bills that were passed in this third session of the sittings of the House of Representatives.
Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff Obovere, on Wednesday handed over 5 brand new operational vehicles to the Delta State Command of the Nigerian Correctional Service. The presentation, which took place at the Government House, Asaba, underscores the administration's ongoing commitment to strengthening the justice system and enhancing security across the state. Represented by his deputy, Samande Onyema, Governor Obovere emphasized that an efficient correctional service relies heavily on robust logistics and seamless mobility. He said the operational vehicles will enhance the day-to-day activities of officers, improve response capacity, strengthen supervision and coordination, and support the effective discharge of their responsibilities. The Deputy Governor urged the State Controller and officers of the command to maintain the vehicles properly and ensure they are used solely for the intended purpose with the highest standards of professionalism and accountability. Dangote Industries Limited has commenced preliminary works on its proposed $17 billion, 700,000 barrels per day refinery in Kenya, marking the first major step towards what is expected to become East Africa's largest refining project. The company said the project has advanced beyond the planning stage, with the site already selected, soil tests ongoing, and engineering and design work underway ahead of construction. The refinery, which will be located on Lamu Island off the Kenyan coast, is expected to take about 3 years to complete and still will supply refined product to Kenya and neighboring countries, reducing East Africa's dependence on imported fuels. The development comes as Bloomberg reported on Tuesday that President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, plans to build the refinery at an estimated cost of up to $17 billion as part of efforts to expand his refining empire into East Africa. The project represents Dangote Group's biggest refining investment outside Nigeria and forms part of the company's ambition to expand refining capacity across Africa following the commencement of operations at its 650,000 barrels per day refinery in Lagos. Still to come, Trump says ceasefire with Iran is over at a NATO summit. UN blames economic hardship, not feminism, for declining global fertility. And Egypt FA criticizes VAR after dramatic World Cup defeat by Argentina. Do stay with us.
Jacinda, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Definitely. I really want to study software engineering or maybe cybersecurity. But we are paying.
Is that what you're worried? Then listen up. At Queensland University ENUGU, they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland? For you?
Yes. Whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Really? If I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. She will talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your right rate, our teacher is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen 080 68 52 8166 or
480 53 57 90 26.
Chrisland University, Enugu, your future is here.
Ghana has postponed bilateral meetings with South Africa that were planned for next month because of a surge in anti-migrant violence in the country, Ghana's government spokesperson said on Tuesday. Spokesperson Felix Kwake told the local radio station Joy FM the violence would probably have overshadowed the August meetings, which were set to be hosted by Ghana and co-chaired by South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa and Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama. South Africa has seen waves of anti-migrant protests over the past few months, which have been mostly peaceful, but at times turned violent, with attacks on foreign nationals and looting of foreign-owned shops. Ghana repatriated hundreds of its citizens ahead of a June 30 deadline set by South African anti-migrant movement for undocumented foreigners to leave. The ceasefire between Iran and the United States is over, President Donald Trump declared Wednesday, castigating Tehran after days of escalating attacks and adding later that the U.S. would probably strike Iran again on Wednesday. He spoke at a meeting of NATO leaders on the morning that U.S. forces launched over 80 strikes on Iran in response to Iranian attacks on ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz.
Care of him, first term. And that was a big thing because I think it probably would be a lot stronger had he been around because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs, if you remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all, and frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others. Care of him.
The president also suggested the U.S. could impose a naval blockade on Iran and that the U.S. was not attacking at the highest level, repeating previous threats to strike infrastructure such as bridges, desalination facilities, and electricity plants. The president spoke after Iran launched heavy retaliation overnight with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, saying it had targeted 85 U.S. military facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait on Wednesday. A new global survey by the UN Population Fund is challenging several widely held assumptions about declining fertility, concluding that economic constraints, not a rejection of family life, feminism, or selfishness, are limiting many young people's ability to have children. The findings come from the Demographic Futures Survey, which gathered responses from more than 108,000 internet-connected adults aged 18 to 39 across 73 countries and territories. According to the Tuesday report obtained by correspondents on UN website, public debate about falling fertility has often focused on the wrong questions, asking whether young people still value family life rather than examine what conditions are needed for them to form relationships and raise children. UN data cited in the report shows the average number of births per woman has declined from around 5 in the 1950s and 1960s to just 2 in 2024 and is projected to fall to 1.8 by 2100. More than 55% of countries and territories now have fertility levels below the replacement rate of 2.1 births per woman. Despite these trends, the survey found that the desire for parenthood remains strong. Most respondents already have children, while among adults aged 35 to 39 without children, 79% of men, and 72% of women said they still wanted to become parents. The Egyptian Football Association on Wednesday criticized refereeing decisions in Egypt's dramatic 3-2 World Cup round of 16 defeat by Argentina, saying it would not remain silent over what it described as the improper use of the video assistant referee (VAR) system. Egypt appeared on course for one of the biggest upsets of the tournament when they led defending champions Argentina 2-0 with 11 minutes remaining on Tuesday, only to concede 3 late goals and crash out. The FA said several decisions during the game had directly affected the outcome. Much of the controversy centered on the goal by Egypt's Mustafa Ziko in the 62nd minute that would have doubled his side's lead. The goal was disallowed after a VAR review identified a foul by an Egyptian player in the build-up. According to media reports, EFA President Hani Abu-Rida has submitted an official complaint against French referee Francois Latexia and his assistants. FIFA has yet to respond to that. France entered the quarterfinals as favourites, arguably for many, but Morocco have given every indication they can make this a far more difficult contest than France's previous knockout matches. It is also a rematch of the team's 2022 World Cup semi-final won by France. The match, which is slated for Thursday, July 9, 2026, and kick off at 9 p.m. Nigerian time at the Gillette Stadium, Boston host venue. The winner advances to the semi-final to face the winner of Spain versus Belgium. France have won all 5 matches at this tournament, but were pushed hard in their 1-0 victory over Paraguay. Morocco, meanwhile, are unbeaten, having eliminated the Netherlands on penalties before comfortably beating Canada 3-0. The confidence and organization make them genuine contenders rather than underdogs. This is one of the most anticipated quarterfinals of the tournament, with France seeking another World Cup title and Morocco aiming to continue its historic run after becoming the first African nation to reach a World Cup semi-final in 2022. That's the wrap on Global News. I am Christopher Lele. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to another day of news Muse is a program on Signature Television where you have only me coming to you, thinking and talking. This is not new. I mean, for some of you who have been following on, this is not new. So you only say, this man has come again. I've come again. Please accept me the way I am. My name is Christian Chibuz Omaduka. I'm the chief muser. The position they gave me, it's not fake agency. It's real because you can see me, I can feel me. I mean, you can see me in flesh and blood. I'm not a fake agency, not a fake individual. In Nigeria is anything that happens in one week, one trouble. But it has come down to the level where we have 1 hour, 2 troubles. And they say, God forbid, are we going to survive in a nation like this? I'm still get to that. There are a few things we want to think and talk about. Like I always say, you are free to talk and think. Here we chose to think and talk. Whether you are thinking or talking and thinking, you are doing something all the same. It reminds me what a professor said at University of, I won't say where, but the university in Nigeria somewhere. And the professor is an Igbo man who teaches mass comm. He said, whether people are taking decision, but whether they are taking good decision or bad decision, they are taking decision all the same. And he said so many things that it will be funny if I talk about it. He said that when we talk about chitty chatty and titty bitty, we are talking about the things that are happening in mass communication. Here I am to talk about titty bitty that is happening in Nigeria, where you have so many things happening. Let's start with the hunger and hardship in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria. The United Nations has recently said that hunger and hardship has reached the worst level in Nigeria, and they use the word worst level. It's just reported in few Nigerian newspaper headlines, and it's not something we can gloss over because the problem is looking at us eyeball to eyeball. Hardship in northern Nigeria has reached the worst level. It sounds like something that Nigerian politicians trust them. They are very creative. They just turn it into campaign topics. Like a lot of people go to the church, they have prayer point. This one has become campaign point. So very soon, big rallies for political parties will assemble in northern Nigeria. They will gather the wretched of the earth, masses of them, and then people will gather in the big field, and the big politician will mount the rostrum and start telling them, I am going to stop hunger and hardship in northern Nigeria if you vote for me. If you want to stop fight, first of all, stop the push. Once the push has been done, it will be difficult to stop the fight. Anybody who wants to stop hunger and hardship in northern Nigeria. It's not that the United Nations has been segregatory in their reporting of hunger and hardship in Nigeria. It's better to say that is hunger and hardship in Nigeria has reached the worst level. A lot of data has come. This one is United Nations. When you go back to the newspaper headlines, you will see, and then you see the data they are giving us. But some people have said that over 140 million Nigerians still coming from these international agencies have been pushed into abject poverty, not just poverty, a poverty that has been described as abject one. Poverty where they don't get mama, papa, and they born twins. Kai, who did this to Nigeria? God will save Nigeria. Nigeria will help thee. We used to sing in our national anthem. Now, there are different implications to this. If you are talking about insecurity in northern Nigeria, if you are talking about drug abuse of banned substances and drug and hard some of those banned substances and hard drugs in northern Nigeria, look at the street children. What is that thing they call them again? Almajiri. It sounds like another name in Nigeria, Almajiri. I don't know where we got that. But everything negative is always springing up from Nigeria. That are part of the people. You find them roaming the street with some plastic plates and looking for food here and there. That tells you that if you tell me who your friends are, I will tell you the kind of person you are. If you look at the children drop out of school, street children in Nigeria, people who sleep in bus stops and some areas that you can't imagine people will sleep and wake up in Nigeria, you don't need United Nations to tell us that's hunger and hardship. Of course, even our political leaders, the governments in places from local government to state to federal has said there is acknowledged there's hunger. You said acknowledge. Don't be too short. The spokesman of the federal government of Nigeria, is he spokesman of the presidency? I don't know. Spokesman of the president, the spokesman of Nigeria should be the Minister of Information. But the spokesman of the president, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, said that he cannot see hardship and hunger, that he is suffering from some, what he called ophthalmologic sickness, that this hunger and hardship that United Nations from the office in New York can see in Nigeria, that the man walking in Aso Rock, speaking for a president, cannot see it. That tells you it's not in politics. You decide what you see and what not to see. But whether you see it or not, the fact remains that even me that's speaking here, I am hungry. So nobody need to tell me whether Nigeria hunger situation has gotten to worse. So it better that either accept it and start looking for a way to solve the problem, or we keep denying it, which is obvious. You can always deny, but whether you deny it or not, there is hunger and hardship in Nigeria. That's about it. I just want to think and talk about it. Because if I go more to do and talk about hunger and hardship, the hunger and hardship in my stomach will be mowing away, and the worms there will be eating deep, and wasting energy, and the little that left talking about it, when some people who are supposed to see it have decided not to see it. So the fact remains that is my word against theirs, or their words against us? Do we have, them and us? We are supposed to have a nation where the government will be talking with the people. But here we find some people in government, either they are demarcating or marketing, managing and damaging. Directors of government go ahead to say whatever they want to say, whenever they get up to say. Whether they thought about it or did not think about it like we are doing here is their problem, and let's sort it out. So thank you. The next agenda we have here said, this one is, there's an organization they call PFIPC. Whatever that means has begun as something that has blown into a scandal in Nigeria. They say this particular government agency, not just government agency, attached to the presidency. You have a lot of offices in Nigeria. When you see their vehicle and their acronym everywhere, they say the presidency. But this one they call PFIPC has come out with a scandal. What is the scandal? Somebody who's supposed to be the Director General, Substantial Executive CEO of PFIPC has come out to say that certain things have started happening, that the money they gave him, mobilization fee, and some people who gave the money throw away and want to collect, and he said no. In my language is when two thieves go to thief and they could not share it, then that's how the neighbors will know that the thieves are sharing their loot at the backyard of the house, because they will start fighting. This fight has blown into a rough one. According to Fela Nicola Gokuti, it's a rough fight. When fight get to rough level, they're not beautify them again. Nobody will say, hit me here, don't hit me here, when such a rough fight starts. So the rough fight between Adeyemi, one Mr. Adeyemi of PFIPC, that he used to be, but is now fake. There's been into rough fight, and along the line, he dragged Bajabi Amila, the chief of staff of the president, Aso Rock, into it, and suddenly along the line this morning, according to newspaper headline, the state government secretary to the federal government of Nigeria has been dragged into it in one way or the other. So the fight is expanding. Even along the fight, some people who are supposed to be key witnesses have been found dead in alleged hotel that got burnt in one place in Abuja. The name of the hotel, they say Ikachi. The police are also involved, and then the fight is just going round. What is funny that we want to think about here and talk about is that the chief, the man himself, who is the chief of staff, one of the strongest kitchen cabinets in this government, has been fingered, has been centered around it. Make me happy, bring money, make we share, you know. You did not bring, and then somebody start talking. A lot of Nigerian politicians are calling for the man to resign so that they will all step aside. Using that word, IBB brought the step aside so that they can. Falana has said, let Benjamin Abila step aside, let them probe the scandal. But now the thing is, the question we want to think and talk about. This particular organization got about 1.3 billion in the new 2026 budget of Federal Republic of Nigeria. This organization got an office space at the Federal Secretariat, Abuja. This organization has a location of 300 staff that the government approved for them to employ, and they are put in the civil service structure, earning salaries from Nigerian government. This organization has been representing Nigeria at different international forums, even representing the people who visit here as international business envoys and ambassadors, and have come to visit. And this particular organization, represented by one Mr. Adeyemi, has been receiving them with his officials in his office. This same organization is having an account with the Central Bank of Nigeria. This same organization now tagged the fake. Who did this to Nigeria? God. Oh, certain things that doesn't join. You know, in Nigeria, you see, many people are going mad because when they begin to put all these facts together, none of them can join. They start lose their sense and they say they are mad. One man say, why people say he's mad is because if you want to say one thing, another will enter his mouth. God forbid, you're not going to do me madness. So talking about PFIPC, whatever it means, I have put a lot of facts together, but this organization, the Asorok is insisting is fake. Now, how fake is this fake? How many of these organizations are existing in Nigeria that are fake? How many of them have been created as conduit pipe of corruption to suck money from our little, whatever is left of Nigerian money? The one that we use to service debt, that we have borrowed so much, the one that little comes in from the oil we explore in Nigeria and still half of it, sold it abroad and go back and bring it back and refine petroleum. And the little that's left, the 70,000 naira minimum wage promised that some states have not started paying, and we're still turning it about. But this organization is talking about 400 million, 240 million that shared mobilization fee, and all kind of figures that have been talking about in this scandal. It can make somebody go crazy. I don't want to think about it. Somebody cannot go and do the smelly thing, and I will go and stoop on it. Nah. In Igbo land, they say, no, I can't do that. Whatever any man, so let it rip. I can't go and start ripping, but we have to talk about it because this organization now is fake. The world is watching Nigeria, how we are handling it, and before you know it, it will die natural death as usual. But Nigerians are watching. The world is watching. At this time, this government is seeking for second tenure, asking the people for another time to vote for them. This scandal needs to be managed well. If it's not managed well, I'm a broadcaster, and then when I can only talk and then talk. Whether you hear or don't hear, I've done my bit. So I keep talking and thinking, or talking and thinking, or thinking and talking. That's what we do. So we have to talk about it because it's a standard raging now and it's a trending thing. So whether you think about it or not, but these facts are there. If somebody build a house get a tenant, occupy, take everything, sign contract, do everything. Then suddenly something crop up. You say this one is a fake tenant. The federal government has to look deep into it and tell us which of the organizations that are, because anything can crop up tomorrow. They will not tell us. They start mentioning fake organizations that are existing in Nigeria, and before you know it, even you self, who is the talking, they will declare you fake. If you talk too much, Nigeria will deny you and say you are not a Nigerian, you are a fake Nigerian. So I wonder some of the influencers are going on in the news, in the social media, asking for let nothing happen. No, let the man still speak and tell us who is pushing this button of scandal. What is it that, how many organizations exist like PFIPC that is fake? In Nigeria, nothing is impossible. This is a country of endless opportunities, endless scandals, endless things that do not join. But God bless Nigeria. Nigeria will help you. We move forward. What else can I do? The next agenda says flooding. Flooding again. The fear of flood has triggered panic in the states that are prone to flood. Is it enough for this to trigger panic? Yes. Is it enough that even already some states are deep down in water like Lagos State? Yes. Is it true that the NIMET, the organization that is in charge of the environmental predictions and the weather and all, predicted about this flooding 6 months ago? Yes. Then what is it that has happened that Nigerians did not take care of this? Why are we still talking about fear when they say a problem known is a problem half solved? What is happening in Lagos State? Look at the pictures. What is going on? This one don't pass fear. The fear don't swallow, the fear of flooding has swallowed some part of Lagos. They're ready to swallow a lot of states in the few days because the NIMET has predicted that this rain is going to be so bad before it gets better. Before this is the way I call it the peak. They say it gets darker before dawn. That is it. The rainy season started like joke. It has gotten to the apogee, the climax, and the zenith of it that is gotten worse. Then, what are the states doing? What are the SEMAs? Where are the NEMAs? Where are the emergency organizations? What are they doing? Because Nigerians are still the best people who wear this shoe and they're spending them. Some of them, their property, I saw a viral video where a child is being pulled from the roof, above the roof, because people, even the parents are hanging. Somebody is bringing child through the ceiling, and they're bringing the child through the roof, and they collect him because the water has swallowed the building. Now the question is, when are we going to start looking at anticipatory actions against some of these emergencies? Or we don't call them emergencies again because they are predicted. When are we going to have actions that will make us to become proactive instead of reactionary to this? We will always wait until the flood swallows us before we begin to talk about the fear, before people begin to talk about it, and then people would have died, property worth billions of naira, and this hardship and hunger would have been swallowed. And some of the people, what is Nigeria talking about? Or, of course, Nigeria is talking something. They are talking about 2027 political build-up. Which party to register, which one to register. Even at this time, horse trading, the result of primary elections are not yet out. INEC has released key or codes to the portals. Some people are seeing, you see yourself today, where everything about Nigerian political system has become Obanje. Like Professor Wole Soyinka wrote in his poem, Abiku, coming and going these several seasons. Come and go, come. Turn out politics. You see your name today in INEC portal. The next day you don't see it. You see your party today, logo today, you don't see it. It's going off and on and think we are making headway. Well, I always say, how we make our mouth is how we lie on it. We cannot go to Malta, Greece, America, to bring them to come and sort this problem out. we destroy our nation, we lay back on it because any goat that's lying on the ground is lying on its skin. That is the proverb of bone and silence. So we move on. The next thing is the one that has become so emotional to some of us who served Nigeria and went to serve Nigeria 1 year voluntary service of Nigerian youths. We call it Youth Service Corps. The NYC is going through reforms. A lot of things came up, and the federal government has come out to deny that we didn't say that we're going to use our dire as a uniform for. I've always said that people who manage information for our agencies in Nigeria, they are suspect. It's either that the agencies do not want the information to be managed well, or that they deliberately keep it that so that they will leave Nigerians on wild goose chase of rumor mills, or what you call the market talk. Instead of using the agencies who have radio, television, social media for this organization, they have their handles in, and not many of them, but you can't see them coming out to give Nigeria information. They will allow Nigerians to come up with their own information. After all, in this country, during the Buhari days, in government, the president was away for 151 days out of office, but nobody reported where our president was. They left Nigerians to be here. Somebody wake up in the morning and say, neighbor, do you know where our president is? He said, I don't know. He said, I went to buy akara the other day. The woman selling akara said, our president is in America. Oh, the person will go with that. Another one says he's in London. That we're talking like this for 151 days until our president came back. You can see. That is what you call information management. Some people are paid. They sit down in the offices eating goro and granite, and they say they are managing information of Nigeria. Why Nigeria, at this era of information crisis, is going through rumor. Somebody said there is a delay now that would even come up with some designs. Trust AI. AI has designed uniforms made of adire, beautiful, smart ladies wearing, and boys wearing adire, But even the NYC, just before, they have to wait for that to happen before they say they're going to remove army, all the military things now, and try to make it a civilian thing. But I didn't see anything wrong in Nigerian young people leaving school, having some, even if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks of orientation of regimented life like the military, because the military remained the most disciplined organization in Nigeria, despite the fact that we have pulled them into the street, tried to rub mud and oil and salt on their, because a friend told me once you bring them out of the barrack and keep them in the street, very soon their prestige will be rubbed off, but it has started happening. But still, when you see people in khaki, you still look back and say, hey, are we safe? So that fear of the military is still there. So when Nigerian young people like us, when we serve, they are wearing that khaki, proudly singing, youths obey the clarion call, and to serve our fatherland in the rain and in the shine. Nigeria call, all those things I have forgotten is a long time, but that will tell you the power of that regimented training given some of us. We still grow up with it. We went around Nigeria, make friends. Some of us married from there. Some of them made friends that lasted a lifetime. All the people making this reform now, what do you say is the problem with NYC? The problem is making the legacy to stay. We have left it to die. We begin reform now that NYC is almost dead. Youth couples cannot travel for 10 minutes without the fear of kidnap. 10 minutes from their state, somebody, I give example, somewhere in another platform, travel from Onitsha to Asaba, just cross the bridge for 5 minutes, you are not sure you reach your destination. As a youth copper, you are not proud to wear that khaki, white, and all the, anything about NYC looking smart, because you are not sure you get to your destination. These are part of the thing, insecurity. Has started eating deep in all things that get all together. So if you are talking about reform Nigeria, let's have security. Let the man from Anambra State go to Borno to serve. Come back, make friends, know Nigeria, see the beauty of Nigeria and make friends and then come back. That legacy is the only thing that is still there. I don't know what reform you are reforming. If people are still thinking about very soon, they will say NYC is a fake agency. If one scandal came up of the reform, somebody will deny. NYC is a fake agency. We didn't say it's going to use Adire and anything is possible in this country. Before you get to that point of declaring NYC fake agency, do something now. Do something now. Stabilize NYC the way it's going. Instead of too much reform, too many cooks will spoil the broth. Why not keep the one that we have and then not go into overblown? If you want to bring a lot of innovations to get the people to get skills, beautiful. We have been getting skills at NYC. I went through skill training as NYC those days in Oyo State. I remember St. Andrew's College of Education in Ede in Osun State now used to be Oyo State. That will tell you why a long time. So I've been around. If you don't know, so I know what I'm talking about. NYC is beautiful policy, beautiful idea, legacy that Nigeria should keep. Too much reform might weaken it and kill it. That's my opinion anyway. You agree with me or refuse. Before we reform it too much and they will lose the taste of it. Okay, this one concerns me and I'm sure I've been crying about it. Just the month just ended. I got a lot of alerts from all the few banks. I didn't have so many bank accounts, so I got this account maintenance. I got this SMS. I got this. When somebody want to buy toffee of 1 naira, they say pay is cashless. They will charge you 26 naira for buying coffee of 10 naira. Now, what am I talking about? Multiple bank charges is squeezing Nigerians. And the banks are declaring mighty profits while Nigerians who are banking with them are dying. Something is wrong. Let's look at it. Because very soon people will start banking again under their pillow. Yeah, they'll be digging ground, like Nigerian politicians. Some of them will dig ground or buy GP tank and fill it with naira and dollars. So then we rent the one property in Ikoyi and then take a whole flat and load it with dollars. When they recover it, nobody has told us where the dollars are now. That's it. So many things. Where are you going to think about? Nigeria has a way of making you to forget because which one are you going to remember? Which one? But these multiple bank charges, if they don't revive it, I won't bank again. Is it by force and close account? You don't ask me unless you guys stop taking, naira. So if everybody must use social media banking, just to bank to be milking people dry. CPOS operators everywhere, everybody transfer. Banks are now taking any amount, 176 naira to cash 5,000 naira from POS. This is killing. This is killing. This is too much. If we use all these bank charges, they say millions of naira to cover our teeth. How much are we going to get when we smile? This is killing, I'm getting information that the time flies when you think and talk. You wouldn't even know. So the multiple bank charges is killing Nigeria, killing people who are banking. But then the big men who have big money don't know about it. They won't feel it. But imagine when you have only 5,000 naira in your bank, the month end, they give you charges of keeping 5,000 for you, account maintenance, SMT fee. You transfer that money, you want to collect it. Before you know it, if you leave 5,000 in an account for 1 week, the bank will collect it and collect it until when you go there, you start crying. It remains only 1,000. Is it not robbing? What is the difference between banditry and terrorism? What they call banking terrorism. A lot of terrorist actions are happening in Nigeria. And before I go, the registration of political parties in Nigeria, that one, the registration of political parties in Nigeria, registration of oppositions, especially, we have not heard that they threatened to register APC. We only hear NDC, APC, and then it's turn by turn. They try with NDC and now they're saying they go to NDC. Before NDC come back, I don't know which next. So what is the future of our political structure and growth in Nigeria when we are degenerating and we claim we are doing democracy. Why are we telling ourselves this kind of lies? For how long is it going to take us to, is this building or damaging or destroying our political democratic system? Why can't we allow the kite to perch, allow the eagle to perch? Let all, but what is good for the geese is good for the gander. Why are we making it difficult? If we had made it was this difficult, we would Nigeria get to this political level? ADC, people shouted 24 hours, they re-register or recognize. Now it's NDC. Before NDC we finish, and INEC is on the side sitting down. When will these parties be ready to meet all the deadlines put on their head? Is it deliberate to make them to be on wide chase so that they will not really look in to organize themselves for this election? And 2027 is not too far again. One, where are we going? That's the question I leave you with. I'm going to stop here and not go to far. You know the stories and how is it. Don't look at my mouth. You say, na me talk, and no be me talk. And it's what's happening in Nigeria I'm thinking and talking about. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You are a regular muser on this station. Join me sometime, another time you see this program on Signature Television. Don't go away. Stay with the rest of the program on this station. God bless you.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Thursday, 9th July 2026. Thank you so much for starting your day with us this fine Thursday morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and coming up next is our newspaper headlines and review segments. Stay tuned. It's time for our newspaper headlines, starting off with the Punch newspaper. It says on the headline, 2027 elections, 6 legal hurdles before INEC. Rising prices threaten Nigeria's poverty reduction gains, says IMF. Constituency project, alleged funding suspension throws reps into rowdy session, on page 12. Moving on to the Nigerian Tribune. ADC MBF Atiku faults Tinubu over ICPC probe of PFIPC. Page 13 says 2 killed in Ibadan violence. Government orders removal of shanties in Ojo. S&P places Nigeria on watch list for possible frontier market reclassification. These are the headlines on the Nigerian Tribune. Let's look at the Nation newspaper. News page 2, Senators' reps differ on fake agency. Above the mast, Circle Ventures invests in Flutterwave at $3.25 billion valuation, boosts cross-border payments. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper. Oil prices jump amidst renewed US-Iran hostilities. Plateau Assembly moves to provide pension for ex-lawmaker. Don't wait for order before shooting terrorists, Defense Minister tells soldiers. The major headline, North must unite against banditry, terrorism, Sultan, on pages 4 and 5. Reps to invite budget minister over phantom council. Court remands curfew over allegations against Katsina government. Rainfall destroys over 20 houses, farmlands in Plateau. And the appeal court orders status quo in Ibadan school hijab case. Moving on to the Guardian newspaper. Legal distractions, intimidation weaken opposition's 2027 contest. Reps in rowdy session over Tinubu's summon budget implementation delay. Turgis men kill 5, abduct women in Sokoto. State Police, Lagos Assembly rallies state on speedy approval, Northern Governors meet. NANS names 43 institutions in NEL Fund, double tuition scandal. Ex-policemen reject PENCOM's option B to protest poor welfare. Still on The Guardian, PFIPC probe divides NAS as ADC Atiku insists on independent inquiry. Tinubu hails Benue's industrial growth as Alia commends FG's reforms. Senate seeks 15-year jail term, asset forfeiture for fake drug dealers. Circle Ventures invest in Flutterwave at $3.25 billion valuation to accelerate cross-border payments. And finally, on The Guardian, Uganda Law Society abolishes colonial court traditions, bans bowing to judges on page 2. These cover the headlines on our papers this morning, and we have, as always, Chris Maduka for our review. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. And good morning, my dear people of the world. Welcome again to another day on Signature Morning Newspaper Review. I am here by the grace of God again.
You're welcome. Now, the headlines today are talking about the rowdy session in the House of Reps over the budget implementation delay and Tinubu's summon.
Yes. You know, there's a lot of distraction I notice about our governance system in Nigeria moving forward. We politicalize everything. Once politics steps in, sentiment steps in, once these elements get into everywhere, it will turn to rowdiness. Because the idea is they will just pretend it's the Igbo word, ndikwe, ndiekwena. There's some people will agree, some people will not agree. They will use it as an excuse not to act and do what they're supposed to do. And then we remain status quo. That word, status quo ante, whatever that means, is a Latin word. But it means you are not going forward, you are not going backward, remain where you are. So, rowdy session in National Assembly because implementation of budget, people are confused. Pick any one of the senators, Federal House, ask him, because they represent the constituency, which budget is Nigeria implementing? And they will go there and give you the excuse of rowdy session, not to discuss it. The ones who are brought in there, the stooges, among stooges. Because one party controls National Assembly control. Why are they having rowdy session? over an issue they're supposed to treat and tell Nigerians what. So who is the rowdy person in a federal house that is made up of one party almost? The Senate that is made up of one party almost. They cannot discuss which budget we are implementing in Nigeria, and they will give an excuse of rowdy session and they will remain. When we look, we are asking what is the problem with Nigeria, but the problems are seen. You can even feel it and touch them. You ask me, sometimes, everybody want to blame. It's not that we are pushing blame. There is collective effort to destroy Nigeria. But the National Assembly, I mentioned 3 times, is at the center of it all. Because when you are an elder, you see something and you did not say it. When you die, you begin to rotten from the mouth. That's what my people told me. Now, if Senate and National Assembly cannot discuss and tell Nigerians their decision on which a budget Nigeria is implementing or why there is delay, it's even then that we understand it and explain to us, because they are representing us. But they go there and end up in rowdy session. And Nigeria, we thank them. We send them greeting cards. National Assembly of Federal Republic of Nigeria, you've done noble. Continue with rowdy session on sensitive matters that concern our lives. And then you collect the big allowances you earn every month and you step back. You can't even come to your constituency because you can't even discuss why you're not going to your constituency. Because everything you need, you collect from Abuja and stay back there. And when you travel 5 minutes from your place you stay with the security provided to the National Assembly, you go there and end up in rowdy session. And then when you come back, you tell us stories of who is a Biafran, who is a Yoruba, who is a Fulani. You tell us this to deceive us. No problem. You are representing Nigeria and you are representing us well. We wish you good luck. Let's move on.
Still on the Senate, they are seeking 15-year jail term and asset forfeiture for fake drug dealers.
Well, it's good if they push up laws that nobody implements. Those who are under trial, what's the difference between being a corrupt politician and then a fake drug manufacturer, bandit, terrorism? It becomes emotional and sentiment when people have to prioritize and profile sins and punishments. Anything that deals with the life of any Nigerian. Corruption is the center of it all. Because it's corruption that will make somebody go and manufacture fake drug. To give people, when you take tablets, they tell you have diabetes. You are swallowing chalk. You don't even know you are killing yourself. Before you know it, you are dead. That person, you are romancing with. After all, what has even the National Assembly, what have they decided on people who are shooting directly, point blank, to kill people? Not to talk about these ones, they will turn and muffle talks in their... Nigeria is not about law and the deciding punishment. Even if it says 1 day, you have decided that anybody who commits one offense in Nigeria, let's see it implemented so that people will know that Nigeria is serious. Nigeria is the most joke, the biggest joke the world I've ever seen. You will hear this. Some of these people who fake drug would have a lot of money to buy their way through. Before you know it, some of them, even people that are supposed to serve in Nigerian jails, are in their homes. In the morning, they will bring them back with escort. Anything they want in Nigerian Correctional Center, they provide it. I am coming from the street. Let them come and challenge me. I'll take them to show them. Nigeria is a joke. Totally corrupt from head to toe. And when a fruit is rotting from both the mouth and the tail, there's a problem. So it's not the law, it's implementation. Nigeria do not implement rule of law is implemented on who is involved. Who is... Most of the politicians that have involved with it, they will turn it around because they have influence. And no country survives on all animals are equal. but some are more equal than others. That is the destruction of animal farm in George Orwell's book. And Nigeria is an animal farm where they have introduced that at the beginning of independence, everybody with patriotism and Nigeria, we LD, Nigeria is one. Along the line, the ones who saw the pile and ate it first, felt its taste better, started diverting the attention of Nigerians to themselves, and that's where we are. So Nigeria now is a typical fulfillment of the George Orwell's animal farm. When we started, it was all animals are equal. We joined together to fight the colonial master. When we came back, some are not telling us some animals are, but some are more equal than others. And that is what's happening. Selective discharge of justice in Nigeria, that's the bane of any country. And Nigeria is tasting their own soup.
Okay, now still on this issue of insecurity, the defense minister has told soldiers that they should not wait for any order before shooting terrorists.
That's an order. Terrorism started almost 25 years ago in Nigeria. And it's only at the point where even generals from Nigerian army, we can count, I think, up to 6 or 5 have been killed in most disgraceful and disgusting manner with viral video sent to the Nigerian army. 25 years later, the chief of army staff is now giving this order. What is making them do that? Because I've seen a lot of viral video where people are asking, who is actually in charge of Nigeria? Because some people, even in the force, the greatest of them all, Nigerian army, some young people, you see them making viral video, whether it's true or not. But you know, in every rumor in Nigeria, you find saying that the problem is they will get to a point to begin act, get an order from the top, say don't. This one is now, we hold it on record that the chief of army staff has said, shoot once you confirm. Nigeria will interpret things differently. I don't know how the people who have advantage of this will interpret it, because it might happen that the Nigerian army and the people who carry AK-47 fill the street. Anybody you shot without instruction will become a terrorist. So, in as much, it's a very complex situation. If once you have allowed fight to get to rough stage, a lot of things will be brought in, so you wouldn't even know who you are fighting. But with certain orders, everybody is at risk. Even the chief who gave this order can be shot, and somebody will justify that he is a terrorist. How do you know terrorists? When you see them. When they now dress in full camouflage and uniform of Nigerian army with viral videos going everywhere. So when you sight somebody fire, you just shoot. He's a terrorist. Let me tell you one example. I lived in Anambra State during the time there was Governor Mbadojo Chinwoke Mbadojo of Anambra State. This is a real story. The insecurity became an issue in Anambra State that the people decided to invite the Bakassi boys. They came in. The first few months of Bakassi boys, Anambra was at peace. Then the evil in politicians came in. They now took Bakassi as for control and start telling them. They start using Bakassi to kill political opponents. At that point, what Bakassi was doing, once they come, they will do knife like this. They say the knife turn red, your head is off. They will use it to play football, set you on fire in your own village or where people will see you. Everybody will say, hey, this man we saw, he was gentle. We never knew he was a criminal. So he became whoever Bakassi, controlled by government, decide that is a criminal, is the person here. So heads up, innocent people were going off, being killed. That is Nigeria for you. When we do not do what we are supposed to do initially, we do not support the police. The people that swore and they have on guideline to protect all the security agencies, we do not. We start having vigilantes to protect ourselves. Where? In any society where you find state of nature, survival of the fittest, that society will go into extinction. That's why we have law and order. People who are trained over time. You know how much it takes to train Nigerian police to get to the highest peak, or Nigerian army to get to the highest peak? It's not something you go to the village and pick unemployed people, give them guns and say they are vigilantes. Because we did not provide security and support to these organizations, that's where we are. Anybody that is killed now is a terrorist. That's the implication of that. In another way, this order should have come. Before then, by now, we would have consolidated and say, hey, these people are serious. It's not where you romance with people, romance and talk muffled words. When it gets to the when the water gets to your neck, that's when you begin to struggle to save yourself. And this water started from your sole of your feet rising. Nigeria allowed this to get to here. Now, shoot anybody you suspect is a suspect. You suspect is a suspect. That's it. So, let's go. Uche, once you come here, I don't see you, look at you very well. That's the end of you. And I will say, you're a suspect.
No. Okay, now, NANS has named about 43 institutions in Nelfund double tuition scandal.
What can't Nigeria cheat with? So if you talk about Onion, you talk about Onyana. This Nelfund came at a point there were a lot of billions they were asked to account for. People were saying, you spend this money, there were scandal. They will leave the scandal of Nelfund and talk of the scandal of PFA, FIPC. They will leave the scandals, corruption in civil service in Nigeria everywhere. Nelfund is government good policy meant to help Nigerian students to get education, tuition that is substituted, even when over time they pay gradually, and just like it's obtained in some countries of the world. Now, some people who are paying it went into double tuition, so that they will, if you apply for this, they use your name twice. Probably Uche Chindoluaha, Uche Chindoluaha or Minyeka becomes the second name, the same person, two double, and they will draw it, pay your own. The other one goes to ghost Uche. Because everything in Nigeria is ghostified. That is Nelfund for you. So with a country where even in tuition that the government is providing that has this kind of scandal, which way? So how will the next generation of students access that fund when already the one that the bond that's supposed to be revolving and getting back, you have more than Nigeria can carry? Corruption has not dealt with Nigeria. We are just, the thing has just, in the same way, bandit and terrorism and insecurity started in Nigeria. Terrorism started, corruption started first, but it's not growing. I think it has stunted growth. But with the way they're feeding it, corruption in Nigeria now, it's having rapid growth. Very soon, it will have grandchildren, and then Nigeria will see what they have done to themselves. Corruption. If you see what is, imagine, I'm not a prophet, but mark this day, what corruption will do to this country is warming up. You get to a point where everything, you must pay bribe for everything. If your papa want to pay your school fees, you will first bribe your papa before you pay your school. Then Nigeria will begin to understand what we are doing. No, if the one about nobody is a fool, I've heard that word. You get to a point. How can some people be in Abuja with this, whatever they're telling us? How many things you have heard about corruption in National Assembly? Have they mentioned it in the agenda? Even you said the National Assembly said, we want to stop corruption in Nigeria. It's no more. Corruption is accepted. In fact, they very soon they pass into law. Look at everything that's coming out of National Assembly. Corruption is started into it. That you have a National Assembly and an organization in Nigeria. I will wait for anybody to come and tell me there's a fake agency. They will never force Nigeria to accept there's any fake agency. There is PFIPC. It existed. Whatever they do with it that's causing trouble for them to suddenly turn it to fake, it's not accepted. Nigerians know it's corruption. It's part of it. So when students are watching what is happening, they will also find a way. Nigerians are corrupt. I'm telling you. And the leadership of Nigeria, people in leadership position in Nigeria, are the ones who are teaching people how to get corrupt. So when the big goat is eating the fodder, the small ones are watching. And learning. And they say children are very impressive. They learn from example.
And just following that, ex-policemen have rejected PENCOM's option B to protest their poor welfare.
They felt that they should protect their welfare more than PENCOM. PENCOM was established, it started well, but along the line, who has PENCOM? Who the massive fraud that went with PENCOM when Nigeria Pension Fund, how much that was by one man they pursued around. I don't know. The thing has died up. If you see the amount of money when pension fund, you go to Abuja, you see marvelous building. They're building with, and they tell you they're trading with your money. And some people, all the pensioners that they pushed into this PENCOM, some of them do not know, are not digitalized. So they don't know when they get it. They are even the small they get, and when they not go, who is following up for them? So there's total confusion. There are certain things you want to do in Nigeria. There are level of Nigerian civil service system that will come into PENCOM with a good, you do it in phases. Suddenly you wake up, people who are working in civil service, they have about 2 years to retire after 35 years. And you check back when they got into service. They've been doing their own pension system, which is also filled with fraud. But at least they know who to talk to. If you know who to even bribe to get your gratuity and pension paid. But this one now, you are talking to faceless pension marginals. Because no retirement person will come from my village to go to their pension office in Abuja to ask for anything. Because you can't even go to your state to be verified that you're a pensioner without stress. So they have modeled up pension system in Nigeria. Nigeria, you work, when you say, any day they tell you retire, go and write your will. That's if you had not written it before. Because no Nigerian retiree lasts. The trouble of retiring as a worker in Nigeria after, assumingly, because even most retirees did not serve well, they also corrupt. So when they begin to get the share of their own punishment, they will begin to look for where. If you are in civil service and you notice pension, solve it. Because you don't know who you may be your turn tomorrow. Some people in civil service today are corrupt. Chopping the blood money of some retirees, they don't allow the money get to them. So when they retire and they hope to get theirs, everything that goes around must come around. Nigeria, we are not sure we want the system to work. If we want this system to work like it works in other nations of the world, we must restrain ourselves from that selfish greed that pushes us to corruption of me here and now. When God has put us in a community to exist at one, if we don't think that God has made a mistake of putting us in a nation like Nigeria with a lot of human beings to organize ourselves to be most of the powerful nation of the world, and we begin to do selfishness, being led by selfish leaders, then when time comes, they cut off the head, the ear goes with it. Ebelisi, Nte. Because when you are talking to Nte, Nte will not hear. But when the head is off, Nte will go.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We've done quite a number of headlines this morning.
I think we did well today.
Yes.
It was a little longer, not as short as you always make it. Okay, thank you, Che. Thank you for having been there a few times. Thank you for joining us. God bless you. Like we always say, God bless us. God bless Signature TV. God will bless anybody who has good mind and want Nigeria to survive. With this passion from this side, if more other people add this passion, I think we'll be getting somewhere. And some people felt it's now passion, but passion and energy will first direct you where to go. So God bless you. But remember, God blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you, Chris Maduka, for the review this morning. That brings us to the end of our newspaper headlines and review segment on Signature Morning. Do stay tuned as the show continues after now.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
For a number of Abuja residents returning from the Christmas and New Year holidays, coming back turned to a brush with death. For some, carrying loads on their heads and dragging along young children running across the Abuja highways became a last call. But the law is ambivalent about this traffic risk. The Federal Road Safety Commission says there is no law against running across the highway, even right under a footbridge.
Provisions are made for where pedestrians will take advantage of to ensure their safety. One of which is the pedestrian bridge, and in some places you have what we call the zebra crossing. Now, FRSC has a number of offenses that are written in the FRSC Establishment Act with the attendance fines. Unfortunately, there's no law that says, there's no provision for punishment of a pedestrian that is not using the pedestrian bridge. So the provision for the pedestrian bridge is a kind of provision for safety of the road user. But there is no law or enforcement or penalty that is to be meted on a pedestrian who did not use the pedestrian bridge in FRSC Establishment Act.
That explains why even police and federal road safety officials stop vehicular traffic right under footbridges to allow pedestrians cross. However, some lawyers told our correspondent that indeed any act willfully undertaken knowing that it puts people in harm's way is a crime. It does not matter whether it is traffic related or not.
You see, the whole purpose of law is social engineering. That is to say, to maintain conflicting interests and ensure that all rights are harmonized in such a way that the rights of each road user, whether a pedestrian or other road users that are using vehicles on the road or motorcycles or bicycles, are harmonized and balanced so that there will be order on the road, there will be safety on the road, and nobody put anyone in danger of accident. That is why, as part of designation of roads, especially in populated areas, it is always provided that there should be pedestrian bridges, or there should be a subway. In more advanced climes, they will do a subway to make it easier for people to go down the steps and then cross the road under the road.
Uche Collins, a campaigner against the habit of crossing roads, identified the absence of zebra crossings, failure by commercial drivers to drop passengers at designated bus stops as some reasons why people cross roads.
In the bid of our campaign for the safety of pedestrians, we will also collaborate with the stakeholders to that effect to mark out the areas that do not have pedestrian zebra crossings, to also put in place so that those who need to use this will also have a way of doing this. And as we progress, we're going to involve all relevant stakeholders, be it the motorists and everybody concerned. It's a very holistic project we're doing here now, and we cannot stop here. We are moving from one stage to another stage, whereby every stakeholders will be involved in this whole thing. So in the end, we'll have a very safe and a very good road for us to use.
The Lagos State authorities have identified the need to create a legal framework by addressing this challenge. There may be a need for specific law against this suicide on the highways. In Abuja, I am Josephine Bitrus for Signature TV News.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
PFIPC scandal, new dimensions of Nigeria's corruption status. This interview is coming up next with Chief Ogbonna Nwuke, a politician and journalist. Take a look. EC is still ongoing, especially now with the presidency asking for a probe to this, fake or institution per se. Now we have joining us on the call this morning, Chief Ogbonna Nwuke. He is a politician and is also a journalist, here to share his thoughts on this particular controversy. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. First off, how do you see this this controversy concerning the PFIPC, the presidency, Gbajabiamila Adeyemi? What's in your view? How do you see this issue?
I think it's a great mess. What is happening shouldn't happen at all. But in Nigeria, they are so takes eminence, It's embarrassing that a country's chief of staff can be dragged into such a controversy by an Adeyemi that not many people knew before now. And but what's instructive is the outcome of what's playing out is leading to an investigation. And rationally, I believe we all should wait and see what the outcome would be. But in the meantime, it's absolutely embarrassing that we are talking in terms of a faceless group taking over the responsibility of the NIPC, finding space, if it is true, in our budget, finding space in our establishment in the secretariat. And all of this took place under the watch of people who, how do we explain it? If they were operating out of this federal secretariat, how would give them an office space? How? If the activities fake, as we have been told, how did they get budgetary, if it is true, budgetary provisions? And why? Well, under whose guidance, support, they are able to speak to diplomats on behalf of Nigeria? So these are questions, but hopefully the upcoming investigation will unravel them.
Now, there are calls for the resignation of Femi Gbajabiamila. Do you support this demand for his resignation?
It's not a question of whether I support the demand for his resignation. When a public officer, a principal officer in the mood of the chief of staff is embroiled in some controversy, the kind that we have now in this country, common sense will dictate that he takes the option of resigning so that his presence will not interfere with investigations. So I think it's both moral and institutional. At a time like this, it shouldn't be a stumbling block to ongoing investigations. So yes, those calling for his resignation have a point, but I think that he has a moral burden to execute at this time on behalf of himself and the country. He should be the one taking that frontline position to stay aside until investigations are completed. But also don't forget that he was the one who apparently blew the whistle when he wrote to the security agencies asking them to look deeply at activities of the Adeyemi group.
Right. And as events are unfolding, we see that he's also suing Adeyemi, for defamation of about 10 billion naira. And recently, we've also seen the arrest of Adeyemi's father and family friends. So I would also like to hear your thoughts about these unfolding events and if you think they are founded.
Yeah, well, it's well within his right to seek legal redress if he thinks he's been slandered, he has been defamed. So he has a right to seek justice. But the arrest of Adeyemi's parents doesn't sit well. They don't have any. There's no direct link, or whatever between them and the supposed activities of their son. To that extent, and I think that many who have spoken on this matter have been very expressive. They said it's not right to take in the parents of Adeyemi. Adeyemi should be responsible for what he has brought upon himself. So this is not a time to visit the sin of the son on the father. I don't think it is right. It isn't right at all, except there is evidence that they were collaborators, in trying to, as it has become now, defraud the nation. So I think that perhaps what could have started as a PPP arrangement got messed up along the line, the Nigerian way. Because even when you have a public-private partnership, you don't, you probably not be able to create a desk for such people. There are already established institutional desks, when it comes to investments and the flow of it into Nigeria. So I think that, like I said, we have something that looks small, blowing to the open. And when it does, I hope we'll be able to recover from it. Because it's some of the things that we're hearing at this point, it needs verification. It needs some deep-seated investigation. So did that. I mean, one wonders how it could have happened without some strong voices within the system backing them. They don't get there by accident. So now you can see that the presidency is reacting already in terms of how MDAs should package their budgets and all into one big saying, to avoid the kind of, leakages that are either taking place in the system or circumstances like this that are cropping up.
But do you think that Gbajabiamila should be the only focus? Because so far in all of this, the major names we are hearing, Gbajabiamila, Adeyemi, the presidency. But one would wonder, would you say that the attention is so much focused on Gbajabiamila? What about other people involved? Why do you think that the heat is not on them as such as people like the Accountant General and all of that?
It is probably early in the day now. If you followed my slant, you understand the point I'm trying to make, that there could be stronger voices in the background. And of course, those who are probably enemies of this administration certainly will latch on to Femi. If they get Femi down, they've gotten the system. So it's not surprising that Femi is an object of attack at this time. Now, but the issue is that, like I said, if it is true that they had a foothold in the service, a desk, an office in the system, who will give those offices and why? So we also say it was Femi who arranged it, So there's so much. I want to say this to the Nigerian people. I think we have this chance for trying people in the media. Let's slow down. Let's wait for investigations to take place. And then so hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it all. We hope there's not something that we swept under the carpet. No, it shouldn't be. Now, but should we media-try people when all of the investigations are not being concluded? My answer will be no. I don't think it is right. When you tarnish the image of someone, and at the end of the day, it becomes clean. How do you explain that? So, it may even explain why some of the time, some of the cases that the EFCC has investigated have collapsed. Because we run first to trial in the media, and at the end of the day, the substance is lost. So even from me, as not just as a politician, but as also a journalist, I'd like to see a proper investigation commenced, so that we can hear from, of course, if there are officers that are involved in this, we can hear from their mouths, and tell ourselves this is the truth and this is not.
So that brings me to ask you, looking at the government's response to this issue, do you think that the federal government has responded appropriately? I mean, just this morning on the headlines, we saw that the federal government is calling for a probe by ICPC. Now, what do you think about, the government's response method so far?
I think it's the right thing to do, call for an investigation. Because as it stands now, the conspiracy theory appears to be gaining serious grounds within the public space. And believe it or not, so we head towards an election. This is capable of destroying everything that the Tinubu administration has tried to do. It's just capable of blowing it away. And so it isn't out of place, even if we weren't going to an election. It isn't out of place for the government to say, look, wait a minute, gentlemen, let's investigate what's going on. It's right so to do. And if they didn't do that, I would have been more surprised. Now, an investigation has been ordered, no matter how belated. So let's see it. Somebody blew the whistle. The whistleblower is in the eye of the storm, accused even of receiving bribes or asking for bribes. And now the system that he works for is saying, okay, hold on, gentlemen, let's look closely at the facts. And I think that anyone who knows anything about what has happened, what is transpired over this month, to be able to come forward when the investigative panel is set up, to volunteer information, and so that we can get to the root of this matter. For so long, we have allowed some circumstances like this to be swept under the carpet, and I don't think it is right. Not right for the image of the country, not right for the image of government, and not even right for the image of the people.
Now, but for someone that is part of a controversy and also the investigation would involve him, the presidency just recently made him the head of the policing bill, the national policing bill. Do you think that is a right move, or that is a wise decision, making Gbajabiamila a part of the working group on the national policing bill?
Well, these decisions were taken before the controversy grew. I'm very certain, taken before the controversy grew into the open. Now, it depends. You see, the issue is how much facts are in the public place, how much facts are not in terms of intelligence to the system. Now, if Gbajabiamila is part of the policing project that's ongoing, it's because his confidence placed on him by the one who appointed him. And then the implication is also that he's out there as a representative, not of his own person, but of a system that must get information on what's going on. So I don't see any conflict there. It's just that those decisions, like I said, if the issue is the issue of resignation, I am just thinking that if it were me, I'll ask myself, to what extent have I been exposed to this matter? And even if I haven't committed any crime, shouldn't I step aside and allow investigation go on and be completed so that nobody says that I'm interfering? That's why I said it's both an institutional issue and a moral question. But the institution should be able to say to his appointee, please step aside. For the appointee who has carries a moral burden, should be able to say, maybe I found myself in the middle of something that I didn't anticipate. Let me step aside until these investigations are carried on. So this is what maybe politics hasn't come to that level yet. Maybe it's something African about it, something Nigerian about it. Because in other climes, we had a prime minister step down recently. Is it that everything that they said about him was right? And when the issue of confidence, public confidence, when it begins to erode, then those who are in the public eye must dance differently.
Now, what message does this controversy send to the international community? Because this is a very public issue at this point, particularly, with this this idea of Nigeria constantly being involved in fraudulent issues, both internationally and locally. And with this now, what do you think that this would do for our international image?
Well, I think we are Nigerians, and if you look at it very clearly, this tendency to cheat, to be greedy, do all kinds of things, is a with due respect, it's a Nigerian tendency, and that's why it persists. Every administration comes, pledges a fight corruption, and at the end of the day, corruption fights back. They'll put the President Buhari. So this is the kind of country that we come from, and the kind of mindset that governs the intent of those who gravitate in the direction of power or public office, as the case may be. So this is the thing. Even if we are to remove Tinubu and Co now, remove all of them, behead all of them, and bring a new set of Nigerians, there is no guarantee that we will get past corruption easily. So this is the thing. It's something inbuilt. So all of this will require a lot of public education, enlightenment, and then so some level of soul searching. Because there is this African saying that when you are pointing at somebody one finger, there are many fingers are pointing at you. So even if we have to look at it from the concept of the mass, you remove the people who are coming into power are come from a mass of Nigerians. And then if you remove them, there are others coming behind them. They are Nigerians with almost the same tendencies. So this is the thing. Nobody knows who will come and do it right. So it's difficult here, to sound. Without trying to say that it's like, even when we talk in terms of the media, we say the media is a mirror of society. So those who are representing us, even in power, are mirrors of our society.
And even the Senate has come out to say that they won't dabble into this controversy. Are they justified in distancing themselves at this point?
This is the same thing. The Senate is not a court. I think the wise thing to do in the face of a promise of an investigation is how the investigation takes place. The Senate exists to serve the rest of us. Like I said, they are not a court. And whatever they do now may model up ongoing efforts. So I think there's wisdom in the saying at this point in time, prepare to wait for the investigation to take place. Because I think that's what they're doing. By no means are they afraid of speaking their minds on matters like this, but it makes sense to get all the sides of the story, just like we do in the media. So several sides to a story, and until you have all of those sides, you cannot have a complete tale. So this is the point. If we were to use that as a framework for this conversation, it means that we need to wait for additional information to be put out there, because to act on the basis of some supposition, some speculation, it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right. As journalists, we are investigators too, and we know that we must get to the bottom of the report, even before we write a line or two. So this is, I think when you put that together, what the hesitancy of the Senate as may be, I would think that they are hesitating on the side of caution, to allow for investigations to take place. Because when you express opinions on the floor of the Senate, and those opinions carry weight, they can undermine an investigation that is going on. I think it makes sense for the Senate to recuse itself at this time.
Now, looking at this broadly, what, in your opinion, would you say are the wider institutional failures that allowed this situation to develop?
And it shows how both as an institution, we haven't always been very keen in our observation, very keen in how we watch what's going in and what is coming out. And that is why these guys, whoever they are, got embedded into the system. And since we live in a country where people are more interested in the money in your pocket and not how you got it, anybody could do anything to earn some money, And of course, if that is correct, then maybe Adeyemina, who's being verified, I think it's even important that we hear from him. Let him tell us why and how he got where he got. And then this is why, it's difficult for me, to proceed without additional information, so that all of us don't keep making the same mistakes. I believe that, of course, it exposes how our backline is open. If you have a website and you don't have that backline washed, hackers will get in. So this is the thing. I think that at this point in time, it's obvious that what has happened, embarrassing as it is, has shown that we haven't kept a keen eye on what's happening within our public service, and particularly when it comes to funds. You can now understand why it's difficult, no matter what you do, to stop those leakages that are usually embarrassing and costly, to not just to our national institutions, but also our national image.
Now, as 2027 draws near, seeing this level of scandal, what issues do you think could possibly arise from this that could affect the 2027 elections or even the outcome?
Now, what will happen is that it will become a major talking point. And I think our politics should be based on issues. We should be debating issues. We should be discussing more deeply instead of attacking persons. So this is the point. I think that Providence has given us something to chew on, something to discuss as we go forward towards 2027. And so, honestly, I'm one of those who support issue-based politics. So let the Nigerian people know what they are voting for. Are you voting for reform? Are you voting for a rollback of reform? If there are trade issues, are you pro-life or, you support abortion? It's time we played up issues because that's the only way we can have identical positions taken by the political parties. So many people have this, you don't even know what you are voting for. Voting day, somebody brings some little brown pennies and you collect it. And then the next thing you are shouting that you have a bad government. Then why did you take the money? So all of this, the point I'm making is that we need to look at ourselves as Nigerians, and we should be able to reorganize ourselves. Sometimes you say that leaders should lead, but followers should set the stage too. A leader dances in accordance with what he perceives is the orientation of the followership. So while leaders should structure our direction, followers should be able to, straighten their necks, make sure that they don't step out of line. So I think going forward, yes, it's something that, of course, will be discussed, will form part of the campaigns. The opposition has something to debate with, and it's up to them now what they do with it. And then the system, which is fighting back, trying to straighten things, also has something to present. So how they handle this issue will to a large extent, justifying the confidence that the people have, not just in their quest to return to power, but what they're doing thus far.
And going forward, what would you recommend, or what would you say needs to change in our system to prevent controversies like this from happening?
I think that, one, we must give the media kudos. The media has always been up front there, on the front line, exposing scams like this, challenging the nation's conscience through its numerous presentations. So we must give that to the media. It's been doing a clinical job over the years. Now, so what should we do as a country? Yes, we should become much more watchful. You see something, you say something. So, and then one other thing to say here is that those who have come before us, sought our mandate to represent us, must be above board. And it's ridiculous, difficult to even believe that under the watch of an administration, some people who do not belong to the system were able to infiltrate the system to an extent that even if it is true, they were budgeted 3 allocations. So a non-government actor, in the government budget, is strange. It's strange, honestly. But it only means that people out there too who are holding power, because it's not easy, should sit up, be much more watchful. Because many people, like the Bible says, not all who says, Lord, Lord, will get into the kingdom. So there are many people who are saying, we are supporting you, but they're supporting their intent, their personal intent. And they should be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think I should stop there.
Thank you so much, Chief Ogbonnawuke, for joining us on the program this morning. It's an absolute pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
That's it for this particular conversation. Do stay tuned, as Signature Morning will be back after now.
Every second, every minute. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. And this morning, we're asking the question, is Nigeria's democracy on the brinks? To discuss this particular topic, we have in the studio Professor Jeremiah Chidozie Chukwokolo. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me once again.
Yes, thank you for coming as well. What do you think about the democratic system in Nigeria, and looking at what has played out over the years and even recently? What are your thoughts?
Are we practicing democracy? I will ask you that first, because the essence of democracy, there are certain fundamental tenets and principles that whenever you see, you will know that democracy is in practice. One, free and fair elections. When last did we have free and fair elections in Nigeria? Two, multi-party system. The way it is in Nigeria, this government is trying to ensure that there is only one single party. And that is very funny. Three, rule of law. We are here, and all of us are here, and we see some of these people in power being arrogantly audacious in the issues of law. We were here sometimes when I think the 9th or 8th Senate was winding up. One of the senators, at the time the wife was the Chief Judge of Court of Appeal, or is it, no, the President of the Court of Appeal. And they was just talking of how he used the wife's influence to help senators here to win elections in this thing. Three, the judiciary has decided not to be the hope, the last hope of the common man. So when you look at all this, I think this is the fourth one. If you look at all these things, you maybe want to worry about whether we are even practicing democracy, let alone asking the question of why is our democracy getting to the brinks. So I think that it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, and this is not good at all.
Now, from what you've mentioned, there are quite a number of issues that are affecting our democracy. But why do you think that we have gotten to this point? I mean, we're supposed to be practicing a democracy, but from what you've mentioned, it doesn't seem like we are. How did we deteriorate up to this point where we're now asking the question about if we're actually practicing democracy?
I don't actually know, because majority of the people who are in charge now are people who enjoyed this country when this country was at its peak, in terms of following things. I heard somebody was telling us the other time that when they were in the university, how things were. And of course, you know that, I don't know whether you are age, you know that, but I know that there was when the University of Nigeria and Soccer, for instance, had a lot of foreign people around there coming to school and all this, and they were there enjoying themselves in terms of mix of people from outside here. That was when people from Cameroon, people from West Indies, people from outside Europe, some of them were here lecturing, some were students. And so those days things were a little bit better. Even though that some of the periods the army was there, But I think that the major thing that had dealt with us was that we imbibed military culture of autocracy. And I think that's what made us to get to this point. And we continued to go. We continued to go down. And from that point, we have gone this bad. But also, those who are playing politics now are not interested in what we feel, whether the country practices democracy or not. They're not interested. Otherwise, tell me why people will be so audacious to call the bluff of Nigerians anyhow, anywhere we are feeling. It doesn't concern them. That's very, very appalling. You know. So we got here simply because we imbibed the military culture of autocracy. And people in government now, and it is so demoralizing that Tinubu, whom a lot of people saw as a Democrat, given the part of his record of pro-democracy activism, especially during the Nadeko era, will turn now and will be behaving the way he's behaving. It's so unfortunate because when people felt that, look, this man was somebody who fought for democracy, and only for him to want to swallow the entire democratic principle of a multi-party system, which is the major thing that helps democracy to thrive. I think that's a no-no for me, because if we want the country to really democratize, one of the things we must hold to a very high esteem here is to have multi-party structure and the rule of law. But I don't think any of them is distant. I am not trying to, I'm not a politician, I'm not partisan in that sense, and I'm not trying to support anybody. But if court grants somebody bail, no matter how you don't like that person, you can appeal and release that person. It's so unfortunate, the Gestapo style of what the security is doing. The other day, we read the papers that El-Rufai went to see the doctor, and then the doctor was arrested. For what? Can the doctor control El-Rufai if he wants to meet with politicians? The other day too, somebody, a very high, in fact, a global medical icon like Emeritus Professor M.A.C. Agaj was abducted in his house. I won't call that arrest, because in climes where people behave very well, you will just simply invite him. It's only when you have invited him and he refuses to, respond to your invitation, that you can decide to do such a thing by taking such a Gestapo style of going 3 a.m. You don't even know whether he was all night doing surgeries and all these things. You went there to arrest him. There are other people that way that the court will give bail, and the government. I'm not saying that El-Rufai is a very good person or is a bad person. I'm not judging him, because when they were in power, they did such things. But I'm saying that irrespective of the fact that he did what he did, if the court of law grants somebody bail, give him, allow him. So you don't just from behind see who that person for whatever reason. So our laws must be respected. But it appears that people in power respect those aspects of the law they want to respect.
Now, speaking of the law, let's also look at the issue of when we have separation of powers in the tiers of government. Now there is this idea of the center, the executive being too strong and possibly having a lot of influence in both the legislative and the judiciary. Do you think that this is also a factor that is affecting the democratic processes in the country?
Well, I always say that the strongest president in the world is the Nigerian president, by law, by the constitution. He's the chief account officer, he's chief everything. So why can't people, why can't that person do whatever he's doing? Or, there's too much power resident on him. There's no doubt about that. But, and unfortunately, Nigerians have been trying to restructure in such a way that power will not be rested on one individual person. The governors, the presidents, the president, the governors in Nigeria, they are too powerful. And so, if unfortunately we are not making serious efforts at restructuring, because if we do, then I can tell you that we will start reducing the powers. Look at the First Republic. Regions were very strong and they were developing. I cannot see any other thing that Nigeria has achieved beyond what was achieved in the First Republic. Look at the whole Eastern region. Remember, the Eastern region before the First Republic comprised of up to Southern Cameroon. And when M.I. Okpara, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Akanibiam, those who strode around the Eastern region at the time, most of the things they started are the things we see. Some of them are even, they have left them to become moribund. So, what kind of country are we? In fact, as a development scholar, there is a concept I have introduced recently, what I call, you people say developing nations, underdeveloping nations, developed nations, and I have added counter-developing nations, because there are some countries like Nigeria that have decided to counter the developmental trajectories they had before. When we were very small in ENUGU here, water was flowing everywhere. Where I live now, sometimes my children, if they weren't watching TV, they will be asking me, what is this thing for? I mean, the showers that are there, because they have never seen water pass through there. But they watch TV and see showers there, Otherwise, they wouldn't know practically what shower is. And electricity was here. I remember this Uji Tamal station was serving up to Southern Cameroon, and people didn't have issues of light. But today, if you have light up to 6 hours in a day, then you are coming from heaven. So, how long are we going to be like this? That's my question. How long?
But, we've seen that these laws are in place, just like you mentioned at some point, but the implementation is the issue. Why, in your opinion, why do you think that we have an implementation problem in Nigeria, whereby we have laws, like you mentioned, the judiciary, we have laws, but they are not implemented. Same thing goes for the legislative. Why do we have that issue consistently?
Well, I don't know actually, but I can tell you that it still goes from the point of our heritage from the military, because the president, the head of state under the military is a dictator, and whatever he says goes on. And people are just behaving that way, throwing our laws overboard, because truth is to be, if truth is to be told, you see that most of these things we are talking about, they are there in our laws. But those who are in charge accept the ones they want to accept. And the judiciary, has, to a very great extent, contributed so badly. But again, when there is no independence of judiciary, the same person will promote you. We have seen it here when they call those judges and they do yeoman jobs for the executive, the next thing you hear is that that person is now promoted to Court of Appeal, some to Supreme Court. So if you were a judge, everybody, of course, has the ambition of getting to the peak of his or her career. If you're a judge and you see that if they tell you, my friend, look at what we want to do, and you do it, they will protect you. You go to appeal, from appeal court to Supreme Court. Won't you do that? So these things are the things that are weakening. And the worst is a very complacent citizenry. The citizenry is very complacent. Nobody wants to be injured. Nobody wants to take pains at all. Otherwise, the way we are going, people should be able to one day say, enough is enough. And we'll now see how the few people who are on top there will keep doing what they are doing to the masses.
But such things have come up at certain points. I mean, there have been protests. People have come out to do protests and things like that.
Like the NSAS, right?
Yes, NSAS, End Bad Governance. There have been some other ones.
Unfortunately, they were not sustained. You don't do it as a tea party. It's not a one-day issue, and you'll be ready to lose your life if you want, because I know enough European and Western histories to know that at a point they were worse than what we are facing. Let's look at the French Revolution. It came to a point where the Queen was like, they had their fort where they lived, and they were asking them. People were telling them, people are so hungry here, let's see what we can do. Somehow, the Queen would ask, you mean people are hungry? Even common brown bread, they can have. Of course, one day, that thing they felt they were living in a fortress. People came, they invaded them, got them, killed them. The gallows they had just built for dealing with the opposition, they were hung on those gallows, and they died. Now, if you look at the Dutch district, it came to a point in Netherlands that people reacted, and they were cannibals. They ate their leaders, cooked them in big cauldron pots and ate them. And so were a lot of other places. So you must, to a point, a day, say enough is enough. If we all will die, let us all die. The remaining will have a better country. Because the way we are going, you are saying, last Saturday, I talked at a book review in Oka, and it's almost this type of thing. And I said, when you think our democracy is on the brinks, it appears you don't appreciate the extent of what is going on. What is going on is that we've collapsed. These things we are doing, we are just managing it. And how long do we manage it? It's either those people in power suppress us, or we will say enough is enough, and we ensure that things happen correctly. That's what is here. I'm not inciting anybody, but I'm saying that look at how things must be done. That we have prototypes in history where people told the government we must follow our laws. And even when government was killing them, it came to a point when people ran away. But unfortunately, we have a lot of foreign influences in the things people do in modern days as we are now. Because otherwise, if we're doing our things internally, I don't think people should get to this point of people are not afraid of what the masses will do. They are the masses and they are the leaders at the same time. Where does it happen? No place. Except in Nigeria. So it's unfortunate.
Right. So let's also look at opposition politics. You've mentioned about opposition, but let's also talk about this wave of defections and political realignment, particularly as 2027 is getting closer. We've seen a lot of cross-carpeting in political parties and the like. So what do you have to say about that?
I don't want to be dragged into this partisan political thinking. But however, we are here. One thing that is clear to me is that, by the way, I can ask you, who is the opposition parties in Nigeria? The only thing I can say, the only person that is doing opposition is Peter Obi. These other people are just fair weather friends. If you don't get position, because there are no political ideologies in the political parties. The only ideologies is to win and share whatever booty they are sharing. So if for any reason you think that there is opposition, there is none. People now play opposition whenever they lose tickets. That's when they play opposition. But apart from that, they don't. It's only Peter Obi that has consistently played the opposition, and the party in power understands it. That's why everywhere Peter goes, they go there and create some problems for him, because they put people in, and those people are the people that create this opposition. And that's why you look at yesterday, the Senate president opened his mouth and said when they will win, now opposition will say that they rigged the election. All those type of things. What kind of place are you? Because they know that what they have done and what they are planned to do. So that's why I'm saying that I find it difficult to accept that apart from Peter Obi, there's no opposition. What is Atiku doing to really say he's in opposition? Well, what is he doing? Nothing. The only thing is, I want to be president. If I cannot be president, then I will start making noise to do some deals. We know them, what they're doing, so that they will be giving some contracts from behind and all those type of things, and their business is working. So otherwise, what is the effect of the opposition, if there is any?
So I will still continue this conversation about the opposition, but let's go on a break, and when we return, the discussion continues. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. We're still with Professor Chidozie Chukwuokolo talking on Nigeria's democracy and if it is on the brinks. Now, Professor Chukwuokolo, before we went on the break, we were talking about the opposition parties, and you mentioned that the only opposition as it stands now is Peter Obi as an individual, not the political parties. And that brings me to ask you, do you think that apart from the multi-party system that Nigeria currently operates, that independent candidacy should also be considered in the political arrangements?
Certainly, yes. That's a very serious part of the democratic tenets. Because if I think, for instance, that I can have something to do and I don't have the very good decision what do they call it, in political parties, I have right, if we are practicing democracy as it ought to be, I have right to appear as an independent candidate. Unfortunately, that one is very expensive, because what happens in Nigeria, what I have seen over the years as an adult who have been watching political happenings since 1993 up to today, what I have seen is that if you get a pussy and give that pussycat a ticket, members of the political party will now start working for the pussycat. So, but if you go as an independent candidate, you will need a lot of work, and democracy is very expensive. That's the only factor that can delay people. But ideally, independent candidature is one of the things that add coloration and beauty to democracy. That's what I feel.
And that also brings me to ask you about, the political parties itself and what they are driven by. What do you have to say about the ideologies of these political parties? Would you say that they still have ideologies at their core, or would you say that they are just purely vehicles, electoral party vehicles, or something of that sort?
I have said before that for me, I don't believe there is any political ideology except plutocracy. When I'm very sorry, but most of the political parties, they have these ideologies. So, but those who are in, they are practicing them. Do they take recourse to party ideologies or anything? I don't think they do. All they do is that they want to win. And once they win and get appointed and amass a lot of wealth, that is it. That's why you will see today. In America, for instance, or even in Britain, you will see somebody over many years, he is a Democrat, he is a Republican, he is a Labour Party, and all those type of things. He's a conservative, he's all this. But here, in the morning, somebody will be in PDP. In the afternoon, he will be in APC. In the evening, he will be in Labour. In the night, he will be in ADC and all those things. What are they doing? They are just trying to position themselves in order to be part of the looting spree that happens. So that's why I said that I don't think political parties here have ideologies. The only, I'm sorry, I'm not, but we have to say the truth. The only person who is talking to people in terms of what the Nigerian youths want to hear, what Nigerians want to hear, and showing that he has ideas of what should be done to get Nigeria better is P2B. As at now, I'm not here to campaign for him. I'm not doing that, but I'm analyzing what I'm seeing every day. Because if you ask him questions practically on what to do, he appears to have answers. Take electricity, for instance. He said 4 years he will make our thing get to 10,000 megawatts. And people were saying this. He said, I've gone to Egypt and other places to learn how they do their own. He is always learning. I'm not saying he might achieve or he might not achieve what he said, but at least you see somebody who understands what should be done. And then that's how it is in a lot of other things. But some people will come in their campaign and be audacious enough to tell you that if I don't give you power, if I seek second term, don't vote for me. And he didn't give that power and they are still seeking for it. In climes where people behave well, your words will be abound and you leave it off. That's the way I look at these things. There was sometimes when we were in secondary school, we had that the British self-checker, I think the accountant general at the time, could not account for £5. £5, like 5 naira. He resigned. Why couldn't I account for £5? But here, the immediate part GMD of NNPC, they are talking of over 200 trillion that he didn't do, and nobody can see him. He has not been brought to book anywhere. And people are pretending that all is well, that we are practicing democracy. And you just see like Ponzi commissions here. And what will they do? They will go and bring the person being accused, the person to become the crown counsel, witness. Who does that? Somebody accused you that you told him to give you 600 million to get appointment. He gave 4. That appointment came. Warren started when you said, okay, you also take 48% of 24 billion that is in that budgeted for that Ponzi. And then you thought and said there is no such a thing in the law and all this and all that. Yet this person had account with CBN. The establishment had multiple accounts, and then people say you didn't see him. I read something yesterday. And I say, this is how societies work. Somebody said he traveled to Japan, an Arab person. Whether it is a story or whatever, if it is true, I said, this is how things work. He went to Japan, and it was a swimming pool. And when other people were not there, he felt pressed, and he went inside the swimming pool. Immediately he did it, alarm blew. And some security men came, come out, please, come. He came out, and that was how they started the interrogation. Took him to the receptionist and took his passport, flagged his passport, and told him, sorry, you can't continue to be here with us. He left. All the hotels he tried to check in, he couldn't get. Until he got to a point where he went to the embassy. And the embassy said, well, the only option you can explore now is hotels that don't have swimming pools, because all the ones that have swimming pools, they have flagged you. You can't be there. So I was asking myself, just that somebody urinated inside a swimming pool, the whole country has known him, and somebody will take over 200 trillion, nobody will know the person. You can't track the person. We're ashamed of a country, and nobody is very, very proud or should be proud of this country. And so when people talk about Nigerians not being patriotic, somehow I blame some of us who have opportunities of living and refuse to live, and say we will get this country better. But every indices is showing there's no need to be patriotic here. Is it those who have finished, retired, they can't get their pension, they can't get their gratuity? And a lot of them are dying because they don't have money to take care of old age. So it's appalling and very weakening to everybody.
Do you see a solution to this issue that we are in at the moment in the nearest future? And what would you say can possibly turn around, the trajectory of Nigeria's democracy?
Well, I will tell you that I see hope, because if you don't have, in fact, what kills human beings is the philosophy of hope. If you don't have hope again in this life, you see the person commit suicide. So we have hope at that level, because we might be lucky by chance incident, somebody who is legacy oriented becomes our president. Nigerians are good followers. If you show leadership by example, Nigerians will follow you. But in terms of what should be done, I will not say anything, because Nigerians know what they should do. It's not the leaders. Nigerians know what they should do. If they don't want to do it, let all of us stay here and keep watching. But whether Nigerians know what they should do, they know.
Maybe you could also enlighten us exactly, because...
No, I will not, because let me tell you why I will not. This country as it is, if you say what you ought to say or what should be done, you may see a lot of unnecessary backlash for saying the truth. And so I know that we have said it so long in this country that I will not. I knew that I did a program in conjunction with other people for 9 good years in Solid FM every Friday, 9 to 10:30, that we used to call a People's Court. We have said all the things that people should say. So I will continue to. That's why for some time I gave myself a break from all these things. Say Nigerians are not ready. When they are ready, they will show that they are ready. So they know what they should do for this country to get better. And the Igbo man we have this our proverb, no ozu chọọ ikpo ogene ọ na-egbu anya n'ọdụ egbe ọ mara ka ogene si adị. So a blacksmith that wants to get good gong, we look at the tail of the kite and then see the shape and do the thing. We have a lot of prototypes all over the world. So people should read more about the history of this and follow those trajectories. We are not creating a new narrative. No. We know what others did, and we should
do you think what they did would work for us in this climate?
Yes, what they did will work for us when we amend it to our circumstance. So we have seen the basic things they have done. We can get it amenable to our own circumstance existentially, and then we will do it. So that's what I think.
So back to the question, which is the topic of this conversation. Is Nigeria's democracy on the brinks, Professor Chukwokolo?
You have started again. I said that.
I want you to say
I
it
said
explicitly.
that when you think it is on the brinks, you don't appreciate the extent of problems we have. It is worse than being it has collapsed by what the people who are operating it are doing. We are watching them. But the truth is that it is worse than thinking it is on the brinks. That's my position.
Thank you so much, Professor Chukwokolo Chidozie. Thank you for joining us on Signature Morning. It's a pleasure to have you and to have this discussion with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And our viewers, we should be very, very serious and stop complacency, because this country is owned by all of us, and we must do our own bits to ensure that what is right is done rightfully. Thank you.
Well, we just talked on Nigeria's democracy. Is Nigeria's democracy on the brinks? Remember, you can always follow up on these conversations. You can rewatch the interview, drop your comments, let us know what you think on our social media handles. Thank you so much for joining us on Signature Morning today. Do stay tuned as the show continues from our Abuja studios. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Have a nice day.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Hello and welcome to Abuja this rather rainy morning in the Federal Capital Territory. This is Signature Morning and my name is Mwabozenjoko. The matter of the Wajabiamila Gate. It won't go away. It has not gone away. And the president has done something which many people have been asking him to do right from the first day. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the ICPC, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, to step into this issue. The president wants to know who individuals, ministries, whether official or external, who facilitated this national disgrace. In the course of this conversation this morning, we will commend the president for listening to Nigerians and trying to save the image of the presidency. We will also try to tell him what he has not done that ought to be done. My guest this morning is a lawyer, politician, two-time commissioner for information in Abia State, a master's degree holder in law, and a chieftain of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Dr. Eze Chikamnayo. Chikamnayo, you're welcome to the program this morning.
Thank you, my brother.
It is not a morning to celebrate. It is rather a morning to introspect. But on a positive note, the issue of a fake agency in the presidency has been trending since over a week. But the president did something on Tuesday, and that is step into it personally and ask the ICPC to investigate. How did you welcome that presidential reaction?
I believe it's too little, too late. Too little, too late. That's how I describe it, because the president himself knows that he is very unfair to Nigerians. That, we started talking about this. I've gone on various media houses. My party has issued an official press release, and then several Nigerians from all walks of life have been clamoring for accountability in this issue. And then the president wakes up and refers it to ICPC. That's not what we wanted. What we wanted was an independent investigation that does not involve any of the
presidential bureaucracy,
any agency under the presidency, and if possible, a judicial panel of inquiry that will bring all the actors to come and account for their role. And you cannot conclude, I disagree with you, that the agency is fake. That's the narrative the presidency has been waving.
Yeah, no, that is what we are told, and we cannot manufacture.
No. We
the media cannot manufacture.
No. We don't accept hook line. That's not our practice. I'm a journalist.
Yes,
I was one before I became a lawyer. It's not our practice to swallow hook, line, and sinker, whatever we are told by government. We investigate, and until it has been proven to be fake, we will not run with the narrative of the presidency that is fake. Who told you it's fake? How did you know it's fake? In the course of this conversation, I will prove to you beyond reasonable doubt that it couldn't have been fake. It couldn't have possibly been fake, because it is an agency that is woven through the whims and caprices of some people who must have been very influential insiders for it to even take off in the first place. So using that word fake, please, is not fair to the investigation. It's not fair to Nigerians. It's not fair to the spirit of accountability. It's too presumptuous. It's too premature to say that agency was fake. And then for the president to refer it to ICPC is also part of what we have said should not happen. We want an independent investigation, headed by a senior member of the judiciary, a judicial panel of inquiry. And we also demanded, most importantly, that for fairness, for this inquiry to amount to anything, that all the people who have been accused of being complicit one way or the other, or being negligent one way or the other, should be asked to step aside in the interest of fairness and justice. You cannot arrest the man who is heading that agency, as it were, and then ignore the people that he said worked with him and brought that agency to bear. Femi Gbajabiamila should be suspended immediately. The Secretary to Government of the Federation, who is in charge of issuing of appointment letters and issuing of circulars of government and issuing of supervision of agencies, should be suspended immediately. So George Akume should be suspended. Gbajabiamila should be suspended. The CBN governor, who superintended over an institution that is supposed to be the soul of our financial systems, and is unable to put up systems that could make it impossible, visually impossible, for somebody to come in and
yes.
Yes.
Even though I provide the two sides to it.
Yes.
The office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation said no account was opened in the CBN. Prince Adeyemi and co attempted to do so, but the process flagged it because certain documents did not really rhyme with what obtains in the presidency. And so they flagged it and they said no account was opened. That queries our saying that the CBN should be found, should be indicted or whatever. I want to provide it two sides first.
Yes,
so that you can.
I agree with you that they are now saying whatever they want to say. These are things they should be saying to the panel, not to us, not in press releases. They ought to go to the panel. The SGF too should equally tell us how that man's so-called agency found its way to the federal budget. The budget.
There are two other things I provide for you because you need to comment on them, but I need to contrast this very information with another one. Because Bayo Onanuga, in his initial statement on behalf of the presidency, admitted that there was an account in CBN, but that Prince Adeyemi and his team deceived CBN officials with fake documents. In other words, Bayo's statement said there was an account obtained by deceit. Office of the SGF says there was no account because the process was incomplete and there was no account in the CBN. It's good for you to have the two sides so that you can make an appropriate intervention.
It's not two sides. It's a desperate and deliberate attempt to pull the wool over the eyes of Nigerians. The Tinubu administration has proven to be a government of contradictions. And if we had time, I would have given you examples of such. But be that as it may, whether we are going to take the version by Bayo Onanuga,
good, there's an account, there's an account, and there's no account,
and then, or that of Akume, who said there's no account, we will now ask ourselves, these two individuals, whose terrors,
whose are officials of the presidency,
yes, who are officials of the president, ought to step aside. They cannot be judges in their own matter. They are not supposed to be in office and be making every desperate attempt to cover up their tracks. Remember, something critical has happened in the course of this case. The go-between this man and the people he has alleged he is working with in the go died mysteriously in a fire incident in his house. No autopsy.
In a hotel, indeed.
Well, some said hotel, some said in his house, which is the same reason why there ought to be a judicial panel of inquiry. Who killed this man? Why was he suddenly eliminated? Who investigated it? Has there been any autopsy? Who was arrested for the for the purpose of the arson, as it were,
that took his life?
That took his life,
or whatever was fire service involved at any point.
So these things have gone on and on for 2 months, and the SGF is still in office. Gbajabiamila is still in office. The budget office head is still in office. The CBN people are still in office. and then you are asking the presidency to investigate itself, because the ICPC is an agency under the presidency. So it does not have the gumption or the capacity to initiate, because Bajabiamila is the chief of staff to the president. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the ICPC going to investigate a sitting member of the cabinet, in fact, the soul of the presidency, the fulcrum of the presidency, they are playing to the gallery, and everybody knows, and you know too.
Now you're a lawyer. They want to begin an investigation. Two things have developed since a little bit before the president made this order. The first is that security operatives arrested the father of Prince Adeyemi.
Intimidation, harassment.
In law, really.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to do that.
I want you to educate me, because
yes, this whole thing is getting unnecessarily messy. It's a simple thing. Two fighting. Who is supposed to separate these two? This man said, Bajabiamila brought me into this whole business. That's his allegation. And he aided and abetted whatever I did. He has accused the presidency of collusion, of being part of whatever happened. That's his allegation. But Bajabiamila said, no, I don't know you. I never knew you. I have no business with you. You're fake. This is two fighting. Who is supposed to separate the two? The law, the institutions of government. How do you separate the two? By bringing two of them to a point, to a platform of fairness, equity, where the two sides will be heard, not from a point of you being on top and having all the instruments of coercion, all the instruments of government, and doing your inside work to destroy all the evidences that are going to help in the unraveling of the truth in this issue. While the other man is sitting in office, the other man is, in detention, and the go-between suddenly dies. The father is being arrested.
I want you to speak to that, because a number of civil society organizations are reacting to it, inquiring in essence, what is the function of his father living in his village with an accusation raised by a mature, independent citizen against another. If the security operatives were to look for somebody to bring before the law,
who authorized the security operatives to act? The issue is that the security operatives could have only acted if authorized by an establishment, as it were, institution as it were. So who authorized them to go after the father when there is yet to be, an investigation? Because only after a thorough, dispassionate investigation that you can now begin to order the arrest of people who have been implicated or, who have been found to be part of whatever is wrong or right in the issue. But going after his father, going after him, and then purportedly going after the go-between who is now late, and then, breathing down with all the instruments and all the forces and all the powers of states in one direction, while the other one is more like business as usual. Shielded. Okay, let me ask you, so this is a case of a spectacular institutional failure. Institutional failure of the highest magnitude, of the highest order. Now, you told us that this man invented an agency. That's what you tell us. And you want us to believe, isn't it? You will now tell us that the same man forged his own appointment letter. And you want us to believe you. I have been in government. I have been appointed by government. Appointment letters are not typed in business centers. Appointment letters originate from the office of the secretary to government with serial numbers, with protective, if you look at security checks. And then when that appointment letter comes through the office of the SGF or the office of even the chief of staff, it now is minuted to the accountant general of the Federation for the purpose of emoluments and salaries and all of the entitlements, is minuted to various ministries and departments from the office of the SGF. And these are internal memos. They don't come from outside. They come from inside and they go down the line. And you told her that the man forged that. Okay. And you told us that the man secured an office, not at Gariki, not at Wuse Zone 6, not in Wuse 2, but inside the federal
not in
secretariat,
Nyanya.
not in Nyanya, not somewhere in Gwagwalada, but inside the federal, the soul of the bureaucracy of Nigeria, inside the federal secretariat. If you know how difficult it is for even a minister, some ministers were appointed and it took them more than 8 months to find a space. I remember one minister, I don't want to mention name here, that was appointed. I had to continue to operate from his apartment for a long while because it's a new ministry as a minister of state, and there was no space in the federal secretariat. It took more than 8 months before he could secure a place. So ministers spend as much as 4 or 5 months. How did this man automatically, within a space of few weeks, gain entrance to the soul of the bureaucracy of Nigeria, get an office that ministers in the cabinet find difficult
and was even operating from there?
And was operating from there.
Just one second on Eze. If my producer is there, please kindly play me back that clip that Prince Adeniyi was welcoming diplomats and beginning transaction on foreign investment into the country. And why I want to play it back is simple.
Please, when you are putting fake agency in your byline, put inverted commas, opening and close.
Okay.
I don't want you people to be saying presidency, probing a fake agency.
Okay.
You put presidency probing a purported
fake agency.
You must put inverted commas because up till now there is nothing to prove that agency is fake. It's the word of the presidency against the word of the man. It's the spirit of fairness. Please.
We must also respect
our government. It's not about respect. No. Please, I disagree with you with all due respect.
Okay.
Now you cannot. We are not talking about respect or disrespect because I hold the presidency in the highest esteem. That's why I'm telling you here and now
to protect.
That you must protect the presidency and protect the citizen. The office of the citizen is as high, if not higher, than the office of the president.
But me, as a media person, if I put that in parentheses,
in inverted commas,
yes,
which means that
there's a doubt on
that the fake agency is yet to be pronounced fake by authorities that ought to pronounce it fake, because it is the citizen saying it is not fake. You, the man who has been elected, saying it is fake. These are two citizens. One that is in office and one that is out of office. Okay. But you must be two citizens, whether in office or out of office,
treat them equally
until the law provides otherwise, and then proves that this one is actually the one that is right. Or might must not be right. And for might not to be right, you have to stop this idea of taking whatever.
In other words, we let us close our eyes blind and do justice. Thank you. We're going to defend that. My producer, please kindly play me back that clip. While you are playing me back that clip, let us respect our guests. Let us put that fake in quote. But meanwhile, please play me back that clip.
Very important.
Because let us know.
Very important.
Because you raise an issue.
Yes.
How did he get office?
I was even coming.
I want to show all that he is in fact operating effectively.
While they bring that in, there are some other questions you have to answer. He recruited staff.
You are going to see the staff. That's what I want you to do.
So the point I'm making is that there is a tremendous, fantastic failure. It's dysfunctionality of the presidency, dysfunctionality of the government we elected, dysfunctionality of all the apparatus of government. For this man to have invented an agency, forged his own appointment,
got an office,
recruit staff, and then these staffs were drawn from different ministries, and
including the office of the accountant.
Directors were appointed. And now he is able to correspond with government institutions, write letters, and get replies. No background check.
Okay, thank you very much. Please let us have that clip. My producer, if you're ready with it, please let's have the clip.
The other one, we have to bring in foreign innovation, foreign investors like you now to come and invest in Nigeria. Go out.
Dr. Ezechikamnayo, you know why I play back that clip? It is to show us that, one, you could see his Nigerian staff receiving those diplomats with him. Two, he's operating at the highest diplomatic level. Three, he is processing foreign investment into the country.
Even organized functions where ministers attended, the EFCC ZA attended, as I saw in the pictures, or maybe calls to major people across the government. Let me tell you something.
No, let me, you know what? Please allow me to check the government narrative that he's a con fellow. How he was able to con the federal government
I don't want
comprehensively.
you to be playing this devil's advocate. I don't want you to be sounding like an apologist of the Tinubu administration. I know you very well. I know you won't be an apologist of people who...
I'm using the facts available to
which
me.
facts? These are fictional and delusional and very insulting way of dealing with citizens. You can't tell me that we are all morons. We are not daft. We have all been in government. Tinubu is not the first president Nigeria has produced. Neither is Femi Gbajabiamila or Akume or any of these people going to be the first to have been in their place. Even during the military era, where a lot of things are done by fiat and arbitrariness, you cannot have this kind of scandal. How much more in a democratic system where you are supposed to have checks and balances? There are people in the National Assembly whose duty it is to scrutinize budgets, to look at the books, to invite agencies. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it is the judiciary, a judicial panel of inquiry that is isolated from the influence of the presidency, at least reasonably so, that ought to be probing Gbajabiamila, Akume, the CBN governor, the people in the budget office, and all of the individuals that have been mentioned by this man. That man is a citizen of Nigeria, and he remains innocent until he's found guilty. He's as innocent as at now as Gbajabiamila, until the law proves otherwise. But as we are trying to walk up to that point, all of this harassment and all of this intimidation and all of this use of government apparatus to push the man to the brink, to break the man as it were, ought not to be. It's our duty as citizens to say, Mr. President, stop shielding, as it were, your people. Suspend them. Okay, let me ask you a question. When the minister, former minister of, I think it was humanitarian affairs or so,
yes,
was asked to leave, and investigation was started by the presidency.
Yes.
Were those people allowed to be in office?
No.
Okay, when Naji, the former Minister of Science and Technology, was accused of something that is more or less has to do with his personal certificates and all of that qualification, was he allowed to stay?
No.
So why are you making a sacred cow out of Gbajabiamila, out of Akume, out of all the people that ought to be in their house, driving to the judicial panel of inquiry, clearing their name and that of the government in such a scandal that is threatening the credibility of the government, the credibility of the entire Nigerian
financial system, financial process.
The soul of this country has been called into question. And you are telling me that the people who have been mentioned ought to stay in their office and conduct business as usual, as if not, and conclude that this man is fake, and we agree with them that it's fake just because they said it's fake. When did the word of the presidency become law? The word of the presidency, the word of Bayo Nanoga, the word of Gbajabiamila, the word of Akume is not the law of Nigeria. They are citizens. They have no more rights than the other man who is now being brought into some form of question. It's their word against his. And The only institution that can find out is the Judicial Panel of Inquiry, not an agency of the presidency like the ICPC.
Now, somebody even says to me that for ICPC to be called to step in is an admission by the process that Adeyemi is a civil servant.
Yes, because ICPC is supposed to probe, corruption that takes place within the institutions of state. But if you are saying that the man
is an external
person, so why are you bringing him before ICPC? I agree, 100%.
Okay, but there's something quite interesting that has also developed, if I may tell you that, and that is that apart from the arrest of Prince Adeyemi's father, there are those who, Badabia Miller himself has threatened a 10 billion naira lawsuit against Adeyemi.
Putting the cart before the horse.
I'm going to ask you that question.
Why will he be rushing to?
What is he rushing to court for?
To court for when he is not yet
subjected? Has it been established that indeed that this was a fraud?
You see, the issue
or is it the person exonerating himself and heading to court?
That his haste is suspicious. That his haste is actually an indication that all is not well. Because what document are you taking to court? Is it not supposed to be the outcome of the panel that have exonerated you, that you are going to now attach and say, this man called me a thief? And the government has investigated through a judicial panel of inquiry. A dispassionate and impartial process has proven that I'm not a thief. On account of this well-established fact, I'm not asking for some form of reprieve. How would he now tell us that you are saying, I'm not a thief, when you are sitting there on behalf of Nigerians and your reputation and character has been called into question? The office you occupy has been brought into question, and you have not faced any form of impartial investigation. Because this is not something that could be handled administratively. There are two types of panel: administrative panel and judicial panel. An administrative panel is more like an internal situation. And it's actually after that administrative panel has submitted their report that the government will now refer the individuals to ICPC based on the report of the administrative panel. Assuming they are government employees and appointees, the president will set up an administrative panel. The outcome of the administrative panel, the president will wrap it and send to ICPC and say, now this is the panel we have done internally. This is the finding we have done. This is after our self-search. This is what we found. But to give it the instrument of the law, go ahead and use this document and investigate this man.
Investigate and
prosecute him. No administrative panel has been set up. No judicial, because in this case, it's not an administrative panel because a lot of things that has to do with criminality, forgery, and the rest is involved. We now go to judicial panel. And it's after that judicial panel has brought out their report, armed with that report, that the government will now hand the man over to the police for prosecution. So why jumping the gun? Why the haste? Why are they trying to do this? And they think we're all daft. They think
apart from thinking that we're
all daft. They have, Nigerians have become benumbed. It's only in this country that citizen, the office of the citizen is held in
utter contempt.
Utter contempt and treated with levity. Okay, now let's look at it this way. This man says, you brought me into this system. You facilitated me and my capacity. I'm an outsider. Without your involvement as a top official of government, there's no way I would have entered the federal secretariat. There's no way I would have done this. I actually gave you 400 million.
I'm coming to that.
And you collected that money and demanded for about 200 more. And
no, it was even going to give him 200 more.
And it was at that point when we
these
had
were his allegations.
I said, this is the allegation. I agree with you. No, look, this is a case of two fighting. This man is saying, I gave you money, you took my money. We have to find out, did you give him this money in dollar? Through who? Or you gave him cash? Was it transmitted electronically? Through who?
There should be trails.
There must be trails. Even though the go-between has been eliminated. Yes, but there are other ways of a dispassionate agency like the SSS, the DSS. They have other ways of unraveling all of that. You have not called in the DSS to investigate. You have not called in the judicial panel of inquiry. You are not telling us this, ICPC, or you make una try. This is not right.
Dr. Kanayo, just 1 second. Let us listen to Badaba Amila that all this was fake. How did the fakery break into the budget process and find allocation? Nobody, neither Badaba nor Prince Adeyemi, is contradicting that this, quote again, let me borrow, fake agency had an allocation in the budget. How did the fakery break into the budgeting cycle?
Listen, these people know what they're doing. I've been commissioner. I've been in office. Not once, not twice. And I've been commissioner once, civil service commission. I know how you get government employees to go to one place or the other in terms of posting and all of that. Now, let me ask you. Before an agency is able to receive any form of cooperation from the office of the Accountant General, either of a state or federation, the gazette creating that agency must be attached in its initial correspondence to the office of the Accountant General. I cannot just go to the Accountant General and say, I'm an agent. The Accountant General will want you to attach the gazette
that created you.
There must be a legal backing, well established and formally communicated to the office of the Accountant General before they can post their staff, their valuable staff to you. So, directors of finance for the agency, directors of this, directors of that. Directors are not small boys in the civil service. Before you can take directors away from the pool and begin to send them into an agency, the first document that comes with every correspondent is the authorization. The law creating that agency will be formally communicated to these offices. That's why I told you that Akume ought to resign. Or if he doesn't want to resign, he ought to be suspended. The Accountant General ought to resign. If he doesn't want to resign, he ought to be suspended. Bajabi Amila, Chief of Staff, ought to resign or suspended. All the principal officers of government whose act of omission or commission or negligence or complicity, as it were, or collusion, may have inadvertently or directly led to this scandalous situation that is costing us, that is stabbing at the heart of our international acceptance and credibility. All of them ought to be asked to step aside and a judicial panel of inquiry established. And after that inquiry, before you now talk about prosecution, either by any of the established agencies whose it is to do. But right now, they are putting the cart before the horse. All in an attempt, okay, you people, like last time when I was in a sister television station, I gave my organization, my party, NDC, said we need the president to act within 7 days. The action we wanted was ask all of these principal officers to step aside, set up a judicial panel of inquiry. Yes, the president has acted within the time frame of 7 days. But what did he do? He tried to paper over the issues. He tried to, okay, you people want me to act. I have done something. Let us continue. The next day, as he's acting on that, by telling ICPC, oh yeah, you people go and look at what is happening. He It's impaneling Bajabi Amila to look at issues, very important issues like the issue of establishment of state police. You cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. Your man cannot be facing an investigation at the same time heading very critical functions of government. That is why he ought to step aside. Caesar's wife must not just live above board. Caesar's wife must be seen to live above board. So the president must not be seen to be probing this. He must be seen to be probing it in a manner that puts credibility even in the probe. Because right now, the efforts of the president, they also smack of lack of credibility. That's where we are. And we are still insisting that until Mr. President Tinubu sets up a judicial panel of inquiry and subjects all of the people who are supposed to have been the gatekeepers. They are supposed to be gatekeepers of our collective good. But Jabir Miller is supposed to be the gatekeeper there at the presidency. Akume is supposed to be the gatekeeper of the bureaucracy. The Accountant General is supposed to be the gatekeeper of our common patrimony. And the budget office is supposed to be the gatekeepers that ensure that allocations are properly done. All of these people have failed in their duty of gatekeeping, either by omission or commission. And they ought to step aside. Listen, if your security man here was sleeping or is said to be sleeping, and the man at the estate gate is sleeping or is said to be sleeping, and a lot of the people whose duty at one point or the other is supposed to protect the people in this whole estate, in this whole area of the town, and a great criminal act takes place, the first thing you do is to pick each one of them at their different posts and push them to the relevant places for investigation.
Not for them to remain
it's
there.
Not for them to remain security man. The person whose life they are supposed to protect has died. The properties they are supposed to protect has been stolen. And then you keep them in their duty post and then ask them to be writing essay to ICPC and going back to home as if nothing happened. So on what basis were you then subjecting your ministers, members of your cabinet, sworn in, to treatments that you are now finding it difficult to apply
to these
people?
other
That means here in this government of President Tinubu, some people are sacred cows, others are scapegoats. And that's not what we actually want.
You know, while you are speaking,
in a government that is
while you are speaking,
democratic.
I removed my glasses because you raised a scare for me.
Yes.
If this kind of situation could arise in financial administration, once upon a time in this country, somebody established a police station, had a DP in that police station, had armed policemen in that station, and that station was a fake police station, arresting people and detaining and granting bail and all that. If this level of scandal has taken place, how safe is our security system? If somebody can establish an office in the National Secretariat and get that office to be allocated in a budget and get that office to have directors in that, government calls it fake.
And organize events.
And organize events attended by ministers.
Engage in correspondence with foreign institutions.
I have a worry
and
about
the president
national security.
The president is talking about ICPC. I mean, what
is this something?
What is the role of ICPC when the matter is yet to be forensically, thoroughly investigated in such a manner that nobody who is supposed to be a gatekeeper, because this is a scandal that meandered through different corridors of power, right from the presidency, chief of staff, secretary to government of the federation, accountant general, governor of CBN, and down the line. So when this volcanic eruption took place with the vortex purportedly in the presidency, as alleged by them, and then meander down the slope There are people whose duty it was to have arrested the flow. Why did they allow it? Could it be because they saw where it was cascading down from? If they did allow it, when they ought not to allow it, thereby exposing the country to a lot of ridicule, disrepute, why are all these people not being rounded up, suspended, told to step aside? Why is it now difficult to set up a judicial panel of inquiry? Why is it difficult to ask them to step aside? That is a major mystery every Nigerian is asking. Why is Femi Gbajabiamila still in office? Why is Akume still in office? Why is the Accountant General still in office? These are gatekeepers of our common interest, our common good, our common patrimony. And this man has alleged that there's a breach. And he has evidence to show. Where do we ask him to go and show that evidence? We say go to ICPC. Is he an official or institution of government? You say it's fake. So there ought to be a judicial panel. Because these people cannot be driving with their convoy to ICPC while the man is coming in chains to ICPC. It is not fair. That man occupies a very high office, the office of the citizen. The only difference between him and the other individuals that are being alleged of committing one offense or the other is the fact that they are sitting in the office of the president or in the office provided by Nigerians. They are not more Nigerian than the man, citizen Adeyemi. They are not more Nigerian than him. So they ought to be subjected to exactly the same treatment. If you are arresting Adeyemi, arrest the other people too. If I come to the police station and then I said, I have people who are my accomplices in a crime. The first thing the police say, make a statement. As I mentioned the name of those purported or alleged accomplices, the police will round them up and bring them to the same station and have them write their own statements. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They will not be.
In the last public outing of Adeyemi, he raised the alarm that his life was under threat.
And what will you take instead of protecting him?
I was coming
because you're supposed to protect him, because already there's an antecedent, an unsavory antecedent that has led to the death of a citizen who may or may not be guilty, as alleged, whose only offense may have been take this from spot A to spot B, and he obeyed certain powers that be, and now he has been eliminated. So that is enough for government to immediately put enough security around Adeyemi, not to keep him behind closed doors, then take his father in. And let me tell you, you must realize that these antecedents are very dangerous. They are very dangerous. That's why President Tinubu ought to act firmly and fast, not belatedly as he has done, and then peppering over the issue. This is not yet ICPC business. This is a business of the president causing an independent judicial panel of inquiry to be set up and rounding up all of the people whose names have been mentioned in this great scandal to go before this independent investigation and clear their names. Nobody is saying they are guilty, but we're saying protect that sacred office of the presidency, because that is the sacred office, the highest office of the land. So once that finger is pointing in that direction,
that's a big problem.
Tell him, okay, Mr.
Some of these diplomats, some of those who attended events with me and ministers and all that, hearing what is transpiring now, that the Nigerian government is saying that they were being courted to come and invest in Nigeria by a con agency. What kind of image, what kind of impression does this whole thing create for Nigeria's image in the diplomatic circle, international investor circle?
If allegations and controversies were enough for Mr. President, His Excellency Tinubu, to have removed ministers and asked them to step aside, the question is, Why has Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, who has repeatedly brought several cases of controversies, still being left as a sacred cow? Why is the secretary to federal government, whose duty is to scrutinize such appointment letters before allocating office in the federal secretariat? Federal secretariat, for heaven's sake, not in Wuse Market. Why is he still in office? Why is the man Accountant General of the Federation, whose duty is to scrutinize and bring to the fore the requirements, lay down requirements before you can cooperate with any agency? That agency must provide evidence of its legitimacy.
Now, who gave a code? Who gave a budget code to this agency that was recognized by the budget office of the Federation?
Who ought to supervise the code? Whose office is supposed? Is it not the budget office? That budget office, whoever is in charge of it, ought to be stepping aside. That's what I'm saying. There's a litany.
Yeah, because it's what I'm trying to get at.
It's not just about Gbajabiamila.
No.
It's about.
I'm trying to also establish that I'm worried about fakeness.
It's not about Gbajabiamila.
It's about a
so
system.
that people don't misunderstand what we're saying. We have no business, personal business with Gbajabiamila. I have nothing against him. I've not met him. I've not had any business to do with Gbajabiamila. And I don't think our paths have crossed in any way. So what I'm talking about is accountability. Accountability, that we ought to have the same standard for every citizen of Nigeria, whether in or out of office. The time when people use their position in government to shut up, eliminate, or harass, intimidate citizens ought to be passed. And remember, what is good for the goose ought to be good for the gander, which means that if you are saying, close this agency, and the man is saying, I'm supposed to be here, I was aided and abetted to be here, you are saying, leave this place, you are illegal, and the man is saying, you, Njoko, brought me to the studio. If you want to ask me out of this studio, you have to ask me, who brought you here? How did you cross the gates? How did you enter the reception? Who ushered you into the studio? If you want to punish, you don't just take me and yank me to cell. As you are trying to yank me to cell for breaching your security and coming all the way to the studio to make a broadcast, you are asking the security man whose duty it is to have taken my name at the gate.
Who set up the studio for
and you know who the receptionist at the foyer, the people in there are different gradations of offices that I must pass through before I enter this studio. This studio is not a public space. People don't just walk into your studio and start broadcasting. Broadcasting. So if there's a breach and somebody enters here and starts broadcasting, yes, you will get that person apprehended. But more importantly, those who facilitated either through omission or commission, negligence or collusion, my coming in here. That's why when there is a coup, there are people who are saying they are accessories to the coup. There are people who are not active participants in the coup, but who are rounded up because they are supposed to have reported. If they heard something, they were supposed to have said something. By keeping quiet, they are rounded up and given almost the same treatment with those who participated in the coup. So how can you tell me that this man who you are telling us from the presidency, you are busy dishing out, is fake, is fake, is fake? What makes him fake? What makes that man fake? If he could enter the federal secretariat and set up an office. What makes him fake? If he could have an appointment letter that is not vetted, and yet that appointment letter saw him receiving salaries. Are you aware that all the workers, over 300 Nigerians deployed to that agency, were being paid with taxpayers' money to carry out what function? This is a scandal of monumental proportion. And the president must, he has no alternative than to live up to his bidding. The president is somebody that is respected. His office is exalted. He must live to the bidding of that office by dispassionately dealing with Gbajabiamila, Akume, whoever is down the line, the Accountant General, the Budget Office, all of them ought to be matched into a judicial panel to go and clear their name one after the other. Down the line, heads must roll so that the credibility of this nation can have a semblance of recovery. Papering over the issue is complicating the matter and making us look like fools before the international community. Because if this could happen, which other institution of government, whether real or fake,
is sacred,
can now write a letter to anybody outside this country, and the person will take it seriously? So it's not just about the individual that is involved. The so-called, is it Adeni or Adeyemi? I don't know him. I don't need to know him. All I am saying is that it's not about the man. It's not about Gbajabiamila. It's about accountability. It's about our sacred institution. It's about our presidency. It is about our systems that has now been proven to be dysfunctional. Those who have made our system to be proven to be dysfunctional must face the music.
Those who have made our systems to be dysfunctional should pay. The president has no alternative. He must act, not the way he has acted, but he must institute an independent judicial panel of inquiry so that everybody is treated, not considering your powers and your position, but equally before the law. That is the submission of Dr. Ezechi Kamnayo. He's a chieftain of the NDC. He's a lawyer and two-time commissioner in Abia State. He's been my guest in the past 56 minutes. Dr. Kamnayo, thank you very much for coming to me.
Are you sure it's two-time? More than thrice.
More than thrice.
From 1990 now.
That's great. So you've been there in the public space.
Like Americans will say, I've been there, done that. That's why I'm outraged. I'm outraged. And every Nigerian ought to be outraged at this infantile attempt to pull the wool over our eyes. It's outrageous in itself that our president is not treating this matter with the level of seriousness it deserves. Very shocking, really, because President Tinubu is somebody I personally hold in high esteem. I expect him to know better, and I know he knows better. And I want to call on him to do better than what he's doing at the moment.
Please, Mr. President, he says, do better than you are doing at present. That's a request from a citizen. And on that note, let us thank him for coming to the program. Let us thank you also for investing your time with us this morning. My name is Mwaboz Njoku. The program continues day after day. Let's meet tomorrow. Good morning.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder, and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app, and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
So when I arrived in my parish, Archbishop said, he sent a car to come and pick me. And I went straight to his house. He said, you can take a holiday. I said, you asked me to come back. No, take a holiday. I said, no, I'm not taking a holiday. You asked me to come back, I'm back. So he sent me to a parish that I left before I got to Catholic Secretariat. So I went back to the parish and found the parish so miserably run down. And what was very interesting about the parish was that 2 priests had died. So when they had died in the parish, so when my cousin heard that she had been in the parish for almost like forever, so she rushed to come and greet me. And the first thing she said to me, so now they've sent you here to come and die, isn't it? Somebody doesn't like you. People have been dying here. Now they've sent you here to come and die. Okay. I sat down in Kakuri. Then I started calling my friends because the place was totally run down. Curtains, lights, toilets, everything broken. So I started calling my friends. Unfortunately, I called a friend of mine. I don't know how the matter went. Entered the ears of Obasanjo, was president. So I'm sitting down, there are no mobile phones. I didn't have a mobile phone, it was 2005. So I'm sitting in my palace, the phone rings, I picked it up, and it's President Obasanjo. Father, where are you? I said, I'm in Kabuse. You went for your study, you came back?
You come back, you don't even call me to tell me that you are back. I say, you're not my bishop, sir. I had no obligation. I'm back in my parish. Then he said to me, you know the way President Obasanjo, he said, so what have you done? This is your Catholic church. I hear that they have posted you to a poor place. You are calling people looking for money. I said, yes, sir. It's not a poor parish. I said, wherever God is cannot be poor, but I need to fix the place. That's why I'm making some calls. And I said, I know I won't call you because you won't give me money. So we got, now to fast forward, because it's a long story, but to fast forward, how could I have imagined that it's from the same Kakule that I'll be called upon and become Bishop of Sokoto? So, and then if you go back to Kakuri and see the infrastructural transformation that took place, that today Kakuri has the best church in the whole of Kaduna. So what I'm saying in effect is that I have learned, no matter the temptation, to accept God's will. So that has really helped in shaping my life, because there are things that just happen to me. I mean, how would I have known that coming back, because barely a month after Obasanjo calls me to become secretary of the Political Reform Conference, I finished, the same President Obasanjo says to me, please help us fix Ogoni. Then I finished, Yaradua calls me to be member of the Electoral Reform Committee. I work on that. And then the next thing, how did I, no, so if I had stayed away in New York, I don't know, my bishop would probably still have agreed. But this attempt to help God, I've tried to make sure that, so if you see my life the way it has turned, I can tell you, cross my heart, it's not through any effort on my part. I think God has just been extraordinarily magnanimous, and I'm not sure that I have perfectly followed the path, but I've tried as much as possible to freeze my hands and let him be the driver. So where I am now, I'm just convinced that this is where God wanted me.
So it's not like there's any special diplomacy.
Yeah, because
it's not like you set out to do it in a particular way.
Most of the text has always been written in my absence. It's not, I've never, I mean, when President Obasanjo called me the second time to say he wanted me to deal with the Ogoni issue, I told him, I said, Oga, I've just finished this thing. I want to go back to my parish. And he says to me, no. Because, and one interesting thing was, he said to me, I've already concluded talk with your bishop. Because he realized when he appointed me to put up panel, there was a lot of problem. Because when I got the telephone call, I told them, I'm Secretary General of the Catholic Secretariat. I'm answerable to the President of the Catholic Bishops' Conference. I cannot leave my desk to come and take this position. If you want to give me a position, talk to the President of Conference. He's my employer for now. And the man who called me from the villa was shocked and still reminded me that it is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that is offering me appointment. I said, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not answerable to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I appreciate the interest, but this is... And they went through that process. What struck me, so when he came to Obasanjo, he also realized that I will do nothing without the approval of my bishop. And therefore, for me, every appointment, whether Political Reform Conference or put up panel, I took it as a pastoral assignment. And so what struck me really deeply was in the case of Yaradua appointing me to serve as a member of the Electoral Reform Committee. If you go back and check the newspaper report, I was away. I was in New York. And I was in, I wasn't in New York. Where was it? Yes. I was in New York State, let me say. So, and I was holidaying with my friend. He was in a parish that was in a depression, in a valley. So at my mobile, I couldn't answer any calls. So the day I was leaving, as we were driving, once we crossed the hill, I just started here, pum, on my phone. Text messages were. Before I knew what was happening, I opened there were about 20-something text messages. I started reading the text, and I discovered somebody from the Minister of Foreign Affairs I didn't even know had been calling me. So I returned the call and he said, where are you? I said, I'm in New York. The president is looking for you. For what? And then I now heard the newspaper reported when they couldn't reach me, Yaradua still suppressed my name. And if you go back, I don't remember the date, but it was in this day. The names all came out. And then there was a statement at the end that there is still somebody from the, they didn't say from the church, but anyway, that like they were still expecting somebody. And when I had a chance of meeting Yaradua, and I raised this issue, Yaradua said to me, we're not stupid. We know the Catholic Church. We know that the Catholic people will not jump on this. And we also, I don't know how, but I was happy that he said, we know. Maybe he spoke to Obasa, I don't know. He said, we know that you will not jump at any appointment without the approval of the authorities. And for me, that gave me a sense of vindication that people appreciate the processes of the Catholic Church. So I have, as I said, in my view, I've never tried to. I know how shocked I was as a priest, and as a secretary and the Catholic secretary when I received the communication from the Holy Father, I've been appointed to serve as how, so.
So
I don't have.
You're just there in the hands of God.
Yeah, because I get a lot of young people, priests, lay people who say to me, "I want to be like yourself." Which part of me do you want to be? Because I would like to play football as JJ Okocha. I would like to play as, but I can't. So, which part of me do you? Which part of me do you want?
The Lordship, you've been busy recently talking about so many things, and one of the issues that you have raised is this constant position by government that, look, things are getting better, the GDP is getting better, this has been published, and so have been published. You reminded the president recently that it's not yet Uhuru. Are you worried that most of our leaders are more interested in the numbers and not how policies have affected the ordinary Nigerian? Is this something that bothers you?
In my view, human expectations are moving parts. You can never, the human being is insatiable. Okay, when you were a reporter, you dreamt of maybe having a television station of your own. Now you have a television station of your own. But you know that it's not really, you're just starting. You want something bigger. Human needs are insatiable, and they will always be. So there will never be any government. And this is why I labor to make the point. And in Nigeria, because we have internalized cynicism almost as something, so it is never really the case that, because if you say anything good about government, they don't pay up. But I always joke, and I said, look, if I went to your wife now and said, madam, this is your husband, Vin. I like him. Correct gentleman. I like to make him chairman of our church council. Because guy is just flawless. Your wife will look at me and say, poor man, you don't know what I'm living with at home. Because so each and every one of us, Pope John Paul I made a statement. He said, each and every one of us is three persons. There is you as only you know yourself. Your best friend, your wife, no matter how they can claim, they don't know that part of you. There is you as your friends know you. And there is you that neither you nor your friends know, only God. So there will never be a president that will enjoy public approval as in clapping. Even in a football stadium, one side goes away unhappy. Nigerians must tune themselves. It's got nothing to do with President Ahmed Tinubu, that there will never be a president. And after elections, the real problem starts. The question is, and this is also where ethics, policy, and these are the kind of things we're trying to do at the Kuka Center. We've spoken only about the Peace Committee. My interest at the Kuka Center is inspired by what I experienced as a student at the Kennedy School. That policy processes can be refined and redefined and broken into cookies so that people who are formulating policy know what is possible, drawing inspiration from ordinary people. We are not running the British system of government, where every minister, for example, is a member of parliament, in which case their understanding of policy, their ideological commitment is constrained. You can't go. So even if you are a minister, you are constantly in a parliament debating, redefining, listening to criticism. Okay, because the opposition is relentless in its criticism. But in Nigeria, and these are some of the decisions that we need to start thinking through. We adopted this American presidential system. It is too expensive. There's no way you can run it without corruption because corruption is built into it. The only way that Americans are getting away with it is that their own corruption is channeled through media and all kinds of other things. But it's not different. What it costs you to be a senator, a congressman in America, it's not different from what it's going to cost. It's even probably less here, but they are committing it to adverts. But money, not money. You still have to spend money. The British
and they need to raise the money.
The British parliamentary system was slightly different. And that is why it would have approximated the kind of things and the vision that we have for a plural and a complex, ethnically, religiously, morally complex society like Nigeria. So today you talk about opposition. What is the reward for being in opposition in Nigeria? Okay, you cannot say, for example, that you are an opposition member of the Anambra or Imo State or Sokoto House of Assembly. Because after some time, when they start squeezing you out, you are not getting the opportunities. The chief of your community, when he comes to meeting, they will say, oh, okay, this is the chief of the our opponent. And the man realizes he's been denied a car because his son is in opposition. So call and say, oh, God, we are being squeezed out though because we're in opposition. So please, Kuku, go back and serve us. So but to answer your question, it depends on where you are. I think that, and I don't want to be misquoted or misrepresented, as far as I'm concerned, we are not where we ought to be, but we are not where we were in every dimension. I can say that. So, and if I take a minimalist position, in part because of maybe where I come from and my own background and my own expectations. But if you go and speak to an Ogoni man today, okay, that's something they never dreamt about. If you ask the average Ogoni man, they'll probably tell you all they are waiting for now is a state to be created for them. But they verify that Ogoni are looking for a state. Southern Kaduna is looking for a state. Ibadan is looking for a state. What that means is people are having different experiences of what it is to be content in Nigeria. The Ogoni people will say, we now have a university in Ogoni land. Okay, our son, Ledu Mite, who was the only surviving agitator of the Ogoni 9. How did he ever imagine that he would end up as a member of the board of NNPC, where the big boys are sitting? How did the Ogoni ever dream that one of their daughters, Joy Nunia, will ever be something like a chairman of NDDC? So they too don't come to the table. They've gotten cutlery. They've also participated. So if you talk to those people about their needs, they're completely different. If you come to Southern Kaduna, you're talking to somebody about this government, whether their belly full or their belly no full, they will tell you, we may be hungry, but the sight of our university don't fool our belly. So there are metaphorical ways of looking at contentment. So, and I said something that I was in my small village. One time I called somebody, a young man who normally runs errands for me at home, whether it's giving fertilizer. I told him, I said, look, I want to buy some bags of maize to send home to my family and other people to distribute in the village among themselves. The guy said to me, no need, Bishop. I said, what do you mean? He said, no, people are happy in the village. I said, what do you mean? They are eating. And I now realize that I'm not saying there's no poverty in Nigeria, but truth be told, culturally, it is difficult for a man to die of hunger in his village. So there are the riffraffs who have been abandoned in the north and are flooding everywhere as beggars. Cannot be a definition of poverty in Nigeria, because if there are people to responsibility, things will be completely different. There's nowhere in the world where government business to feed everybody on the street. So there are differences between urban poverty and, because when I ask in my village, the people are saying whether Nigeria GDP rises to anything, it has not touched us.
Yeah, because I'm talking about the connection between the numbers and the breakfast table.
Well, it depends on whose breakfast table you are talking about. Because again, what I heard from this guy. Even though it's my village, I was shocked to hear that because the man said, and I now realize, if you are not going to a shop to buy palm oil, you are not going to a shop to buy to buy salt, you're not going to buy the kind of things people are buying in the city. And you're just eating what you've always eaten from the beginning of time. Your level of poverty will be contingent on how much you're able to farm. People might be worried that maybe the bandits stop them from farming as much, but they still have. So, but to get to your point, I don't know the figures, I don't know the maths, I don't know the GDP, I don't know the coefficient and all those numbers, I don't know. But like somebody says, statistics are like bikinis. Very often what they hide is more than what they reveal. And government will always, please give government the credit. Okay, Delegiwa used to say it is government's business to hide their secrets. We journalists, it's our business to find those secrets. So the very fact that if President Tinubu likes, he can say, Nigerians, all your problems have been solved. Okay, that's him saying, everybody has electricity everywhere. Luckily for us, now we have to have fact checks. And in the president's speech, he gave numbers of what young people, what loans have been given, and the billions that have been sunk into. My brother, it is your duty as a journalist to let me know that these numbers don't match. It is the business of young people to demand for. We have a Freedom of Information Act.
Okay.
It is possible for you to go to them. If the president said that 541 children have access loans or what, you can go and say, where is the data? He has generated that data, maybe it's for publicity. He has gotten away with it. If he can only get away with it if we are intellectually lazy and decide not to. So for me, relinquishing our duty post about confronting government, that's the issue. But if you are blaming the president, I don't think you should blame the president. The soldiers can wake up and tell, we are finished with Boko Haram, there's nobody left. They've made a statement.
You need to fact check
it is left for you to say, Oga, because like I said on a television program, if you tell me now that this banditry is over, only yesterday, and cross my heart, I'm telling you the truth. Only 3 days ago, okay, today is Saturday. On Thursday morning, I received a call from a young Fulani boy who is from around my area. I helped put him through school. But his father, who was the Ardo, that is the local chief of the Fulanis, was very close to our tradition, very, very close to, literally like part of our family. But he was killed by the bandits because they said that he was fraternizing with our people too much. Then his son took over his position. He called me to say he was working here in Abuja. Called me to say, look, he wants to replace his father. I said, oh God, are you going to be able to? Why don't you continue? He said, no, that they are putting pressure on him because it's the first. He became the chief. Now he's been kidnapped. It's more than 3 months now. He called me last week, called me on Thursday.
From where he's kidnapped?
Where he's been kidnapped. I said, where are you? He said, I have no idea. I said, okay. So how many of you? He said, there are over 30-something or 40-something of them where he is. I said, but how? Because he keeps calling me. And I'm a bit curious. I said, how did you manage? Because I know I've been involved with this issue because my priests have been kidnapped. I have an idea of the negotiation. I know the kind of things. In my own case, actually, in the case of all my priests that have been kidnapped, we've documented all the transactions. They are on audio because I want them for our archives. Now, these guys will always tell you, sometimes they may flog you genuinely, okay, to create a sense of pain, to force your people to pay. My nephew, who lives in this town, was kidnapped, was with his mother coming back from Jos, where their father is. He was kidnapped. Now, they left his mother because she had suffered, she had had an amputation. So they let her go. We started the negotiation. Then one day, my brother who works here calls me to say, look, these guys have finally decided that they will let our nephew go. But they want, I think it was ₦1 million or so. And they've told him if we can't come to pick him at this hour, they will just kill him and throw away the body. If they lie, they can tell us where to find his dead body. Long story short, the young man was finally rescued. But he told me, I said, how was it? He said, that day that they called and said that they will kill him, they were actually sitting down and roasting a ram with the bandits. Yeah, and the bandits said they needed to conclude the deal because by Friday they will appear as normal human beings, enter the city, and then find a few girls, enjoy themselves, and then on Sunday they will return to the forest. So, but the point I'm making is that it is the business of government. If you can tell everybody at the local beer parlor that, me, Vin, Martin, my children, if you come to my house, my children is only, they are sleeping on water mattresses. My house is, my wife is only if they don't want. But otherwise, every month I tell my wife, here is 500,000 naira for shopping. You can tell. Fine. If somebody whispers that, say, madam, now wow, we just say this now the thing where your husband. Now so my husband talk. You have already told your people you are friend. If it is her business to find a way of saying, call my husband, let him show you where the 500,000 he leaves for us. So what I'm saying in effect is our business.
It's the job of government to say the things.
And for us to say, it is our business to say, Oga, it never reach us. And that is how, because it's our business to let me expose government. Let me use that expression. That's what the media was meant to do.
And that's what we do.
Yeah, but
as much as we can.
We now have a problem in Nigeria because all of us are incorporated, including the church. Okay? There was a time one of my brothers told me in the village, he said, okay, we are worried though. It's not necessarily about my safety, but that they are complaining that you are harassing us too much. And my brother was our chief. He died in December last year. But he said, we'll turn up for me. They are saying, tell your brother to leave government alone now. They are putting pressure on us. One of the ambassadors, I won't call the country, I never met him before. They just told me he was looking for me, wanted to see me. So we finally met. Man said to me, he said, look, I have a brother. He's also making noise like you.
In their country?
Yes. But I have warned him to keep quiet and not to endanger my job. Okay, because government is not happy. If he persists, they will withdraw me from. So God said, I'm telling my brother, keep quiet. One thing I give praise to the governments of Nigeria, successive governments. As a priest, media, so on. In comparative terms, in my own case, you raised the question, maybe I didn't answer it, is that I have found people in government who say to me, and it's for me my greatest consolation, it's not that I do it purposely, but people say to me, we know you are honest, you are criticism, and we know we love this country. There was a time I delivered a lecture, Obasanjo was president there, and Yayele Ahmed, who was secretary to government at that time, when I finished, he came to me, he said, Kada matana the dachi amaza musha. That is, you have mixed the concoction. It is bitter, but we will drink it because it's from you. The current vice president, when my brother died, he came to our village. My village is in the middle of nowhere up till today. And he said to me, later when we were chatting, he said, some of my aides said, so Kuka is always criticizing government. How are you going to his village? What are you going to say? He said, I told them, he was criticizing us before we came to government. He criticized us before us. That is his job. If he stops criticizing us, then it means he has taken our card and is a member of our party. So I also sense that, and I encounter these people and they tell me, Sam Egu, the former governor, there was a time I had to address the students, I think alumni of University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and I think he was the chairman. So when we finished, he said to me, and in the course of his speech, he said, look, and I've never forgotten it, he said, Bishop Kuka. No, I wasn't a bishop. He said, Father Kuka, we like to listen to you because not only do you criticize, you offer us some alternatives. And I took that very seriously. So freedom of speech is not freedom to talk nonsense. It is freedom to talk and hope that people will hear what you say. When there was a time people came and told me that when Buhari was about 6 months or more, they say, there's nervousness in the villa. Or they say, President, they are very unhappy with you. What have we done to Bishop Kuka? He has not even allowed us to rest. I called one of the president's aides. I said, tell the president I want to see him. But I'm going back to Sokoto tomorrow. Now, if I'm able to see him, it has to be between now and 11 a.m. tomorrow, because my flight is 12. Now, you cannot put a call through to a presidential aide and say you want to see the president, and you even have the courage to give time. But I don't know why I said so. So the gentleman who is my friend, he knows my relationship with Buhari, and I also know his relationship with Buhari. So he says to me, oh, Bishop, don't worry, I'll call you back in 2 hours. I said, okay. He said, the president is very busy, but I'll call you back in 2 hours. In 30 minutes, he called me. He said, Bishop, just as I finished talking to you, I was walking in the corridor, I saw the president, so I mentioned to him that you wanted to see him. And he said, the president said, Bishop Kuka, find a place for him. He said, Bishop Kuka said that he has to go back to Sokoto tomorrow. And he said, okay, find a place for him. And he said, I told the president, the diary is full. The President Buhari said, you must find a place for him. And before 11. And, so the guy calls me and said, President has meetings all through, but come to the villa about 10. I said, I'll come at 9:30. And I showed up at the villa at 9:30. I'm sitting down about 10 or 10 something. Guy stops, comes to me. There was nobody. The place was empty. Came in and said, the president will now see you. I went and sat down with Buhari. This Buhari that people had been, they've been making all the kind of noise that I hated government. I sat down with the president. And then, as he's still holding my hand, he said, we were walking to the chair where I was going to sit. So he was moving and holding my hand. I was following him from behind. And he said to me, I have to see you because I just came out. I said I was meeting with the army chief, or is it the chief of defense staff or whatever, of Turkey. But I had to cut short the meeting because I was told you wanted to see me. And I heard that you said, I have to see you before 11. I'm like, I'm looking at. So, and I said to him, when we sat down, I said to him jokingly, I said, sir, because I know you won't loan me a presidential plane to take me to Sokoto. I have to be in Sokoto because I have a church activity tomorrow morning. He said, okay, now here we are. We sat down, and I said to him, I said, sir, the reason I won't keep you, the reason why I've come, I heard that you are unhappy with me and the things that I'm saying. And I said it to his face, I said, I have followership, whether Christians or Muslim. I would not like to distract your government. Please tell me the problems you have with me so that we can talk about it. President Buhari looked at me and smiled, and he said, and for me, it was very powerful. He said, Bishop, you know that on any issue in Nigeria, even if you don't say a word, I know where you stand. If I have something, I will let you know. But for now, we've appreciated you for a very long time. And you and I go back many years. So very often people cry more than they believe, but I'm also just making the point that public office holders, this is where diplomacy comes in. The public office holders need what they call a toe holder, people who can, it's not just about saying we are telling you the truth or speaking truth to power. And you can speak truth to power, but merely speaking will not get you results. There has to be another window. And this is why, like I said, is the reason why we have the Kuka Center. My interest is to make sure that we help government because this is our country.
Your Lordship, there was something you said recently that I'd like us to talk a little more about. You talked about the military and the damage they had done to our country. And I'm wondering, the military left us since 1999. And the civilians have had all the time to, analyze the mistakes they made and see how, taking from that experience, make Nigeria a better country. Is it right for us to continue to blame the military, just like some Nigerians would blame the colonial masters?
How many years? 1999 to today is what?
It's 20-something years.
Okay. 20-something years. Who was our president? 1999. Obasanjo. Abi? So that's 8 years. Then Buhari did how many years?
Your Lordship, are you suggesting that these people...
Hold on, because you guys are it's about cause and effect. I hear this from soldiers and they say, we've been away for 30 years. You've not been away for 30 years, for crying out loud. You can say that I cut your leg, the scar is still there, and then you tell me, but we cut this leg over 50 years ago or 60. That's not the point. Like I said, Nigerians like to say, okay, you are saying, why are we not like India? Look at Singapore. We started like the same time with Singapore. Look at Malaysia. We started the same time with Malaysia. Look at South Korea. We started the same time. You haven't answered my question. Did any of those people go through a military coup? Did any of those people go through a military coup? Did any of those countries have a military coup? Do you understand what I'm saying? My argument and the book that was launched yesterday by General Irabo, thank God he tied the title of it is Scars. That's why in the end of my review, I said, what are we going to do with the scars? Are we going to do plastic surgery to pretend the scars don't exist? My brother, it's not about the military as soldiers. The Nigerian military has produced some of the best up till today. Almost they are perfect gentlemen. I don't have a problem with them as soldiers. That's not the point. There can never be a good rape. I am saying that Nigeria had enough to get off the ground in 1960. And had we continued on that path, we would have surpassed Malaysia, would have surpassed Singapore, would have surpassed all the countries that Nigerians like to idolize. We will not be where we are. Why is India where it is? People make this comparison, but answer the fundamental question. There are crooks everywhere in all these countries. But were their political process disrupted by the military? Nobody can answer that question. When you now begin to calculate the damage, and it's largely psychological as much as political, because by now, this country has some of the most sophisticated, intellectually sound politicians. You can't get better than a Sami Koku. You can't get better than an Awolowo. You can't get better than a Nnamdi Azikiwe. You can't get better than some of these incredibly cracked brains who passionately love this country and had an idea about how to fix a country. Many of them were trained in that regard. Can you imagine the consistency in training and mentoring? My friend, what's his name? What's his name now? The former minister of Labour, the former governor of Anambra.
Chris Ngige.
Chris Ngige said something one day. He said that, look, that when they were growing up as young politicians with aspiration, they were always struggling about who will carry
Ekweme's bag.
And Ekweme's blessings passed on to him. And so on. It is hopeful that his blessings... That system was disrupted. Even, can you imagine, had we stopped at Ekweme in 1979, and had the military not come back in 1983, the Igbos would not be talking today about wanting a president, because the dynamics would have produced something different. So what I'm saying is that this incalculable damage was done because of the nature of what the military is. And for me, as I say, there can't be a good or a bad coup. Well, maybe I shouldn't say so, but in measurable terms, from the point of view of democracy, every time, how do you explain the fact that from 1914 till today, we have still not settled the issue of a constitution? Why? Why are we debating a constitution for how many years now? Because every time the military came, it meant for almost 30 years our constitution was in suspended animation. The rule of men replaced the rule of law. Every time the military came, they suspended the constitution, they suspended the National Assembly. And in my book, Witness to Justice, I made a point of what I call the tribunalization of justice. That is that military tribunals became a substitute for the judiciary. And many judges were complicit by going to become chairman of tribunals. We are sitting here.
But your lordship.
So hold on. So the point is not, you're comparing oranges and apples. Because for me, it's not a question of even the outcome. It is the decapitation of the institution. We would not be talking today about the quality of our bureaucracy. My brother, ask yourself, how long did Lee Kuan Yew stay as president? Lee Kuan Yew was president from 1968 or 69.
A very long time.
For over 30 years. Even when he left, and he knew he wanted his son to take over, but his son was not ready. Another person he brought in, almost like Babangida and Shonekom, he brought the person, but he still maintained the position of what he invented, what he called mentor minister. Okay. They were conducting elections. He was winning elections. In the same way that Rwanda has been conducting elections, people are winning elections. But in all of these countries, the percentage of the population is about the population of many local governments in Nigeria. I'm saying that had the military not intervened, we could have made our mistakes. But we wouldn't have gone into a civil war. And we would not be nurturing the deep resentment and bitterness that many Igbo people carry. Vehicle that was borrowed to carry the queen. So if you ask yourself, where will the Igbos have been today? Let me put it that way. Where will the intellectuals have been today? Look at the kind of country that was being built at that time. Who was the vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan? He was an Igbo man.
But your lordship, are we going to continue talking about what we lost and not move forward? Or the civilians not taking charge?
No. See, you can talk about what you lost depending on the circumstances that you lost. If you lost 10 million naira in a gamble or in a bet from Bet Niger, you'll be too ashamed to tell your wife. But if you lost 10 million through the crookedness of your son or something, the hurt is different. So don't quantify the loss. We're not talking, because you see, people keep making this point, and I want us to subject it to the rigors of intellectualism that it deserves. That is, why are we where we are today? So don't tell me, because when the military left, there was a lot of debate. People, the slush funds, people of the military, they almost took over the banking business. So we're not, but I'm also telling you that there must be a reason. The reason why Obasanjo was a product of the military, not a product of the democratic process. The PDP was quickly put together to provide a Trojan horse for Obasanjo to move and become. We all know that this is not democracy in the way and manner that we're talking about. How does it happen that every president in Nigeria has a track record of jumping from one party, because of the volatility in the system? So what I'm saying is that if we had maintained that strategy, let me tell you what would have happened in Nigeria. By now, politics would not be so corrosive. Leadership would have emerged, because just like the Ngiges can talk about the sense of validation from following Ekweme, there will be people who probably would have also been in office because of following Ngige. And that is how the trajectory, whether it's Macron in France, or whether all of these guys will tell you the handbags of those they were carrying before they got to where they are. In Nigeria, the coup culture floods our political process today. That's why elections are largely a coup. Because already the violence that our elections produces is largely tied to the violence, the culture of violence that was inserted into our politics through the military. And I'm saying, remember that in our constitution, the reason why the military exists and they are monopolizing violence, it is to protect us. But once those guns were turned on one another, you read the books.
But your lordship, the civilians, even if it's 2 years or 3 years that they have been in power,
they are also not law abiding.
No,
they are not also respecting the
no,
Constitution.
No, again, why is that?
Even though they don't carry guns, they are doing so much damage as much as the soldiers.
Hold on. In political science, it's what is called political culture. And culture derives from endlessly repeating certain activities, so on and so forth. Culture in Yoruba land, for example, has told you how to greet a man that is older than you, how you respect. Many Yoruba people will do that without thinking. There are things that culture has taught us, and because you saw other people do it, and so on and so forth. What I'm saying, don't confuse the military. The civilian administration may even be more corrupt, and it is the case. But that's not the issue. The issue is, how do you have a say in who governs you? Because that's the basis of democracy. That's why it is called representative. So if the day nobody had a say in who became head of state during, and 95, most of them we only had their names.
Your Lordship, we still don't have a say in who becomes president. No, but we are saying that even today's politicians are more military. How do I say it? They are more military than the military.
That is a consequence. It's not a cause. And in causality, let me explain to you. I'm still saying, you understand? I'm still saying that there are certain things that follow you. We can focus on the tangibles, like corruption. And people say, you see, the bridges were built by the military, or some of the good roads we have today were built by the military. Oh God, that is not the issue. How do people remember Hitler today? How do they remember Hitler? Hitler left Germany with the best infrastructure till today. In fact, I went to Geneva, and I was at the UN place in Geneva. And the person who was taking me around said something very interesting. I don't know whether it is true, but he said that when they were building the headquarters with money from different countries, they said they assigned different budgets to different countries. But to punish Hitler, they asked them to build the toilets. But the guy who was taking me, and he was a white man, he said to me, of everything in this building has changed except the toilet because of the quality. So, secondly, why did we have to fight apartheid? Why? What for? After all, the infrastructure in South Africa today is diminishing because freedom has come to black people, as you know very well. If it is infrastructure, Nigerians are still shamelessly running to South Africa. They have investment there. Without apartheid, would we have had the investments? The critical ingredient in all this, my brother, is freedom. Freedom to choose foolishly, freedom to choose badly. Your father could have been the richest man in Igbo land. But it's a different matter. Could he have just brought a girl and say, I am your father, I will pay the dowry, here is your wife? You would naturally have said, Baba, I'm young, I'm old, I can choose for myself. What coups denied us? And I want you to understand that. So, because people are measuring the quantifiables, and they are not. The most important thing in democracy is the freedom it gives you. And it doesn't matter how you use that freedom. So I'm saying, and don't tell me, it's not about blaming the military or blaming, it's about even if a bunch of priests are taking over government illegally, it will not be right. So my criticism, and as I said, it's an intellectual exercise. Let's debate it. Don't, because people tend to want to cut me, hey, but we are being empowered, but the military is even doing. That's not the point. The point is that you lost your moral authority, your moral right to kill an armed robber if you yourself used a gun to get to power.
It's something that we need to talk and talk.
And the good thing, sorry,
but
let me just end. The good news is that we've been on this road for over 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
As evidence, even the military now realizes it has lost its appetite for power. Go back and read the books written, not my opinion, read the books written by the military themselves. Read what General Bameyi wrote. Read what General Irabo has just written. Read and take any of the books written by the retired people, and you will hear them say with much regret what damage their involvement in politics, how they lost their spirit. I was a member of the Kuta panel. And because of these colonels and lieutenant colonels who became governors, they heard that there are some generals who are in Jos and that a plane will come. So I decided to sit down. Luckily, the general, there were people I knew. So I just sat down with them, we were chatting. And then all of a sudden, the governor came in. And the governor was, I think, a lieutenant colonel or a colonel. There is a seat there where the Nigerian flag is hanging and the military, whatever was hanging, where only the governor can sit. And here we were with all these big generals, they couldn't sit on that seat. And when the governor entered, all of them had to stand up. Generals, how do you explain that? It's like saying bishops are holding a meeting, for example, and then a priest comes in and all the bishops have to stand up. But these governors had to, that was for me one of the most powerful statements. Something was wrong. But these people had to stand up because the governor of the state.
Okay, my lord. How do we make progress?
We make progress.
The damage is done. How do we make progress?
I don't know whether to call it even a damage. Yes.
Yeah. So how do we grow? How do we make this democracy enduring?
The sign that we are growing is that, again, like I said, even the soldiers themselves have come to terms with the fact that military rule was a departure from where we ought to be going. We can't hold it against them. It's gone. But in our analysis of cause and effect, we must, without making excuses, acknowledge. Okay? If in the course of your study in secondary school, you fell down and you lost an eye, you might correlate that with your results. Okay? Your ability to, if you had 2 eyes, your result would have been different. It doesn't change you, but you recognize that point. But the good news is that after this number of years, the military, we have not heard of an attempt, even an attempted coup. Nor have we heard about Nigerians asking the military to come. So even the fact that we are stumbling and fumbling and not doing elections well, and so we must wake up like Jesus Christ falling 3 times on the stations of the cross and continue the journey. So for me, the very fact that even the military has lost the appetite to want power, we've made some success. The very fact that Nigerians are still saying we will struggle is a plus. I end here. There's a couple, young, well, not a young couple, but they were rather illiterate. So the woman came to complain to me about a problem with her husband, as usual. So we sat down, we discussed the matter. So the husband said, okay, everything is forgiven, let them continue. So 1 month or so later, I saw the woman in the church. I said, Madam, how now? She's not a literate, I mean, a very literate person, but I will never forget what she said. I said, Madam, how now? He said, oh, fine. So how are things in the house? He said, Father, we are still in a state of no war, no peace. so it is that at least we haven't parted, but we are still working. So everything is a work in progress. And I want this.
So are you suggesting that Nigeria is at a stage of no war, no peace, no progress, no?
Exactly, but that, and the reason why there's no war, no peace is maybe the promises that both of them made to one another when I reconciled them. Maybe certain things have not fallen in place, but at least they are not fighting. They are still together. So, and I think this country, the president said we have turned the corner. Well, if you turn the corner, there's still a long way, but it just means that turning the corner gives you better visibility. I think the challenge that lies before us now is for the presidency, for Nigeria to organize the resources of this country in a way that does not turn us into governance, into a mere distribution agency. That the resources of this country can be more judiciously applied, especially as the president himself has accepted and admitted that we now have resources. So this crazy road, to this coastal road they are talking about, I'm very happy about it. You know why? I've called Engineer Umahi not once, not twice, and I commend him. No, people are talking. My position is that even if they don't build the road, we will not see the money. They will still chop the money.
So let them build it.
So let them, they might as well build it. And I'm convinced, let me tell you one thing. If by the grace of, if this government continues with that speed and we see railways and we see roads and we see infrastructure in Nigeria, let me tell you, 60% of the problems of Nigeria will literally subside once we see good road, we see railways, we see electricity, and we can take it for granted. Because look, 90% of the young, energetic Nigerians, exceptionally brilliant group of young people, they're not looking for government jobs. So many of these kids, my nephew, he lives in this town. When he graduated, he came to me and said, Uncle, don't worry, just leave me. I'm not looking for a job. And he represents millions of young people who just want a decent space to express themselves.
A conducive environment.
Oh, absolutely. My niece who just left, before I came down here, what is she coming to tell me? She's not even talking, she's graduating this year. I mean, next month. But she's telling me, because she kept saying, I want to come and see your uncle. I said, okay, come. So I gave her an appointment. Interestingly, she's telling me about things she wants to do, none of which includes looking for a job from government. She's not saying to me, oh, use your influence to find me a job. I want to work in Central Bank. I want to work. She just says to me, it's what I want to do. She's already clear in her, and she represents millions of young people.
Your Lordship, time is never enough when we talk. And today is one of those days. I wish we will have more time and more time to talk. But very soon, you're going to be retiring as bishop. You're getting quite older and older.
Absolutely.
So are you thinking about?
Oh,
are you thinking about retirement when it comes? Well, because I know you're one person who is already thinking about it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm going. I have, if we follow the Catholic Church's calendar, in 2 years' time or a year and something, I'll be 75. If God spares my life, I will let the Holy Father know. I've done my own little best. Now it's time for somebody else to, and it will be left for the authorities to decide. But I can tell you that my other life will only just get started.
Mm-hmm.
So I have all kinds of things I want to do, including, I might actually put it even more challenging, because the dreams and the vision I have for the Coca Center, I want this center to be in not too distant future, a place of ideas, a place with enough impact for Nigeria and for Africa. Because I know, we blame the politicians, we blame the civil service. There's a lot of bad things going on. But I always pay attention to some of those men and women who are breaking their back and doing extraordinary job. We blame the police, we blame the military, but we never forget that these guys are busy out of love for this country, struggling to do good. So my hope is that when I finally am no longer bishop, I will still remain of service to the church, because retirement doesn't mean you still remain a member of the conference. But by the grace of God, if I'm healthy, still strong enough, I've set my eyes to greater things. And hopefully, that's why, like I said, this place, I hope that one can be a source of inspiration and encouragement, especially to my constituency, the church. Because we are producing some of the most intellectually exciting young people. My son, their younger brother, is an example. So my interest will be to create more spaces, open up more spaces, facilitate those young people occupying the space. In that way, we can have almost like a bit of a seamless transition. So for me, I'm looking forward, but also hoping, as I said, that one is
an active retirement.
Active retirement, absolutely. God gives us everything.
And just to remind you that we have a place for your signature TV.
All right. I mean, I'll take any offer, because now if I'm in retirement, everything now that happens, you have to pay. You know, because Sokoto Yasi will no longer
just a little,
feed me.
just a little gift to thank you for giving us all this time. Really nothing much. You don't need to open it. Your Lordship.
I need the audience. I need the audience to see. So when they see my beautiful pen, they will know that. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And please keep up the good work. But
Thank you.
Look, it's people like you and this effort that we take for granted in Nigeria. These are the things that inspire me, because so many of you young people are doing extraordinary things. It's just a question of building the confidence and bringing all of this together.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I've been speaking with...
Thank you, cameraman. Thank you very much.
I've been speaking with Bishop Matthew Hooker. Sometimes I don't want to limit him with his diocese. He is a citizen of Nigeria and a citizen of the world. Thank you for watching. I'm Vin Martin Obiorailu from Abuja, Nigeria. Let's do this again sometime soon.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The thing about exchange rate determination has very, very much to do with how much you produce in your country, how much you export, how much need of foreign exchange you have, which is about how much you import. So, one, how much do we produce? Our production level in Nigeria is very low. Two, how much do you export, which is the foreign exchange earning? We export very little, and we have a monolithic economy. We export only the oil. And when we say our dependence is on oil, you ask yourself, how much then do we earn from the oil in 1 year? How much does a country like Ireland earn from agricultural produce exports? How much does do other countries far less endowed in terms of good weather, climatic conditions, fertile lands, expansive land resource in Nigeria? How much do they export? They export far more than we earn from oil. Then two, how much do we require the foreign exchange? Because it begins to play.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Plateau PDP opposes life pension for lawmakers' bill, urges public resistance. CBN warns against rejecting standard 100 naira note, saying it remains legal tender. Tehran retaliates in Kuwait and Bahrain after second day of US strikes. And top court upholds South Korean ex-president's 7-year jail term. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has forwarded 2 executive bills to the House of Representatives for consideration. The first seeks to amend the National Senior Secondary Education Commission Act to strengthen the governance of public senior secondary education, while the second proposes a new Administration of Criminal Justice Act to speed up criminal trials, improve technology-driven justice, establish a sex offenders register and witness support fund, and enhance case management. The President urged lawmakers to expedite consideration of both bills. Tinubu also withheld assent to the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management Amendment Bill 2026, citing undue obligations on private organizations, and the Raw Materials Research and Development Council Amendment Bill 2026 over structural and drafting defects.
The general objective of the bill is to repeal the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015 and enact the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2026 to provide for the administration of criminal justice in the course of Federal Capital Territory and other federal courts in Nigeria, and establishment of Administration of Criminal Justice Monitoring Council for effective and efficient administration of criminal justice in Nigeria.
The House of Representatives was thrown into a rowdy session on Wednesday after lawmakers clashed over a motion seeking to summon President Bola Tinubu over the implementation of the 2025 budget. The disagreement erupted when a lawmaker, Benedict Etanabene, drew the attention of the lawmakers to a circular issued by the Accountant General of the Federation, Shamseldin Ogunjimi, that instructed all ministries, departments and agencies to halt the processing of payments for constituency and zonal intervention projects. The lawmaker emphasized that the directive would significantly slow down the implementation of projects already captured in the 2025 budget. He urged the House to invite President Bola Tinubu to explain the slow pace of budget implementation and the rationale behind the directive, insisting that the executive owes Nigerians and the National Assembly an explanation.
I want to urge this House to agree that we summon Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria together with his financial team to please come to this House in line with the provision of the Constitution to brief Nigerians exactly what is happening, because the stories are not complementary at all. We cannot explain to the constituents what is happening. Today we collect money, we will not be able to give a proper explanation for it. The budgets are not being implemented. Presently in Nigeria today we are implementing 24, 25 and 26 budgets running concurrently.
His request, however, sparked sharp reactions on the floor, with some lawmakers opposing the proposal to summon the president, while others supported the move, leading to a rowdy session.
I want to use this opportunity to invite the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to this very hallowed chamber to come and explain to the Nigerian people and also to the Parliament on how
what we are saying is not contained in the draft you gave me.
On how we can have the bomb run in order to ensure that the 2024-2025-2026 budget is implemented. I will fight as the father of the.
Another rowdy session erupted when a lawmaker, Alex Mascot, also demanded that President Bola Tinubu be summoned to the House to explain the persistent lack of funding for constituency projects. The lawmakers opposed the persistent delay in the funding of constituency projects and called for urgent measures to address delay in funding the projects.
I want to use this opportunity to... You did not pray for Mr. President to come in the motion you gave me. What you sought for and the prayer you requested for is for an ad hoc committee to be set up. Mr. Mascot, everything in this life should have an honor. Urgent importance. Your Excellency, what you did is completely unparliamentary because you went completely away from what we gave. Your motion is right here, and I want you to bring your own copy so that we can compare what you read and what you have given me as the motion you want to present.
The Speaker cautioned lawmakers against deviating from officially submitted motions during the debate, noting that this will amount to unparliamentary behavior. The House of Representatives has summoned the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, and the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Tanimu Yakubu, to explain how over 1.3 billion naira was allocated to the controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, a body recently declared non-existent by the presidency. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Yusuf Gagdi during the plenary. They warned that the incident exposed serious weaknesses in Nigeria's appropriation process and public financial management.
Mr. Speaker, observe that reports indicate that a budgetary provision in excess of 1.3 billion attributable to the entity found its ways into the 2026 appropriation framework, raising fundamental question which falls squarely within the constitutional remit of this House.
The lawmakers also resolved to constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate how the budgetary provision for the agency found its way into the 2026 appropriation framework and trace the allocation from the executive budget proposal through legislative consideration.
That a beautiful letterhead that has presidency is no longer a confirmation that an agency is legal. It goes to show that an address that shows federal secretariat does not mean that that particular agency is legal. It means that we have to do our job as proposed by that motion. The need to investigate deeper about how they got to where they got to with regards to our budget, how they got to where they got to with regards to the engagement they have with various government officials. It is our duty, based on 88 and 89.
The Plateau State House of Assembly has passed for second reading a bill seeking to provide pensions and retirement benefits for former speakers, deputy speakers, principal officers, and members of the Assembly. The proposed legislation, sponsored by the member representing Rukuba Erigwe constituency, Honorable Eli Ankala, also seeks to establish the Plateau State House of Assembly Pension Board to administer pensions and retirement benefits for former lawmakers. The bill scaled second reading during Tuesday's plenary, presided over by the Speaker, Right Honorable Daniel Lalong. The House also passed for second reading another bill seeking to establish the Plateau State House of Assembly Service Pension Board and provide for related matters. Meanwhile, The Plateau State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has condemned the proposed legislation, describing it as self-serving, insensitive, and contrary to the public interest. In a statement issued on Wednesday by the party's State Publicity Secretary, Honorable Choji Felix Daliop, the PDP said the move was ill-timed in view of the security and economic challenges confronting the state. The party described the bill as reckless, insensitive, and a gross abuse of public trust, alleging that it was designed to create lifetime benefits for lawmakers at the expense of the people. The PDP called on members of the Assembly to withdraw the bill and urged civil society organizations, labor unions, and other advocacy groups to mobilize citizens against what it described as legislative overreach. It also appealed to residents of the state to engage their elected representatives and demand that they vote against the bill, insisting that public funds should be channeled towards addressing insecurity, infrastructure, healthcare, education, and other critical sectors. The Senate on Wednesday took a major step towards tightening Nigeria's legal regime against counterfeit medicines and unsafe food products, passing for second reading a bill seeking stiffer penalties, stronger enforcement powers, and a comprehensive framework to combat fake drugs, unadulterated medical products, and unwholesome processed foods. The proposed legislation, titled the Counterfeit Medical Products, Fake Drugs, and Unwholesome Processed Foods Prohibition and Control Bill 2026, sponsored by Umar Sadiq Suleiman, among its major objectives, criminalizes the production, importation, manufacture, transportation, distribution, sale, possession, and facilitation of counterfeit medical products, fake drugs, and unwholesome processed foods. It also outlaws the manufacture or possession of labels, wrappers, packaging materials, and equipment intended for counterfeit production. The bill further prohibits the sale or hawking of drugs in unauthorized locations, including markets, motor parks, roadside stalls, buses, ferries, and unlicensed online platforms. It proposes stringent punishments, including prison terms of up to 15 years for serious offenses, heavy fines, compensation for victims or their families, and sanctions against corporate organizations and their directors found culpable. Following the voice vote in favor of the second reading of the bill, Akpabio thereafter referred the bill to the Senate Committee on Health, Secondary and Tertiary, directing it to submit its report to Senate within 4 weeks. Suspected Boko Haram terrorists have burnt down a police outpost, a primary health care center, and 2 classrooms in Logomani community, Ngala local government area of Borno State. The terrorists attacked the community late on Tuesday night, shortly after launching an assault on the forward operating base in Logomani, where 1 soldier was killed. The terrorists reportedly dispersed residents through sporadic gunfire before setting the facilities ablaze. The acting military information officer, Headquarters Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai, Captain Mohammed Goni, confirmed the attack in a statement on Thursday, saying 2 gun trucks and some combat enablers were damaged during the engagement. According to him, the attack was contained by troops of Operation Hadinkai deployed at the forward operating base in Logomani under Sector 1. Meanwhile, the executive chairman of Ngala Local Government Council, Mala Tijani Ngala, on Wednesday conducted an on-the-spot assessment of Logomani following the attack. The chairman inspected the damaged police outpost, primary healthcare center, and primary school. Ngala said the findings from the assessment would be forwarded to the Borno state government for immediate intervention. He also called for calm and urged residents to cooperate with security agencies. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has stated that the standard 100 Naira note is still a legal tender and must be accepted for all transactions. The Apex Bank, in a statement by its AG Director, Corporate Communications, Mrs. Hakama Sidi Ali, on Wednesday, said the clarification became necessary following reports that some members of the public were rejecting the note. Sidi Ali explained that much of the anxiety stemmed from the introduction of the commemorative 100 Naira note, which was launched over a decade ago to celebrate Nigeria's centennial. According to the Apex Bank, the commemorative design was never intended to push the original note out of circulation. Moving beyond mere clarification, the financial regulator issued a stern warning to anyone found breaking currency laws. The bank noted that rejecting any duly issued national currency constitutes a clear violation of federal legislation. Concluding the briefing, the CBN reassured the public of its commitment to ensure a steady supply of cash, urging citizens to confidently use all legally issued notes in their daily commerce. Still to come, Tehran retaliates in Kuwait and Bahrain after second day of US strikes. Top court upholds South Korean ex-president's 7-year jail term. And U18 the Tigers dominate Burkina Faso and secure emphatic 98-54 victory. Stay with us.
Jacinda, are you really?
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Jacinda, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Definitely. I want to study software engineering or maybe cyber security. But we are paying.
Is that what you're worried? Then listen up. At Queensland University in they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland? For you?
Yes. Whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. Should we talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Don't worry, wait, our official is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen 080 68 52 81 66 or
80 53 57 90 26.
Queensland University, ENUGU, your future is here.
The US and Iran have traded strikes for a second night, as observers report a dramatic drop in the number of ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz since hostilities resumed. The second wave of overnight strikes was launched after US President Donald Trump said an interim agreement to try to end the war was over. Trump said the strikes were in retribution for Tuesday's assault by Iran on 3 cargo ships transiting the strait. The US military says it struck some 90 military targets, some near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian authorities say 14 people have been killed in the past 2 days. Iran reported explosions in several coastal areas and said it targeted US assets in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar in response. Phil Belcher, Marine Director at Intertanko, an international organization for independent tanker owners, said the number of ships traveling through the strait via the southern route was now in single figures. South Korea's highest court on Thursday upheld ex-president Yoon Suk-yeol's 7-year prison sentence over crimes tied to his botched 2024 martial law declaration and its chaotic aftermath. The case covered accusations that Yoon had obstructed cabinet deliberations and used forged signatures of the Prime Minister in the lead up to the 2024 declaration, as well as using presidential security agents to block his own arrest after lawmakers had nullified it. The disgraced former president is already in detention while he appeals a separate life sentence for leading an insurrection with his martial law declaration, which he insists was motivated by the public interest. All appeals are dismissed, a Supreme Court judge said in a televised ruling, adding that the lower court's judgment contained no errors. Yoon's legal team expressed deep regret, accusing the Supreme Court of concluding the case without sufficient deliberation. The ex-president's lawyers plan to challenge the ruling on constitutional grounds and said they would raise a complaint. Nigeria's U18, the Tigers, delivered a commanding performance on the road, thrashing Burkina Faso 98-54 in a one-sided affair that showcased their depth and dominance in the FIBA U18 African Championship qualifiers. The Nigerian young stars controlled the game from tip-off to the final buzzer, building a substantial lead and never looking back. The final score reflected a complete team effort, with Nigeria's balanced attack and stout defense overwhelming their hosts in their own backyard. The Tigers' ability to share the ball and execute on both ends of the floor was evident, as they outscored Burkina Faso by a wide margin in multiple quarters. This decisive victory boosts Nigeria's momentum in the competition and highlights the strength of their U18 program. The Tigers will look to carry this winning form into their upcoming matches as they push for continental honors. That's the wrap on Global News. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
logged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Daniel Chikro and I am a champion. So for me, being a champion means that I'm able to tell better stories. It means that I am now in a room with other people like me who have been telling these stories, because for you to be a champion, you have to already be telling the story.
Food is never just food. It is memory, it is culture, it is identity. And sometimes, without saying a word, it tells us who belongs where. For generations across Africa, cooking has often been framed as women's work, a responsibility, an expectation, and a role. But a new generation of storytellers are quietly changing that narrative. Amongst them is Daniel Ochuko. Daniel is not a politician, he's not a filmmaker, he's not standing on a stage delivering speeches about gender equality or equity. Instead, he's doing something far more subtle and perhaps more powerful. He's telling a different story through everyday life. Through recipes, food videos, lifestyle content, and moments shared with millions online, Daniel presents a version of masculinity that is comfortable in the kitchen, curious about culture, and free from limiting stereotypes.
When I think of gender equitable storytelling, right, my mind immediately goes to the work that I do in food, right? So my mind immediately goes to the fact that I don't think a man should be, I don't think a man and a woman should come together and then this man tells the woman that, oh, this is your life, even when she wants to do other things, right? I don't think it's okay for my mom did not do that, but it's like I saw other people's parents do that, where they're like, oh, because you're a boy, go sit down and watch your sisters cook, even when they don't want to cook. And a story that I always like to tell is, if my mom was born in this era, she would not enter the kitchen. I always tell that, and people think that I learned how to cook from my mom. I did not. She would tell you, this boy did his thing, right? So that's the way I think of gender equity, but storytelling, I just think of it in my own. I think that for me, when it comes to even outside of gender equity and just content in general, I'm not trying to put too much pressure on myself, but one thing I always wait for is feedback, and thankfully I always get feedback. So for instance, again, when I started making videos around gender equity, people would send me DMs. I'm like, I sent your video to my husband just now. I'm telling you, like, alpha, and this is what we are not having a conversation around what I have been saying since, but now because another man has said it, he's more likely to take it seriously, right? So I have women who are like, oh, I force my children to watch your content because it's important that they see a man cook, and if they're always on their phone, you might as well be following them, because I don't want them to go and be a liability elsewhere. So that's the kind of thing that makes me know that, okay, this thing that you're doing actually is making something, like, no matter how small it is. But I also understand that sometimes you might not get this kind of feedback.
I was about to say.
Yeah, like I understand it totally, that sometimes you might not get kind of feedback. And for me, maybe I'm lazy, but I will not worry. I will just keep doing it. I will just keep doing it. I'm just like, what else am I going to do? I can't go come to you and be like, did this content help you or whatever? But mentally, I'm just like, Daniel, do not stress it. You know what is right. You've done what you think is right. So let the universe do its thing. this is what it is, and it's gender equitable story. I did not know that before now. I was just like, oh, I'm just cooking, which is again what you guys are doing. So for instance, if someone says to me that, oh, is cooking on Instagram or is cooking somewhere, I've seen his work before. Before now, just like, oh, it's a random person, but now I'm going to take it as a very serious thing because it's a man in Nigeria doing that. Right? And then she said she's a financial analyst. I'm like, oh, wow. If you're going to create content like that, most times we're going to see men doing it. Most times. So you have to, when you're thinking of the content that you're creating, you also have to think of things like this and be like, oh, actually, I'm representing something here more than this or that, more than the actual bit of content that you think you're creating. But yeah, so that's it.
His work challenges the outdated idea that cooking belongs to one gender. Instead, he shows that food belongs to everyone. What makes Daniel's storytelling unique is that it doesn't feel like a lecture. It feels instead like an invitation. An invitation for young men to see cooking as creativity rather than obligation. An invitation for young women to see domestic spaces as shared spaces. And an invitation for families to imagine more balanced partnerships at home.
So more importantly, at the time, I was the only man who was not a chef who was creating content. That's a big thing because statistics shows that, oh, men only become chefs because of the money that is in the chef business, right? And then women want to cook because it's a woman's thing. And then a man comes into the game and is cooking because he wants to cook. I don't know if you get what I mean. I was not a certified chef or anything. I still am not. I am just here showing you the thing that I love to do, because also society tells us that, oh, men cannot like cooking, right? Or men should not like cooking. And if you do, you need to suppress that side of you and go get some other interesting things to do so that it appeals to the society, right? And then again, Daniel comes into the game and Daniel's like, okay, well, me, I'm just going to do my own and all of you will be fine, right? So the thing about me taking that leap of faith is we now have other men who are creating content inspired by Daniel, right? So a lot of the people who you see, the men now who you see create content are inspired by me. And I don't even say that like very lightly. I'm very proud of it. Like I feel it's one of those things where people are like, if I die now, I die. I don't want to die, please. If I die now, I die a very happy person, right? But that's also so if we have 10 male folk content creators and say 7 of them or 8 of them are inspired by Daniel Ochiko, that's one Daniel Ochiko. Now, how many people do we have here and how many people can be inspired by your work and your story and the content that you create? That is why, again, we need to tell this kind of stories. So, bruh, it's a lot of attention, right? But I also just imagine that like they cook, so they were like, oh, it's a woman, like you should be like, yeah, duh, what else are you going to do? So I can imagine that they women most likely have to put, actually not most likely, they will put in more effort to now make an impact. So it's easy for me to carry myself and be like, oh my God, like I'm a man that cooks and this, and then I go look for like a sponsor. They're more likely to carry than if a woman comes into the thing, because they're like, madam, yeah, like that's what you're supposed to be doing, especially in a place like this. So I agree, and I like that's what happens. For me, initially, it was just the series was just, oh, I need to show more men in the kitchen, because also I've been trying to tell gender equitable stories for as long as I've been creating content. And the series was, we see women all the time in the kitchen, whether they like it or not, we see them in the kitchen, but we don't see a lot of men in the kitchen. And this series was born out of that. So I had to start this thing where I'm like, oh, I need you to start seeing your brothers, your fathers, your friends, your male friends in the kitchen. But coming here and being part of this project, and also having gone through all the courses and movies and films that we've seen, I think I won't say I am moved, / pushed in a positive way to want to include women now, because even if I say to people, men need to be in the kitchen, men need to cook all the time, there are still women who love to cook. Cooking is a basic survival skill. Man, woman, nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with gender, and we need to see both of them, or both of us, coming together. So both man, woman, we see both of us coming together in the kitchen and doing the work that is supposed to keep us alive, or that is supposed to be part of our everyday regular survival skill. So yeah, that's why I'm doing this now. I need to show more women, because again, it needs to be balanced. I think that's the key word here. Balance. It needs to be balanced. I need to show men doing what they should be doing. I need to also show women doing what they should be doing, because at the end of the day, we all eat food. So typically people associate my content with cleanliness, very refined, and I'm still going to do all of that. However, we don't want to push some people out of the, the line, which is, so you're speaking plenty English, you're doing plenty, but you're still in Nigeria, and you're still in Nigeria, living in Nigeria. So now in my head, I want to infuse a little bit of pidgin, not all the time, just so people can associate the thing you're doing. Because at the end of the day, I still make Nigeria. I try my best not to make things that are not Nigerian, and every time I do that, it doesn't go anywhere. Let me tell you, so I tell people all the time that if I post jollof rice today to Sunday, I'm guaranteed at least 50,000 views on each of those things. I am guaranteed. Like,
it's different type of jollof rice.
You don't think you know? I have a jollof rice video that I post every 3 months. It doesn't matter. It will always do well. We're picking our story from the Mad Men, so we're just getting like a little bit of, the beginning part of our story from the Mad Men perspective, where she was in the office, informal setting, the bosses have like some sort of after-work relationship, but she doesn't have that because, she's a woman, and then all of that. So back to our story is, now we're trying to make this thing a man thing. So you know how women, they're in a workspace, they have children, and then after work, they're like, let's go have drink, and she's like, I have to go take care of my child. This time, it's a man going to do that, and it's important that we do that, because we now need to be like, men who actually have like after work pick-ups, and then they have to take care of their families, they have to go cook or something, and that's what we're trying to do.
His journey itself reflects this shift. Daniel has spoken about growing up in a home where both his mother and father cooked, allowing him to develop a love for food without gender restrictions. That experience now echoes through every piece of content he creates. But Daniel's impact extends beyond his own platform. As a creator, he has collaborated with major brands including Knorr Nigeria, alongside a diverse network of chefs, actors, influencers, and storytellers. These collaborations promote the idea that everyone has a place in the kitchen and that cooking can be joyful, accessible, and inclusive.
I came into the food space. I said to myself, so one of the things that would annoy the hell out of me is when somebody literally comes to me and says, oh my God, you cook well as a man. Why can't you just stop and say you cook well, point blank, period? Why do you have to add that as a man? Like, what does it do for you? Right, so my work, I just took it upon myself, like, okay, you know what, I'm going to create content, but I have to be really, really good at this thing in a way where nobody's going to tell me that it's because I'm a man, that's why I'm doing it well. You just have to do it like, this is like, when you see it, you're like, this one finish work.
Ochiko mentioned one thing, and it was, as if I've never heard that thing, I heard it before. He was talking about how filmmakers or storytellers will just write stories, and we just write, maybe you're writing it someone that is a doctor, and automatically in my head, the doctor should be a man. Why am I going? And I didn't think of that as a filmmaker. As a feminist, I never thought of that. Why is he a man? I use the word businessman. So in my films, in my scripting, if I'm hiring a scriptwriter to write my script, I'm going to tell him, if I see things like businessman, it's business person. If I see things like chairman, CEO, so we need to start using basic words. I think definitely, from basic words, and like Ochiko said, you don't need to force it. You don't need to put it on everybody's face. Just do it. So things like that, scripting, the words, storytelling, reversing some characters. If if it's not going to affect my story and the man needs to be a nurturer for his kids or a nanny, why not? Why would I flip it? It's not a woman's thing, right? So I think I would definitely include those sorts of things that we don't even notice that we do, that we don't even see. But I think by the time I start doing it, people can feel it.
Sometimes when we see men do certain things that I get shame behind it, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen on my platform. And I always tell people that I want a ministry regime here, which is what I want is what is going to go. And I want to show men to be emotionally intelligent. I want to show men, show you care to their wives, siblings, anything, and not make it become something that is supposed to be shameful. Because when you make something visible often enough, it starts to feel possible. In my videos, I cook, I share household goals, I talk about women, the decision makers, leaders, producers, chefs, because interestingly, we have so because the food industry is such a very interesting space, we have so many male chefs who are doing amazing, but when it comes to the female chefs, they drew behind. For me and life, I know a lot of female chefs and I want to put them there, and I will talk about them openly, I will celebrate them openly, which is what I do with my work and my platform. And that's what I believe gender equity should do. Not preach, but reflect. Not lecture, but normalize. It's important that we normalize things like this in Africa. It's important that we normalize things like this in Nigeria, because when we normalize things like this, we start to engage really preaching. Success story on how my content has positively influenced someone. It was very recent, actually, like maybe a month ago or two. I made a video talking about boy moms, and I was very specific about boy moms because I feel like Nigeria/Africa, just mothers in general, have like a particular lens with which they take care of their boy child, and then a different lens with which they take care of their girl child. And in the comments, people were like, oh my God, this is what we do. Oh, this is what I don't do. This is what I don't do. And I remember someone coming to my DM to send me a message saying, oh, I really love the video that you posted because I am one of those people who is very, for lack of a better word, in love with my boy child. And I essentially make him or insulate him from the things that I don't insulate the girl child from. But because of your video, I'm going to start doing better. And honestly, that made me so happy and so grateful that the work that I do resonates to a lot of people enough to actually make a change. So yeah. So you know how people were having the conversation about this. There was this trend about how going to the restaurant, like my African mother, something, and then they will go and then they will start fighting and whatnot. And people were like, do your mothers actually go outside to fight? Like, do your mothers actually go to restaurants and then they start to make noise? But that was like a big thing on TikTok. So you see these people, they tie their wrapper, like they wear the blouse, the gele, and all of these things, and then they get to the place and then maybe they now bring out like Omorogo and someone and start. I'm just like, wow, that is very interesting. So it's interesting that you say that because people do have conversations like that. I think that what it is we are not just as bold as we should be when it's time to maybe not fight back, when it's time to question these things, right? So before I started being very open around saying the things that I think around like even anything outside of gender, but I'm going to use gender because that has always been in my head even before now, right? I'm like, are you sure you have the platform to say you don't want to be cancelled? Like, this is your life, you're a content creator, you don't have any other job, if they cancel you, that is the end. Like, I'm saying so far, it's in my close friends, and I'm having long threads, having long threads about the things that I think, and they're like, that should be on the main story. Like, not here, like there are only like 15 people.
Yeah, like those people that agree with you already.
Exactly. So I'm talking to people that agree with me already. But interestingly, when I finally started having these conversations outside, like I remember the first time I made a proper video around what I think around gender equity and the DMs I got, right? And then I'm like, oh, you guys really like me, but let's you guys are like, so I think that when we push past the initial fear, right, around wanting to say things that we think are right or just our ideas, you just find that people are there are a lot of people like you what they're just...
They lie.
No, but actually, that's how I see it. So, like, in my head, or like, at least on my own side, like, of the what I just see is that, people just need somebody to come and say the thing that they already think. They're not going to be the, let's say, messiah or whatever.
Scapegoats.
But, I mean, it could be scapegoats. To be honest, it actually could be scapegoats there, because somebody can now see the thing I'm doing, like, this one should like woman, I beg, I know fee. Just like, it's possible, but in my own case, that's not a scapegoat thing. That just been like, oh, Daniel, thank you for talking about this. I grew up this way.
The lesson from Daniel's work is simple but profound. Stories do not live in movies and books. They live in kitchens, they live in everyday choices, they live in the moments that shape what young people believe is possible. And when millions of Africans see a man cooking, creating, teaching, and thriving without apology, a new possibility emerges. A possibility where talent matters more than gender, where care is not assigned by tradition, and where everyone is free to participate fully in the life of their home, their community, and their future.
So I think that, everybody in every strata of life definitely has a responsibility to advocate for gender equality. Kind of content that you make, how do you portray men, how do you portray women? If we're seeking for change, we should not just be looking to the government. You should be saying, in your small corner of the world, how can I impact? Now, if you follow my content, you know that I'm always making sure that I portray women and men, how they should be portrayed, good and bad, you understand? A man can be a killer, a woman can be a killer, you understand? A man can be a breadwinner, a woman can be a breadwinner. So it's important that you portray people and that your stories are not just a single story, but full stories. Yeah.
Are they showing balance in our stories? Are women visible in positions of leadership? Are men allowed to be vulnerable or nurturing in our stories? And we avoiding stereotypes that quietly reinforces inequality. It was one of the most often things that I had done, because I saw creators began to see their influence differently right there and then. I was seeing it, and not just as entertainment, but as social change. I'm fortunate that my partnerships with brands have also aligned with these values. Working with brands like Norma Nigeria, for which I'm an ambassador for, Power Oil, Golden Penny, I had the opportunity to shape campaigns that goes beyond food into stories about care, community, and togetherness, which is why a lot of my campaigns feature me and my friends and my best friend. We're not just selling a product, we're reshaping culture. And that's the beauty of the creative economy. It allows purpose and profits to coexist and persist together. Brands win, audiences connect, and society shifts quietly but powerfully. But the truth is, creators can't do it above. If we're going to entertain change at scale, we need the systems that fund, amplify, and regulate media to follow us. That's where organizations like the World Bank, policy leaders, and creative networks come in. When you bring creators in the same room as economists, funders, media executives like we are today, you create a new kind of ecosystem, one that sees culture not as decoration, but as infrastructure. Because the stories people see every day are just as powerful as the policies written around them. As I continue to grow my platforms, my goal is to use my reach to help other creators understand the use of their influence. So move from how many views did I get? I always tell people it's quality content consistently. So you're moving from how many views did I get to how many conversations did I start, or what conversation did I start with this piece of content? Do I feel like my content on gender equitable storytelling is resonating with my audience? Absolutely yes. I think it's also resonating because I'm doing it in such a subtle way. I'm not forcing anybody. I am not trying to, for lack of a better word, push an agenda. And I'm also doing it through a medium that they already know. So which is food. All my messages are passed through food, and I'm reading through a medium that they already know and they already love. So this is just an addition, some sort of an extra or an added content pillar for me to the work that I already do. So yes, it resonates, and it resonates really, really well. So when I grew up in a family where like my dad was not worried about his child cooking, not one bit, but I also had extended family members that I'll go to their house and just like, bruh, if you don't sit down. So for instance, I just got back from a trip and I had to buy PS5 of that thing, the box, the player thing, and that was the first time I was touching it. Do you understand? And yeah, that's the journey. So, but like, I'm like, oh, this is very. So I took a pic, intentionally took it. I'm like, oh wow, this is the first time I'm actually touching a PS5 player. So when I even went to the store, I'm like, oh, this is what I am looking for. Right? Like, when the person sends me, like, someone asks me to buy, so I'm like, oh, this is what I'm looking for. I don't know what it does. Like, this is what I'm looking for. But it just made me think about the fact that when I was younger, people would be like, oh, why do you want to cook? Why do you want to cook? Why do you want to? And I was very, like, and I was not a stubborn child, but this was the only thing I was stubborn about in my entire life. Like, I am literally, like, you know, when Nigerian parents pray for good children, that's like they pray for someone like me. You are not doing anything that is going to, like my mother would say, make them use left hand to point to this noble family. Like, that's how she says it, right? But when it comes to things around what I think about cooking and what I think men should do, and like, I am very, 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 very stubborn. So now suddenly the perfect child in my family is now my extended family is now the one that everybody's like, no talk, good year. But again, we always need someone to be like, someone to hold on to, or something to hold on to around the things and the ideas that we have. So if that's helped.
Because changing society does not always begin with grand gestures. Sometimes it begins with a meal, and storytellers like Daniel Ochuko are helping Africa imagine a table where everyone has a seat. This is why Daniel Ochuko is our champion.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. It was a very short weekend. God. Now, it's already Monday. Anyways, the month is fast coming to an end, and we would soon be in the month of March, right? 2026, don't the air do, wait till you don't achieve. Alright, this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show, where I tend to tell you the trending stories in the entertainment industry. Today is Monday. As usual, we will be looking at what's trended during the weekend and what's trending on social media. We have a guest who we'll be having a conversation with. But first of all, let's talk about what is really trending in the entertainment industry. Adeoluwa Okunsaga, popularly known as Saga, has disclosed that he joined the Big Brother Naija reality show as a strategic move to kickstart his career in the entertainment industry. Saga, who is professionally trained as an engineer, explained that his college encouraged him to audition after recognizing his creative ability and on-screen presence. According to him, engineers possess a high level of creativity which enables them to thrive in entertainment and other artistic fields. He competed in season 6 of Big Brother Naija in 2021 and was evicted in the 9th week. Since leaving the show, Saga has transitioned into acting and has gone on to feature in over 1,000 films, steadily building his career in the industry. Now that's a fun fact. You know, this whole thing that people tend to say that okay, let me put it in this phrase. A friend of mine said she regrets going to school. Like she doesn't know what she would do with her certificates, right? The one you graduated from school, because 90 or 70% of humans in Nigeria are not even doing what they studied in school. And believe me, that if you ask your friends, they will say the same thing. That's the country we found ourselves. Now imagine an engineer being an actor, and he's good at it. Yes, he might not be perfect like our veterans or our idols, but he's good at it. Who would even agree that an engineer, maybe a mechanical engineer, what do they call them again? Electrical engineer, and all of them would be able to even create drama, because Nollywood is drama. I mean, if you're not dramatic, you can't even create that scene. That whole thing written in the script, you can't do it. So, him going to Big Brother Naija was a great strategy. We know that Big Brother Naija is a place that tends to open people, you know, pull them out there, and you show what you can offer. It's not just going there to eat food, play games, and win the money. You need to be up in your game to be able to get good contracts and, you know, do something better in your life. Okay, moving forward. Nollywood actress Evans Okoro has publicly called out her colleague Ekene Umenwa over an alleged claim that she is living with the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV. The controversy began after Evans' name reportedly surfaced on a list of Nollywood personalities Ekene was accused of gossiping about in the UK-based Nigerian nurse. To the UK-based Nigerian nurse, rather. Adam Mawola. In a video posted on her Instagram page, Evans expressed shock over the allegation and urged Ekene to clarify her position on the matter. The incident comes amid a separate controversy involving actress Destiny Etiko, who recently confronted Ekene over claims that she had accused her of assaulting her mother. Listen to what she said.
You get something I see for social media right now. My name there for one list. They thought say Evan Okoro carry one thing for body where they heavy people for mouth to talk. Evan carry that sickness where they heavy people for mouth to talk. Ekene Umenwa, you add me for your list. Now what you talk? I be the devil won't use when I bring me down. Ekene, I swear to God, I defended you. If this thing, I defended you. I said, let's hear Ekene's side of the story. But see my name there as somebody where they thought say she carry sickness for body. Me, Evan Okoro, we don't go HIV test 3 months ago. After I come off from man's house, I never see any other man since that time reached today. I respect myself. So right now, guys, I want to make all of you follow me go do this HIV test. Jelly. You thought say me, if now what you talk, may God punish you and punish your whole generation, including your father, your mother, your husband. But if not what you talk, now they fabricate. May God punish those people that fabricate this lie. May God punish their generation, because my mother is crying right now. My mother's heart is breaking. I couldn't sleep throughout yesterday night. Now me and Oton one day for call. We dey console ourselves. She said, baby, don't cry. Don't cry. I thought I go HIV test this morning. It gets another sickness where I don't know. When I put people on a list, I defend you. Oh, guys, when I follow me, we go to the hospital. If we know. And after this, I go call a Kene Umenwa for me and her go talk. Me and her go talk because I know well, oh. I know be that celebrity where una go call out and she go keep quiet. Oh yeah, let's go there. Make we dey go hospital. Before 12 o'clock dot, una will see my results. Dalopan. My brother, I dey ask about.
All right. Ekene has been trending for quite a long period of time, and I wonder, I don't know, but people just tend to come up every single day to say something. Ekene poses that sweet, energetic actress, very funny and family oriented, right? I mean, she tends to come all out, right? She tends to show love when it is needed in everything we tend to see on social media. So when I saw lots of people coming out to say things that, oh, Ekene did this, I stood up for her and she did this for me, she said this and did that, and what? In fact, my mom was like, wow, Ekene, I think you're the one to trend the whole of this month. Crossing, if I say clock it, crossing March, right? So the annoyance with all these people is that you're saying things they did not do. You know, conversations lead to conversations, and some people just tend to lie in between, right? Because there's this statement that they keep saying that in every too much talk, especially when you listen to somebody, there is a lie in between. And that's why they said it's not good to talk too much, right? So maybe she didn't mean to, maybe it came out wrong. I'm making excuses for her right now. Maybe she didn't expect it to go that south, right? Because it's not just Evans, Destiny, Tico, there are many of them, right? And you tend to wonder, how possible is this? Yes, it's possible. There's a whole lot you don't know about people other than what they post on social media. But I'm trying to make an excuse for her that it could be that she didn't expect that thing to come out of her mouth. But like, saying that someone is HIV positive, you need to bring out proof. They might not take you to court, but trust me, there are people that will take you to court. Like Evan said, she says she knows well. She's well in Jesus' name, but I don't know to what extent she wants to take this to. And what her time was is that she was actually standing by her and speaking for her. She was even siding her in the whole of this drama, only to figure out that she's even part of the whole story. Okay, let's move forward to more drama. One half of the former music duo P-Square, Peter Okoye, Mr. P, has admitted before the Lagos State High Court that he is a co-signatory to the Northside Entertainment Limited bank account, contradicting his earlier claim that his elder brother, Jude Okoye, was the sole signatory. Peter made the disclosure while testifying before Justice Raman Oshodi in the ongoing trial of Jude, who is facing an alleged $1 million theft charge filed by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission. Now, during cross-examination, defense counsel Clement Onwewuno San presented bank documents showing that Peter and his twin brother Paul Okoye were also signatories to the account. Peter explained that although Jude initially operated the account alone, he and Paul were later added as signatories. So he clarified that his earlier statement was based on a phone conversation with officials of what he described as a new bank. Peter also maintained that the P Square music catalog belongs solely to him and Paul, excluding Jude. He told the court that Jude joined the group as manager around 2004 or 2005 and was not an original member. He further confirmed that the brothers established companies to manage their business, including Northside Entertainment Limited and Square Records Limited. Now, under questioning, Peter acknowledged that Jude held about 40% of shares in Northside Entertainment Limited, while he held roughly 30%, so he's not sure, though he was unsure, of the exact figure. He also identified Mad Solutions as one of the organizations responsible for collecting and distributing royalties from P-Square songs in Nigeria. The defense later presented a royalty distribution contract and asked him to confirm whether the signature on it was his. Now, this whole thing trended. A lot of things trended last year, December, November period that is actually crossing over to this year, right? This whole thing trended last year when we saw it on social media that he was arrested. The FCC came to carry him and all that alleged that, oh, money theft and all that. Music this, you're my manager, you're not part of this, a whole lot of things had to erupt. And it's funny that Mr. P had to agree now that, oh yes, I'm part of the signatories. My signature is part of this contract, is part of this establishment, The thing is, because I was in a phone call conversation, that's why it looks like I wasn't sure, right? That's why it looks like I'm just acting drama. I'm just trying to, figure out what could have led you to initially say no, you were not part of it, right? So right now you're affirming after how many months? Okay, let's say like 1 month and more, right? And now you realize that, oh wow, I was actually part of these. Wow. Oh, it's because the phone call, it was a phone call meeting, so I wasn't sure. I was in the midst of a whole lot of things were going through my mind. For real? Everybody's gonna be alright. Believe me, everybody's gonna be alright. We all know what we are doing, right? It may not dawn on you now, but it's real later on. But thank God that this has been resolved. Let's still keep our fingers crossed to see the end of this whole drama. Now, Nigerians celebrated major wins on Sunday in London, United Kingdom, at the BAFTA Film Awards, as actress Wunmi Mosaku and Nigerian-produced film My Father's Shadow emerged among the year's award recipients. Mosaku claims the Best Supporting Actress award for her performance in Sinners, adding to her previous BAFTA win in the same category in 2017 for Damilola A Love Boy. The Nigerian-born actress, who has built a strong career across British and Hollywood productions, has received multiple BAFTA nominations and continues to gain global recognition. Also making headlines was My Father's Shadow, directed by Nigerian brothers Akinola Davis Jr. and Wale Davis, which won Outstanding Debut by the British writer, director, or producer. The film has attracted significant international acclaim since its release, becoming the first Nigerian film selected for the official lineup at the Cannes Film Festival, where it premiered in the UN Certain Regard section to critical praise. Now, set in Lagos during the 1993 selection crisis, the drama tells the story of a father and his 2 sons navigating the city amid political unrest. Now, I know I had a very long and continuous talk about these two brothers, right? And the stories they tell. That was a significant. You know when they tell like a real life story, this is not folktale. It's folktale because it's a story, right? But this is like a real life story, something that they really something that happened to them. They grew with it. They knew how a Nigerian father can behave when he's poor, when he's happy, how it can be in Nigeria, Lagos, and all that. So I wouldn't even be surprised that it's got an award. And of course, for Masoko, I'm very much proud of her. You know, the fun fact, our Nigerian citizens and those in the entertainment industry tend to make us very proud outside Nigeria. And I don't know why. It's more like there's a spell or something when you're in Nigeria. Immediately you leave this country and you move to the next. It looks like there's this shower of blessing and grace that just bestow upon your head and you're just doing exploits. Because tell me how else? Just tell me. It's not like we don't have the talent. It's not like we don't have the human capacity or even the brains. We do. We have everything that, you know, would make you do great things. But unfortunately, the government is not even helping matters and the people around you, because it's not just the government. I mean, they said change begins with you, right? So I'm super proud that our Nigerian brothers and sisters, they just tend to make us proud every single day. In fact, the surprising thing is whenever they go out there, it's more like they are rooted in their culture and everything that has to do with Africa and Nigeria. They just tell good stories. They act like Nigerian. Everything that has to do with them is talking about Africa, representing us. While we here, we are doing the opposite. God will help us. Okay, a whole lot of people will like this one. Now, Yinka Ade Aluko, founder of Dudu Film Hub, has urged stakeholders to decentralize cinema infrastructure and reduce ticket prices to unlock sustainable economic growth in Nigeria's film industry. In his analysis of the Film One Entertainment 2025 box office yearbook obtained in Lagos, Ade Aluko argued that while Nollywood enjoys global acclaim for its creativity, its cinema exhibition model remains expensive, limited, and largely urban elite focused. The report shows Nigeria's total cinema revenue at about 16 billion naira, with only 2.3 million admissions recorded in a year, meaning fewer than 1 in 100 Nigerians visited a cinema. Ade Aluko described the figures as underperformance for a country of roughly 250 million people, most of whom are under 30. He noted that average ticket prices hover around 7,000 naira, with some cinemas charging up to 15,000 naira, making cinema outings uncomfortable for many families and students. He also highlighted a mismatch between production and exhibition, pointing out that although Nigeria produces about 2,000 films annually, only 81 local titles were screened in cinemas during the period reviewed, with foreign films dominating screens. Ade Aluko attributed this to distribution bottlenecks, limited screen access, and infrastructure constraints, with only about 122 cinemas spread across Nigeria, Ghana, and Liberia, mostly located in upscale malls and high-income areas. To address these challenges, he proposed decentralized community-based cinema models such as campus cinemas, suburban screening centers, and mobile exhibition platforms. He said expanding access beyond elite urban hubs would create more jobs, improve revenue distribution, strengthen cultural influence, and broaden Nollywood's economic and social impact, which is the truth, right? In fact, I'm part of those people that don't go to the cinema every single time. Because tell me why a movie would cost about 7,000 naira. Just tell me why. I'd rather sit at home and wait till it's up there on Netflix or Movie Box. Name them, Amazon, name them, right? Now, if you've got 4 to 5 friends, that's like 7,000 naira times 5, which is 35,000. 35,000 naira, and the popcorn is not even that big anymore. Yes, let's call it spade because we are all in this. And you know the fun fact, if you go there, it's mostly the foreign movies, action movies. We rarely see our cultural movies. Why? It's just 1 or 2. And it's be there for just about a month or 2. Maybe maximum of 3. We need to do better, right? First of all, they should reduce the price a bit. We know that cost of living is now, how do they say the meme again? Cost of living is now more expensive than the living. Whatever, but we know that they need money for diesel, to pay staff, for cleaning and all that, maintenance and all that. But please, with that price, a whole lot of people don't go to the cinema because they're already thinking about, oh, transport fare, oh, boat money, oh, this, oh, that. And it's very boring going to the cinema alone, personally, right? Okay. That's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is social trends. So please stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the social trends segment, and today, not today anyways, Nollywood actress Tonto DK on February 22nd celebrated her son, Andre Churchill, as he turned 10, hosting a football-themed birthday party in Abuja marked by prayers and a public show of unity with her ex-husband, Olakunle Churchill. The celebration comes months after the former couple announced their reconciliation for the purpose of co-parenting in January 2026. At the event, DK was seen prostrating before her father in a gesture of cultural respect and offering heartfelt prayers for her son. She also prayed for Churchill, describing him as an amazing father during her remarks. The party drew several guests, including businessman Obi Kubana, and featured decorations and activities centered around a football theme. Now, while many attendees and social media users praised the former couple for demonstrating maturity and prioritizing their son's well-being, at least one critic described their public hug at the event as disappointing. The birthday celebration has since generated conversation online, with supporters commending the pair for presenting a united front in the interest of their child. My dear netizens would always have something to say for anything we see. Anyways, let's take a look at the video.
Yes, the Holy Ghost is locked up in my empty vessel. Yes, the Holy Ghost is locked up in this empty vessel. There's this treasure that is locked up in my empty vessel. Spirit, pray, pray. Spirit, pray from your empty vessel. Spirit, pray.
Amazing Father, and I just want to thank him so much. Thank you so much, Churchill. Thank you so much. I love you with the love of God, and I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best. Thank you. And your son loves you so much. If you were saying you don't take the love from us, I know like that in you. I pray for your family. I pray for your businesses. I pray for all other children that they will progress. Failure will not meet them. Everything that they touch will be blessed. God will go before them and make every crooked path straight. Your businesses will flourish. Whoever curses you shall be cursed. Whoever fights you, God will fight. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen. I'd like to thank, like I call him, the love of my life.
I was unconsciously shouting amen, amen, amen. See, I'm the one you're shouting praises on. All right, that was a very beautiful view, but let's move over to the comment section. Now this person says, why is she kissing her father like that? Even spanking him. I know, see, well, that's why I said we always have something to see. Like, words do not lack in our mouth or even in our fingers. We always have something to say. Do you know, I didn't anyway, let's move on to the next comment section. Now this person says, since Tonto Dike gave her life to Christ, she has been experiencing so much joy and peace in mind. Jesus is King. For real, right? I tend to see a new her. I think, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. In fact, Jesus is the reason for the season. Whether rainy season, Harmattan season, heat season, all the seasons, right? And we also, when she gave her life to Christ, how she gave her testimony and all that. So we shouldn't be surprised. Anybody can be saved, even you that is watching. Yes. So let's have the next comment. Now this person says, maybe not me, but grown woman where they kiss her papa on the lips, even more than once. That one no dey normal. Like, what is your business? I don't understand. There are people that tend to, they are very cool with their dad. They can do anything with their father. So what are you portraying now with this statement? That's why I love comment section, but some statements just tend to, what are you saying? Like, what are you saying? Where are you driving at? Are you trying to bring up conversation? Are you trying to trend? So she kissed her father, so she prostrated, problem. She kissed her father, problem. We just have a whole lot. We have time, sharp. Misplaced priority. Okay, this person says, laugh out loud, Tonto go remarry this guy. It go happen. Okay, let me keep quiet. But the truth is, I thought of it in my brain that this reconciliation, I like it though, this co-parenting, I do like it, but you know, it might in future, but we don't know. They have their different perspective on how they want to run. I mean, he's already married, right? He's already remarried, so fingers crossed. Now this person says, make Tonto no hijack. Okay, this the same statement. Make Tonto no hijack this man back. It's possible. I mean, it's her ex-husband and her baby daddy, so it might happen. But the possibility of that, there's a thin line between it. This person says his wife Rosie will not have peace. I just knew these comments will come because sometime last week, when it was actually his birthday, and she went out to like make a video and said, oh, she never knew him, she never knew her rather. They've never met before and all that. People were coming at her that this is wrong timing. You're meant to just wish this baby boy a happy birthday and move forward. And not you coming up to tell us stories that we've forgotten since 2021 and this is 2026. That's like 4 to 5 years ago. So what are you trying to portray? Whatever you're saying is good, but is the timing right? No. So now, trust netizens. They're like, are you sure she's okay? Seeing all these, the hugs, the prayers, and everything. Okay, let's have the next comment. Now, this person says, whatever happens, having a genuine father figure is a blessing. That foundation stays with you for life, for real. We need our both parents, right? A child that didn't grow up with his or her mother, you know that, oh, mother figure was not part of the life. And a child that didn't grow up with his or her father, you would see. Father just tends to bring that discipline in you. They just tend to bring it. However, because they are father leaders, they put in the leadership skills in you. That doesn't mean that the other parents can't, but the two parents coming together makes it a very good combo. So every parent is very important in a child's life. All right, let's have the next comment. Or is this the last one? Okay, celebrating your children is a big deal. They'll always pay it back when you grow older, and that is the truth. Yeah, I mean, parents know this already. They know this. When you celebrate your children at a tender age or to some certain, it must not be a big elaborate party, but maybe a congratulation message or congratulation gift, whatever. Trust me, when you grow older, we will take care of you. I'm not lying. Okay, let's have the last comment. You can tell this man misses his boy. For real, like the love, everything is just obvious. They had to make this matching outfit, father and son, and they look so good. And the boy looks so much like him, right? It's obvious he missed his son. Even when he heard his voice for the first time, he was so emotional. Yeah. That's all I have for you in Social Trend this hour. We're going to a short break. And up next is the conversation segment, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Quiet is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and when people see it. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. We have something very interesting to talk about. Places are more than just dots on the map. They hold memories, culture, architecture, emotions, and identity. But what does it take to transform a simple location into a powerful story that audiences can see, feel, and connect with? Today we're exploring the art of turning places into stories. From breathtaking destinations to overlooked urban spaces, how the travel design shows craft narratives that make places unforgettable. So joining me in the creative mind is a creative mind behind the vision, a producer who understands how to blend travel, design, and storytelling into compelling visual experiences. Please welcome Chidi Eden.
Good to be here.
I think about you're already clapping for yourself before I even did.
It actually feels so good to be at the other side. All the time I have to be the one doing all the questions. So it feels so good. It feels so good to be a guest. So good to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Right. Good to be here. I love your hair actually. It looks great.
Thank you. So I really want to know, right? A whole lot of people are interested in making normal storytelling movies and all. So why are you interested in making travel shows for TV?
Actually, I think I'm more interested to know, because when you know better, you do better. So I think it's not just about travel. I think if you think the world is so small, but if you get to travel, you understand what it means to actually see the world, to understand the world, and why people behave in a certain way. So I think that's what I really wanted to know. As a very young child, I wanted to understand what it means to travel, what it means to tell our stories. I think we're from a very, very rich, continent, and we don't tell our stories. We let those stories go down. So I want to be part of the people that actually champion narratives that showcase Africa in the best possible blend. So I think I'm very happy of the project that I'm working on, and I hope to, to showcase more, to show the world more of what we do.
So you're that kind of person that likes to explore?
I love to explore. Okay. And not just exploring, I love to eat the food of the people there. Really? So I think that is what makes me travel a lot. What do they like to eat? What can I have? What, those kind of things. I mean, explore every possible thing that you can. The food, the culture, the clothing, whatever you can do, anything possible.
But the sad thing is you're not even in Nigeria, you're based in South Africa. So why did you leave our beloved Nigeria country to move over to South Africa to do this whole thing?
Well, I kind of feel like South Africa will always be home to me just as Nigeria. South Africa gave me the certificates that I have, the intellectual capabilities that I think I have to put together a story, what it means to tell a story, what it means to talk about a destination, so I think, but Nigeria will also always be home. That is where you get to tell people, listen, you've traveled, but you can make this happen. And that is why I'm here in Nigeria. So you gain all the experience you need outside of Nigeria, gain all the knowledge you need to make the country better, and then you come back to Nigeria to share what you can share, what you can do, and of course tell Nigerian stories on a global platform, in a global way, and a global standard.
Impressive. I think that's one thing I like about this whole travel thing, because I'm very particular about exploration. I like to see things. But when you walk into a new location, what first comes to your mind? Is it the design, the people, or the story?
Well, I'm very much from a travel. When I mean a travel, I'm very much from a place where I need to see, okay, what makes this place pretty good for me to stay? So I think, because of what I work on, I really love design. I kind of feel like, okay, how soft is the bed? How is the environment? Do I come out and see a very cool spot where I could, where I could take pictures? I love to take pictures, so I mean, do I have a good spot where I could take pictures? What can I show Instagram? If you didn't post it on Instagram, it didn't happen. So if you did not post it on Instagram, it did not happen.
Okay, I'll take it down now.
So I think those are the key things I look out for, and that draws me more to the architecture, to the design, and of course to the comfort I get to enjoy in the space. Then afterwards we can go to, okay, what can I have to eat as well? How are the people treating you, which is very important. So I think you can look at travel from different sports, and it's very subjective to what you think it is for you. What it is for me is not what it is for you. So I think when I get into a place, I'm very particular about the design and of course the architecture, because that shows that there's going to be longevity. That shows in the next 20 years I could come back to this place and there was no flood. The flood hasn't taken away the place. It's still there for us to enjoy.
Yeah. Was there any particular place you produced a movie and you're more like, I'm not gonna do this no more?
Do you want my honest view on
Yes,
that?
please. Yes, please.
Okay. It's not that I don't want to go back there anymore, but I feel like it's the circumstances surrounding actually working there. So I'll start off with first of all Lagos, Nigeria. So yeah, I'll start off with Lagos, Nigeria. So things like the heat. Things like, when do you have to get to work? Oh, traffic held me on the way. You're trying to get onto work, because I broadcast the show as well. I'm trying to get work. Okay, we need to be at work at this time, and then, sorry, I'm still in traffic. Some things like that. So I feel like it's very important that I have a bit of comfort whilst I deliver my work. So I deliver my work in a very standardized way. So I think I've had that experience in Lagos, and surprisingly Dubai, the weather was practically 50 degrees on that day. I was soaked, I was sweaty, and of course when you have to deliver lines, you need to know what you're doing. So I think it's those key things that I'm very, very big on comfort. So if I don't get comfort out of something, it's just like, no thanks. But so these are the key things. But to be honest, I am always excited to go back to Lagos, always excited to go back to Dubai. But I feel like those two experiences I've had were like a more of, okay, check the times of the year that you have to shoot. So it's not more of a regret. It's all about, okay, cheating. You need to check the best time of the year to be there. You need to check the best time of the year, of course, to get the best experience out of it.
And I don't know, have you ever maybe made a story about it, the whole the grid, the whole noise, the whole traffic, maybe create a story about Lagos, Nigeria?
Something is coming soon. I will be very quiet
about that. So that
means
I'm too fast right now.
Something is coming before the year ends.
Yeah.
Something is coming before possibly a new TV show. Who knows? Something is coming soon.
Great. Now tell me what it's like behind the scenes, right? Because I know that producers tend to do a whole lot. We don't even see much, right? So I want to know what it's like behind the scenes. Do you dream that, okay, I'm about to go to ENUGU State and I want to shoot a movie in ENUGU State that tells ENUGU's story, and the whole chaos that comes with it? You've just talked about Lagos, the traffic and all that. I want to know the other behind the scenes stories that happens in other locations.
Okay, so I think when it comes to things about pre-production, there's a whole lot that goes into it, and the most important is the money. When you're shooting travel, it means you're spending quite a lot. So I think it's that process of going to look for the money, trying to convince sponsors, listen, we can do this, we can deliver this, we can get this done. And we shoot a very luxurious show that requires a shitload of money. So I think that those are the key things that are very, very concerning for us as producers and of course directors. And of course you have to pay a team. And when I mean a team, an extremely professional team to deliver on the standard of global, relevance. So I think those are the key things. I mean, when you get into a state, when you get into a city, when you get into a place, you don't control what is there. You flow with the story of what is there. So I think you can't change anything about the people, but rather you can tell their story. And by telling their story, they discover that, oh, we could change this, we could do this better, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that. Oh, this is how rich our culture is. This is how people take in our culture. So things like that are very, very important. Then you get into the production itself. So the production itself is what everybody sees, and that's the exciting part, where you get to see a finished product, you get to see the presenters maybe in New York, you get to see the presenters in South Africa, in Montague, you're seeing them taking pictures with a big brand. So you'll be like, I want to be like this person tomorrow, but you gotta be careful what you want to wish. What you need to be a bit careful, because it takes quite a lot to get there, but it's hard work and it's something that is definitely achievable. So you want it, you go for it.
Impressive. Now, most movies tend to teach you different things, maybe morals, discipline, confidence, and all that, a whole lot. But travel stories, I want to know what in particular. Would you say that it influences people to explore the world and, try new spaces?
I'll tell you something that I know that travel has done to people I know around me, and of course to me. Travel teaches you that you can do it. I can tell you that is what it teaches you. You can do it. You can be in that space, because travel is one place you can be in an aircraft and see the president. Normally, you wouldn't see you can do it. Travel is that thing that teaches you that when you walk through a first class in a plane, you're like, I need to be here tomorrow. And you find yourself after traveling, getting back home, you're like, that already, the aircraft experience already has changed your mindset. So it's not just about the travel itself, it's about the things you experience. So now imagine a whole lot that you can experience whilst traveling, but that aircraft experience, you come and you see other people in business class, you're walking all the way to the economy class. That already is an experience that you might never forget. And then you forge ahead to get into somewhere and you see people. Let's take for instance Cape Town. You get to Cape Town in Camps Bay, you see a property that is over 20 billion naira and you see that it's bought and the people are wearing shorts and very chilled. Oh really, you're speaking with them casually. That already starts to change your mindset that listen, you can do it. And when I mean you can do it, everything in life is achievable. Do you want it so bad? So that's what I believe that travel does.
I think you shouldn't just be a producer. You should be not a motivational speaker, actually. What do they call them now? Those people that say, go ahead and get it. You can do it. The pastors, the preachers and all that. That's what you should be right now. So have you ever faced any production challenge that make you maybe want to change the line of a story?
It is what it is. You get there. Let's take for instance. Why I say it is what it is that it's a job. So you're going to face challenges as you go. First of all, you could be filming and just lose content. You could be filming and the hard drive crashes. You could be filming and then I'm not sure if you know the South African rapper who passed on in 2021. I interviewed him on Monday and he committed suicide on Wednesday. So actually, when I mean interview is we were at let's take for instance, I was at this spot, I was interviewing him and he passed on Wednesday. So that already has changed the storyline because you can't even figure out that he was going through something whilst you were interviewing him. So I feel like it is what it is. Once it's time, it will be what it will be. So one of the key partners that I also started the show with has passed on. So we've changed what the TV show used to be like, and we've now made it into more of what I want it to be like, because I mean he's not going to come back from the dead to change this. So it is what it is. So you swing it as it comes. Whatever comes your way, you swing it and you go.
I love your spirit. Maybe I should tap from it. Okay, so before we let you go, right? What's one thing? Okay, we've asked that. How do you balance authenticity with entertainment? I mean, traveling is exploring the world, trying to learn people's culture, their language, their food, and all that, which is the entertainment part. Yeah. But like, how do you now balance the authenticity, which is the shooting part, and the entertainment part?
I don't hide my feelings. But luckily as well, I'm the presenter of the show, so I do not hide my feelings. One thing that I'll always say is, I say it as it is, and you can't beat me, because when I'm talking, I'm the president. You don't speak.
So you're that guy with guts.
Oh yes, because it takes a lot to run a television program that broadcasts across TV in Africa and of course on Amazon Prime in the UK. So it's not something, it's a TV show that we pitched when I was 20 years of age. So it takes ace, but I kind of feel like I'm a bit lucky I don't get to go to somewhere that will actually make me say it as it is.
Because they're gonna beat you.
Well, we have a very, very strong behind the scenes team that scouts a very amazing casting director that, once she says, okay, Chidi is not going to like this, you don't waste your time. So she knows what I want and she goes for the very best. So it's always, shit, this place is super cool. This place is the most amazing place I've been on earth. So she knows what I want. She knows the key pillars of the show, and we go for it. Not that we're not looking to explore things that are a bit, relatable to the grassroots, but it's very important that we stand, we're out to show Africa in the best possible way, to elevate African media. So we find out that the whites come to Nigeria to tell a story. They're in Makoko. They're going to places the children are hungry. How about showcasing Ikoyi? How about showcasing Banana Island? How about taking a trip to Obudu Cattle Ranch? What happened to places like Guzape in Abuja? Well, those key things. So how about showcasing those places? Why can't you show Africa in a limelight that actually brings tourism, that actually brings investment to us? So I kind of feel like our job is to do, to fill up that loophole where people are not showcasing the right things about Africa. And that is why we will always go for the best. So me having to say it as it is actually in the best way that I'm saying it. So no negative vibes. We say only the right things.
What did I say I'm going to take home now? A whole lot. If it's
Yes.
not on Instagram, it didn't happen.
Yes.
Hey!
So tell your stories on social media. Very important. We're in a social media age. Your phone needs to be constantly active. And when I mean constantly active, not being active that there's an accident, you're trying to take a picture. But what I mean
So that
is...
trends.
Join TV.
Well, that trends too, but the question is, on what grounds?
Okay.
So it's very important that you make memories for yourself, because you gotta make time for enjoyment. On the days of nonsense, it just comes naturally. So whether you like it or not, challenges are going to find you. Whether you hide yourself in the room, it's going to knock and come in. Even if you say come in, even if you don't say come in, it's going to come in. But the most important thing is that you make out time to share memories. So you make out time to look back at what life has been for you, and that keeps you in your grateful bag.
Wow, Chidi Eden. I enjoyed this conversation. I wish we had so much time, but we are out of time, and the next show is meant to come up. So thank you so much for joining me for this conversation, the whole exploration, the whole motivational quotes and everything. I do love it. High five again.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope to see you guys pretty soon.
All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more conversations like this, interesting segments and trending stories in the entertainment industry. Follow all our social media platforms. Join us same time tomorrow at channel 265 on SLTV. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen. Welcome to
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Plateau PDP opposes life pension for lawmakers bill, urges public resistance. to amend the National Senior Secondary Support Fund and enhance case management.